Welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I am Doa, and with me today to start things off are Zyronic, Nagura, and Makes. And today's a big day. Today's Saturday. Today we have 6 matches, 4 of which are elimination matches. So it's going to be a very exciting time. I think this group is going to be very competitive. Should be fun. How's everybody doing today? Zyronic, how you feeling?
Doing great. Gained some LP. Climbing towards Grandmaster. Feeling good.
Okay. All right, there it is. It's out there. Well, let's take a look at our bracket.
Asked.
Here's what we've got.
You meant Mythic score, right?
I did ask.
That's what you were talking about.
Plus rate, of course.
LP.
Well, we've got some upper bracket matches. We've got some lower bracket matches. We've got some upper bracket teams that will go down to the lower bracket. We're going to figure out who those are first with Donuts and Despair versus Ethical, and then OMEGALUL versus Sloth, and then down, waiting, lurking below, our RG Nordics Alpha Brawl. Team Weekend Mythic Meme Dream Team. Winner of those 2 matches go on to face the losers of our upper bracket matches. And then it's all eliminations. It's Happy Elimination Day. When I say Happy Elimination Day, I feel like I'm in one of those like the Hunger Games thing, or like some post-apocalyptic, like young adult fiction thing where it's like, what is it about young adult fiction right now where they all want to create like post-apocalyptic scenarios? That's not positive, is it? Anyway, it's gonna be some good matches. Nagura, who are your picks to make it through this weekend?
I'm just really excited for today, like especially the quarterfinals, the upper quarterfinals, because even though you might be excited for the eliminations, right? Because you have some weird thing going on, liking
kind of
teams
bloodthirsty
to get eliminated or whatever.
Sure.
But I'm looking forward to the upper bracket games because I do think both the matchups that we have today are going to be really, really close. And I still think we don't necessarily have like a super clear favorite in this group compared to the other groups that we had before. Like last week, for example, I do think that Perplex and Monka were pretty, like, almost obvious that they're a little bit ahead compared to all the other teams. But I think this time around, both OMEGALUL and Donuts and Despair, I don't think they're super far ahead towards as Ethical. So I actually think it's going to be really close between those 2 teams.
Yeah.
And we might see a first seed or a second seed even fall down into the lower bracket in the first 2 games.
And check it out, Black Hold is in the dungeon pool today. Now, I mean, obviously, I think a lot of teams are going to ban this one, Makes, but there's always a chance we might see it, right?
I mean, to be fair, in our Green Room Discord channel, Dratnos earlier posted a screenshot of Cryptics from Donuts and Despair asking if Dratnos had any Black Hold roots.
Oh.
So I'm really excited to see them go there. I'd be very here for it, to especially in the upper bracket. I think in the lower bracket there has been some devastation when it comes to the Legion dungeon, so I would prefer it stays in the upper bracket. But yeah, I would like to see some Sanguini quaking in Black Hold.
It's only a 21, but then you look at it and it's Fortified Sanguine Quaking, which is it's kind of difficult for that particular dungeon. So, Zyronic, do you think we're actually going to see it?
I mean, I hope so. It'd be a really fun one to cast. I'm just trying to think. I mean, if Cryptics needed a Black Hold route, I probably still have my old MDI routes. Hold on.
Well, okay.
Black Hold
bands?
route.
Come on.
Oh, come on. Why does production got to troll us like that? All right.
Dude.
Well,
This
both
is why we
teams
can't
banned
have
it.
nice things.
Both of them.
I'm so
Never mind.
disappointed. Well, today's ruined. All right, I'm out of here. Goodbye. See you. No, I'm just kidding. I'll stick around, I guess. 24 Tazavesh Gambit is where we start things off. That's going to be a bit spicy with Bursting Storming, and then we're going to the other side, and then Necrotic Wake. This will be the first Gambit that we've seen this weekend.
Yeah. I actually think this Gambit is really difficult because it is a 24, and we've seen a 24 the first weekend, and people either banned it, and if they didn't ban it, there were a lot of wives and a lot of deaths overall in the dungeon. So I wonder what's going to happen this time around.
Especially with like the entrance area with all of the Murlocs, and there's like Bursting and Fortified involved. Very scared for these teams.
Yep.
Now, Donuts and Despair had a total of 1 death across 2 dungeons yesterday. They lost somebody in Mists, but that was it. They didn't lose anybody in... no, they lost someone in Streets, nobody in Mists. So they had a really clean run, a really clean victory over RG Nordics yesterday. So we'll see how they do there. Ethical on the other side, they got a Halls and a Theater of Pain. A little bit messier, That was the 52 death Alpha Brawl match. That was an exciting one yesterday, but hey, it happens to the best of us, right? But yeah, so we'll see. I feel like, do we lean towards Donut and Despair here? This one still seems fairly even, but maybe people disagree with me on that.
I'm always a fan of being for the underdog, to be honest. So I kind of want Ethical to take this, but I do think both of these teams are really strong going into this.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call them necessarily an underdog, because yeah, they're the lower seed, of course, but
Sure.
I do think Ethical is a more veteran team, right? Like, they have been competing in the MDI before, while Donuts and Despair are more of a new team, I would say, compared to them. So even though they came in with the higher seed, Ethical has more experience. So I do think they're pretty even, and from yesterday's performance, yeah, Donuts and Despair probably played better, but I think this can really go either way.
Yeah, we'll see. I love the Donuts and Despair logo, by the way. It's like a...
Yes.
It's like if there was a Ghoul Donuts brand or something. That's what it would look like right there, basically. Fell
Oh, yeah.
magic
I do love donuts.
and fantastic frosting. There you go. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see this dungeon. I love Gambit, both playing it and watching it in MDI, because you get some really fun pulls in the opening area. But do you think, Zyronic, people are going to need to play this one a little bit more conservatively because of the key level?
Yes and no. Gambit's a really interesting key where the actual trash mechanics themselves aren't necessarily too dangerous until you get to the last room of the dungeon. There's a lot of tank damage in the first two sections of the dungeon, but as long as you're getting specific interrupts, it's not too big of a deal. The big things to look out for are making sure you get stuns on all of the invigorating fish stick casts in the first section of the dungeon,
Yeah.
as well as pretty much making sure you're just kiting out those captains once they get their Super Saiyan buff in the second part of the dungeon. But I imagine we're going to see some pretty interesting stuff from Donuts and Despair. I'd almost guess that we're going to see a strategy very similar to what we saw from Monka last weekend, if I had to throw out what I thought would happen in this dungeon here.
Okay. Now, if I recall correctly, they were doing things like pulling the big lightning dudes, which I'll say because I can't remember the name of them. Those guys in the hallway, they were pulling some of them into the first boss room. Oh, we're restarting the key real quick too. Seems like there was a little bit of an error getting started here, so we've got a couple more seconds to chat about it. But that does seem like what the standard is going to be, because if you can sort of separate those packs, pull 2 out in the opening area, and then pull the other 2 onto the boss, or we saw all 4 pulled onto the boss, I think, once last week. You know, you can get it done a lot quicker, obviously, but you know, there is that element of danger there as well, because those do a lot of AoE damage.
I also think we saw a lot of issues the first weekend when the key was also 24-45 with just the Goliaths, like those big
Oh yeah, for sure.
giants in the first area, because they do an AoE, and the more they casted AoE, the more damage you take from it, and that was a big issue for the first group. So if one person dies to something, then you won't have enough damage to finish off the Goliath, and then all of a sudden they cast another AoE that you didn't think they're gonna cast, and then it's all of a sudden one-shotting you because you already have 2 debuffs. And especially because this group also has bursting as an affix, it can overlap with like the bursting ticks plus the AoE from the Goliath, and then that can be very dangerous.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I think the first area in this dungeon, especially, maybe also the area before the Pirate Dragon boss, but especially those Murlocs are going to be where it comes down to how efficient can you deal with a lot of mobs without dying, basically. So it's going to be really, really hard for these teams to time everything right. Maybe we're going to see some great relics coming and give them that extra kind of healing, something we have been seeing yesterday from teams where if they have the relic and they want to do it, they time it in a way where the group gets huge chunks of damage and then automatically through that buff heals back up. I think that's pretty great, but I don't really like playing, as you called them, the lightning dudes. So
Yeah.
I think
Lightning
if you
dudes.
play them, then you have to play them with something else, and they kind of take very long to deal with, and it's fortified, so you might just want to pick up a little bit more Murlocs.
True enough.
I do think I agree with you generally, but if you can pull them on top of the boss, I think it makes sense because the boss is immune for a while, right?
Yeah,
so if you
fair.
can hit the Guardians while the boss is immune, then it's still pretty efficient. But either way, we are in the key, and it looks like Ethical is running Windwalker versus Donuts in Despair running the Rogue. So we already have a little bit of a difference here. Also Black Decay versus Vengeance Demon Hunter. And both of them doing a really big pull as they go into this key. This is gonna be a lot of incoming damage. Also, Donuts in Despair immediately committing the Bloodlust here, while Ethical is holding on to it.
I think it's really smart just to instantly slam that Bloodlust, to be honest, because like we were saying, this is the most intense area of the dungeon. You can even see Timber slamming that Symbol of Hope, so personals come back up and the group will survive here. They still have the Bloodlust now, which I think is less ideal, so ideally you would have wanted to use the full duration, but they now go on to the second pull, and Ethical is also following up. Keep in mind, this dungeon is really short, so most of the time you will only get 2 Bloodlusts in general, so it makes sense to commit it pretty early to have it up again around the 10-minute marker.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look out for Ethical to see what they really saved that Bloodlust for. Maybe it's a similar pull on the second boss where they just want to pull the whole room together. We're gonna have to see. But both teams doing another big pull right after that first one, just gathering up a lot of Murlocs again without a Goliath this time around. So they just, again, want to make sure they interrupt all of those fish stick casts to make sure that doesn't come out. And I do think Donuts in Despair has a little bit of an easier job dealing with that because of the Rogue, right? In comparison to having the Windwalker. Because Windwalker has a lot of AoE kind of utility with the Ring of Peace and with the AoE stun, but that's not going to be as useful as the single target stuns that Rogue provides for this starting area, I would say, when it comes to the fish stick cast.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I'm just spying. Oh, Timber goes down here for Donuts and Despair. Instantly clicks away the Angel and takes the Battle Rust to be up and ready for the team again. But it looks like some of the casts are getting through on Donuts and Despair's side. Boone now also running from Timber, trying to DPS them down. They are picking up that Woe Drifter, so to me a sign that they're ready to move on after this pack. Same goes for Ethical as they finish up their pull, also picked up that Woe buff and should be moving on towards the boss area.
Yeah, it looks like both teams were doing incredibly similar pulls. Except Donuts in Despair somehow managed to gather 7% more trash percentage than Ethical did. So that means that Ethical is going to have to pull something extra, while Donuts in Despair can skip some trash. And it was the similar time as well. Donuts in Despair did lose a player, of course, with that death on their healer, so that's going to be a 5 seconds differential in favor of Ethical. And now both of the teams look like they're pulling some trash on top of the next boss as well. Some Guardians being pulled on Donuts in Despair's side, they're coming in just now, while Ethical looked like they were setting up something. So I'm not sure if more trash is going to come in for them, or if they just decided that they don't need any extra trash here.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna come down to what else can you pull in. I think the final room, maybe together with the boss, we have seen some pretty, I would say, scary pulls coming from teams into that final boss together with some of the casters on the left and the right side. But I mean, I prefer picking up the trash early for this boss here, just because the trash that you can pick up in the earlier stages of this dungeon is not as scary as the one in the final area. So to me, I think that would be a little bit smarter. I'm just looking to see if these teams can nuke this boss before it goes into the face a second time.
I really like Donuts in Despair's strategy here, because they did finish off the Vi Relic, but then they didn't finish off the Interceptor until the boss went into the mission phase. And then they finished off the Interceptor, getting the haste buff for the second phase. Well, Ethical finished off the Relic to get the cooldown reduction early on, and then they didn't have a buff for the second phase. So that's why the damage, you can see the HP difference between the bosses is much lower for Donuts in Despair, because they have this extra haste buff. So it really makes a lot of sense for them. I really like that decision to just delay that kill on the Interceptor.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Just using that time where you can blast, but slowly but surely, Donuts and Despair need to kill here. They have the Vault Purifiers coming in. One is trapped, one is kidneyed from what it looks like, and they are able to finish off the boss here. Now Ethical needs to catch up. They're a little bit behind on trash. They're also a little bit behind on that boss percentage. They also have dealt with the Purifiers with CCs, but the boss is running back, and it looks like it's going to go into the face for a second time. They are
that was so
able to
close.
finish it off just in that very second before it goes immune again.
Wow, that was so incredibly close. I'm glad they made it anyway, because that would have been a big time loss. But yeah, I like the safe strategy by just killing off the Vi for Donuts and Despair, as they now just use the Shroud to skip past that early trash pack after the boss. And I think this is actually why they pulled more trash in the first area. So they can skip this pack. And I really like this. I think it's a good strategy. But Ethical, they are dealing with this trash pack. And I do think since they saved Bloodlust for all this time, I think they're going to be pulling everything in that next area on top of the boss, which might make them catch up to Donuts and Despair, because they are not pulling everything with the boss, they're just pulling the trash by itself.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is what you would expect them to do at this point. They won't be able to get 2 Bloodlusts anymore, like we were saying earlier. So they really need to go big for the next pull and make sure they use the full duration of that Bloodlust to catch up. I'm not sure if I really like skipping this trash pack, as there is a relic in there, and I feel like it's not super hard trash, so you could maybe drag it along while somebody already triggers the event or something. But I'm curious to see how Donuts and Despair is going to handle it here, and it looks like they're pulling the boss into the remaining trash. They did one of the groups beforehand, and the rest of it is now into Time Captain Hooktail, and that is also quite ambitious. Oh no!
This is such a big problem for them, because they pulled the whole trash of this room onto the boss immediately as they came in. They committed the Bloodlust as well, but 2 of their damage dealers died immediately. So now they did use 1 battle rest on their rogue, but that means they have no more battle rest for their other damage dealer, and now their tank is going down. And their whole route, their whole strategy was banking on this pull. They saved their last for this very moment, and 2 of their damage dealers went down as soon as they gathered at the pool, and it just all fell apart immediately. So now that's going to be an insane time loss for them. They cannot do the same pull anymore. They're going to have to go slow. They're going to have to do pack by pack. And this is just, I would say, like 2 to 3 minutes time loss for them, unfortunately. And yeah, they could have really caught up to Donuts and Despair if they would have executed this properly. But unfortunately, just not working out for Ethical.
Yeah, I mean, that's super devastating, right? If you plan everything around that huge pull where you full send everything, Bloodlust, all of your cooldowns, all of your defensives as well, you pulled all of the relics to set up for it, and then 2 of your DPS, I'm not sure if it was frontals or if they got aggroed or what happened exactly. Maybe Zyro can tell us later, but that's just so devastating. And I think at this point they know this as well. They had Chompy die here, Jack went down as well. They're just releasing, and that's another full wipe for Team Ethical. I don't think they're able to catch up at all at this point, to be honest. Donuts and Despair is finished with that second boss and will now move on to the final area of this dungeon. They still have a little bit of trash to clear and the final boss, which even still on Fortified, I think 24 final boss Gambit can be scary as well. So I'm curious if they are willing to pull something into it or if they just do it by themselves. But yeah, I'm very sorry for Ethical that it kind of went that way. Sometimes when you try to aim for something as risky and as rewarding as a pull like this, it just goes wrong, and well, that's the aftermath.
Yeah, things just continue to go wrong for Ethical. Of course, Chompy on that Vengeance Demon Hunter just not having the cheap death available anymore. And yeah, just very unfortunate for them. But that pull on that 24 Fortified, pulling that whole trash room into the boss is just so risky. And I know they can do it, otherwise they wouldn't have attempted it in the tournament, right? So they can definitely execute it, but it was just not working out for them. But yeah, Donuts and Despair having to deal with this last trash room. And I do think that the message that Ethical had wiped maybe didn't go through to Donuts and Despair just yet. because there is a delay in the broadcast, so they might have not even known yet. So that's why they are already engaging the boss. So you can see they engage the boss with the rest of the trash in this area, and there's even more trash left. They might engage later on whenever the boss is in this immunity phase. So really nicely, really efficient how to deal with this trash in this last room.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. I think this is pretty big as a poll, because Solia is not an easy boss even on Fortified. We are on plus 24, which is the highest the keys in the MDI go. So still a lot to look out for. There's going to be a drifting star coming through. They will be able to dodge it. And now they're finishing up on the trash here. New assassins will spawn. Here they are. And they need to deal with those as quickly as possible as well before they push the boss into the next phase. And then I think is where the boss fight actually gets really exciting. So I like that. I really like the utility of the Blood Decay here as well. Just noting that Donuts and Despair was running that Blood Decay ethical with the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think for those assassins and some of the other pulls as well, just having that single target grip is really, really nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. Having that extra grip makes... Not only is it an interrupt, but it also helps in the first area as well, when all the Murlocs, they enrage and they run away. And that can be so frustrating, especially in a 24 key, when the mobs have so much HP and they're just running around and they're running out of the Rain of Fires from the Warlock. So having mass grips and single grips to get the mobs back in is really efficient. I would say that the Vengeance Demon Hunter grip is just not as good as the Blood Decay grip. Just because it's like a shorter range and it has a setup time as well. It takes a couple of seconds to actually go off.
Yeah.
But either way, Donuts and Despair now engaging that last trash pack that we talked about earlier that they still need. And they are now committing the second Bloodlust that just came up again. So really efficient use of Bloodlust here. But they have to be very careful because this boss does a lot of damage to the group. And additionally, there's all of these projectiles coming in that you have to dodge that can one-shot you if you get hit by it.
Yeah, definitely. That's really, really scary to kind of go into that very moment where those stars explode and say, hey, let's just add some more nameplates, right? So really, really big plays coming out of Donuts and Despair here. They were able to pull that off very clean. Now finishing up on that trash. The last remaining bursting stacks come in. They need to use their little happy feet one more time to dodge those stars, but everything is well and they are able to do that. One more time, the arrows come in. They need to explode those little star geometrical forms. I'm actually not sure what we're calling these, but able to do that
Stars,
as well.
relics, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. One death on the timer. That was the healer in the earlier Murloc packs, but looking really good from them. And the timer coming in around 13 minutes, I think, is very strong as well.
Yeah, this is a really fast clear with only that one single death they had earlier on that Holy Priest. So that's incredibly clean by them. 13 minutes and a couple of seconds. Yeah, Donuts and Despair really, really showing up today and showing that they are the #1 seed of this group. But I still think it's gonna really close series because if Ethical would have managed to do this pull, I think it would have been super close between them. But yeah, really well played by Donuts and Despair.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast by D&D, Donuts and Despair. I'm trying to look through to see if that was maybe our fastest gambit yet. And again, you know, across different weeks, there's different key levels, different affixes. You can't really do like a one-to-one comparison, but it is neat to see just like how far people can push this. And for a 24, that was really fast.
Yeah, that was blazing fast, and I like to see that they're not just trying to completely net deck a route from a previous week and actually coming up with their own, which made sense for them here because you're going from a 22-20 to a 24 is a pretty significant jump, and you kind of have to come up with your own thing to do whenever that massive jump is coming out. And they played it perfectly. I mean, just the one death on one of their bigger pulls. But let's talk about that. What we saw from Monka last weekend was a 22 fortified where they only got to use one Bloodlust in an 11-minute key, but that Bloodlust enabled the second boss pull. Whereas on the 24, Donuts and Despair here decided that it was more valuable for them to get two Bloodlusts off, one of them being used on this very first pack, and then one of them being used on the boss later on. And that enabled them to go for a pretty massive first pull. They got more count in their first trash pull, and it was a lot safer for them. Whereas over on the side of Ethical, they tried to go for this Monka pull, where they pull the entire boss room into Time Captain Hooktail, use the Bloodlust, and it just instantly goes wrong for them. These swirlies
Yeah.
do full damage, unlike other swirlies in the dungeon that only do Mythic 0 damage. These ones will kill you, and they killed 2 people, instantly dying there at the beginning of the pull. Bloodlust can't help you when you're dead, unfortunately, and didn't happen for Donuts in Despair. They stayed alive pretty much the entire dungeon, aside from one minor angel activation. But they played it pretty clean. Pretty safe, even pulling trash
Doesn't
in
count.
with the Bloodlust. Very, very clean dungeon from these guys, showing why they got the #1 overall time trial time in this dungeon. They really are a team to reckon with here.
Yeah, for sure. That is, they did it a couple seconds faster than our fastest 24 Solia's Gambit, which was from Baldy back in week number 1. They did a 13:15, and this one was slightly faster, just about 10 seconds or so quicker than that. So, again, different affixes, but slight, like, speed increase. Of course, like, week 2, we had the Tyrannical one that was finished in 10 minutes, but that was only a 22. It was different, but either way, very, very quick. But the thing is I like what Ethical tried, because they knew they needed a big pull like that to catch up, you know. So even though they died, they had that wipe, and that kind of ended the key for them. Like, I think that was the right decision to go for that. Would you agree, Mix?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not so much that they were trying to do this pull to catch up. I think their strat for this whole dungeon was to do the pull.
Sure.
The indicator for that just being them holding back the Bloodlust. Because normally with Gambit being a dungeon that comes in between like 11 and 16 minutes, you are only able to put in Bloodlust twice. Them saying, okay, we're only going to use it once, but then going to make it count, I think is a pretty risky technique. I'm not sure if I like it. I think I normally like risky rewarding attacks, but this one, there's just so much on that one single pull, and if something goes wrong, you not only need to have battle rests, but because it's such a short timer, you will only have that one battle rest, and you will have a very long walk from the spawn to where they are. So I think, yeah, maybe a little bit too risky to my liking.
Well, tried the risk, didn't pay off. We'll see if they can bring it back in our 23 The Other Side, Fortified Sanguine Grievous. It is going to be another tough dungeon, but we'll see. There's the chance, you know.
Can we overrule Team Men's? Can we just force them to play Black?
I would love that. Could you imagine
Caster
both
should
of
have
them?
a veto.
Both
I'm
of them
down,
just
I'm
going,
down.
nah, we're not going to play Black or Cold, and we're just giving them these keystones, going to say, yes, you are.
You know what would be
I
funny
would be
is
so
if
here for that.
what if we made it so that if both teams banned the same dungeon, it would just be unbanned. They don't counter out each other's bans.
Ooh,
Sure.
I, like
I love that.
Oh,
Can we make that a thing? Production?
that's all the
Admins?
players out there that
Anyone?
are watching are like, no,
Dude, no! Why are
these
they doing
casters
this?
are the worst.
These casters hate us.
Both of these teams don't want to play the dungeon? Well, guess what? Now you will.
That's right. They are here to entertain us.
Hope you have a
But yeah,
triple
luck-
range comp ready.
Luckily for them, it does not work that way. So Black or Cold will not be played. But we are going to The Other Side next. Yeah, it's I mean, I
Well,
I
no.
hope we see it. I really hope we see it.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's like
Actually,
on
it's
the
not agreeing
bottom
with
of the
us.
screen. Oh no.
You're supposed to be on our side.
Oh,
What do you mean?
it's cold. It's cold. Well, we're waiting for the other map to
you
load
should
up
be.
here.
You should
Yeah.
be sorry.
Hey, I was against it from the beginning, so I'm with the people on this one. You know,
What do you mean with the people?
with the
Pretty
players,
sure the
and the
viewers
fans.
would like to see Black or Cold, but we're gonna go into
They-
DOS instead.
I
Just as a
suppose.
reminder, this is Fortified Sanguine Grievous, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it will indeed. Well, fun for us.
Yes.
Again, that here for our amusement,
course.
you know. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah.
All
But it will be
right.
good. Oh, we're getting started already. All right, let's get into it. See if Ethical can tie things up.
Alright, so it does look like we still have a difference in comp, where Ethical is running that Windwalker versus the Rogue on Donuts in Despair side. And I do think I like the Rogue more, but I'm not 100% sure because Sanguine really makes Windwalker valuable because of Ring of Peace, right? So I do think that the Ring of Peace is gonna come in really handy later on in the Ardenweald area when you have Sanguine with those 20 million mobs that he pull on top of each other. But both of the teams did decide to pull this initial trash pack here, while it looks like Donuts in Despair finished it a little bit quicker, presumably because of the rogue, because they had so much single target damage on this warlord, while Ethical finished off all the trash really quickly, but now you have this warlord left, and they just have to deal with that for so much longer because they're missing the focus target damage there.
Holo didn't use PI. I was just looking at the details, and it looked like Cryptix was completely annihilating that pack, whereas Shapelock, I mean, still Warlock DPS doing a lot of damage, but Holo Magic's PI didn't go on cooldown, if I saw that correctly, so just missing a little bit of extra DPS on that first pull of the dungeon, and now Donuts and Despair, as you said, is far ahead. Has that Bloodlust already used. Once again, very early in the dungeon seems to be a thing they like doing. I love it personally, just completely blasting this pack here, and it's looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, Ethical also committing Bloodlust for the same pull on their side. They just reached it a bit later, and everyone else committing their offensive cooldowns as well. This is a pretty difficult pack because there's so many mobs in there that heal. You have all of these high priests, and then you also have the hexers as well that do cast that huge healing ability if you don't kill them or interrupt it. And eventually you just run out of interrupts, right? Because they cast it so many times. Having the rogue probably gonna be, again, a little bit of an advantage for Donuts in Despair because they have more single target interrupts. But Ethical has more AoE damage. Look at the Windwalker damage on their side, right? They're already done with this pack and they're already moving on to a car, even though they dealt with the first pull much slower. So they caught up so much time here. But yeah, look at the Sanguine healing. Oof, 2 million for Donuts in Despair.
I mean, definitely something, right? You have the Shining Force from the Priest, you have the single target grip, and you have mass grip from the Blood Decay. And that's pretty much it. But like we said before, if, for example, the Warlock 4-piece decides to randomly stun at a very unfortunate time, especially with trash packs as big as this one, you can get very trolled by that genius DPS dealer that you're running.
Yeah, it's not RNG, right? You know when it's gonna happen, but if you don't use your Rain of Fire when the Blasphemy is gonna spawn from the 4-piece, then you're losing a lot of damage. And let's be honest, most Warlocks are not gonna hold back their stun just because they feel like, oh, it might heal with Sanguine. It's like, no, you're slamming that Rain of Fire and that Infernal is gonna spawn and stun everything, no matter if there's a Sanguine pull or not. But either way, having the Ring of Peace probably, again, helping out Ethical, right? So I think I like the Windwalker. I definitely see the Rogue being useful as well, with all of the single target damage and single target interrupts. But yeah, with Sanguine, having the Ring of Peace is really helpful.
Plus, like, keep in mind, those monks are able to do very big AoE damage, and there is still the Night Fae Wing, where I would assume teams go pretty big, even though it's fortified Sanguine. So I think we're really going to see the monk shine there.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I do think that the monk has a lot of AoE damage, has a lot of AoE control as well. And you can see, even on single target, it's not that bad. If you compare it to the rogue damage, it's not that insane of a difference. You can see Ethical did down Hakarna, they can already move on. They did not do this kind of tech, as we call it, with the relics, because they don't have the rogue. Now, this is something that we've seen Echo do initially, and then all other teams kind of adjusted to this strategy, where they go and see this High Priest, as you can see at the Ethical side, this trash bag that they're playing right now. This is something that most teams don't play, where they just blind the High Priest, then they engage the boss, and then the Rogue is still incumbent with the trash pack. So after the blind runs out, the relics and the High Priest will walk into the boss, and then they finish off the Woe relic, and that's exactly what Donuts and Despair are doing. You can see they have now the Woe buff, and they can skip the rest of this trash pack. Well, Ethical cannot do this strategy because they don't have the Rogue on their side. So that means that Donuts and Despair is going to make up that time again, and now they're completely even. You can see both of them having the War Relic, both of them running back out of this wing.
But Ethical, because they had to play that pack, have 1% more trash. So even though it is very small, right now they're just 1% in the lead. But they're gonna
and
go down.
Even though it's such a small thing, it might actually make up a lot of time later if they have to do like one last pull or something, right?
I'm actually impressed. They're gonna go for the spirit together with everything else, whereas Donuts and Despair does not have the spirit in this big pack here. And you can see the damage on Ethical's party frame. Desperate Prayer is up. Everything is trying to stay alive at this very second as all of the damage comes in. The spirit is still alive. There's gonna be a second rage cast, and now it's just flash healing for Holo, trying to keep the group just stable and around. Dark Pack now also being used by Shapelock. You know the incoming damage is serious when a Warlock presses their defensives, but they are able to finish off this pack right here, and I really like this.
I think this pull is definitely very efficient if you can pull it off. But now you can see that Donuts and Despair, because they didn't have to focus down that Enraged Spirit, they managed to be to focus down the Warlords a lot more, and therefore they're already done with the pool. They did also kill off that Woe Relic, so that means they can skip the rest of this trash in this area and move to the boss immediately, while probably also engaging these sentient oils and then snapping them to the boss, so they have something efficient to cleave while on there. But yeah, Ethical is going to be ahead in percentage now, not only because of that extra the Son of Hakar they killed, but also because of the Enraged Spirit. So they are now 3% ahead in enemy forces.
Yeah, and you can see that Donuts and Despair have arrived at the mini-boss. Here comes the Sentient Oils. They snap to them like you said, and now Ethical is also on their way. I'm not sure if they engaged the oils as well. I would assume that they would do that, but I didn't see anyone target them. So, doesn't look like they're coming.
Yeah, it is possible that they decided not to do that because it can actually be very risky. I think it was Perplexed actually that wiped to that very thing where they engaged the Sentient Oils, and then there was some mistake with the snapping. I think they snapped Wolf Disco on the Warlock to them, and then Wolf Disco died, and then they didn't manage to rest them because they had to finish off the oils, and then there was like a whole like 1 or 2 minutes time loss
Chain
for them.
reaction, yeah.
So yeah, it was a really big loss. So if Ethical decided that it's too risky and they can get the percentage through some other means that is not going to be as risky as this pull, then I think it makes sense. But Donuts and Despair decided that the risk was worth it, and now they're ahead in percentages again, as you can see, 35% on the board for Donuts and Despair.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea with the Sentient Oils, just snapping them into the boss and, you know, passive cleaving them, you don't even need to do anything in particular with them, maybe like CC or interrupt at certain points, but you can passively cleave them. So it's kind of 3% if you're able to pull it off. So I'm not sure where Ethical will pick it up, assumedly in the Night Fae area. Maybe they're going to pull another spirit somewhere where we don't expect them to. Beautiful turtle coming out from Smacked here as they have the debuff. But yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see Ethical go for the oils, to be honest.
I do understand why they don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Yeah,
it's
of course.
really risky because the oils, if you're the aggro target, and you're not in range of them, then they actually grip you to them. And that can cause some really like funky stuff when you're snapping them. And additionally, we also have Sanguine, right? So if the oils are, you know, dropping the pools underneath Millhouse and the boss doesn't want to move and it's healing, and then you have all of the crystals that you need to be soaking while interrupting all of the oil casts, while also interrupting the boss at the same time, and then the stun comes out, like,
Yeah.
I do think it's a really risky thing.
I agree.
And it's big shout out to Donuts and Despair for pulling it off, honestly. Like, that looks so easy when they did it, right? It's like, oh,
Yeah.
that looks easy. But I do think there's a lot of risk involved. But now Ethical did actually catch up on the boss because they didn't have to deal with the oils, right? You can see they're just dealing like a few seconds later than Donuts and Despair, even though they reached the boss quite a bit later. So they dealt with the boss much faster in comparison.
Yeah, and now they're gonna play this pack here with Arf Arf, one of my favorite mod names in all of Shadowlands history, and they will pick up another Woe Relic, assumedly to move on and speed through the rest of the dungeon without getting a fight with the drilling machine. but this trash is not as easy as it might look like, I think. You have the Sanguine that will spawn in these areas here, and the Headless Clients are not very happily to be moved, like when they're spinning, and here comes the Ring of Peace from 40, just absolutely showing the utility niceness that a monk brings to a group while they finish up on R5, and now they overtook Donuts and Despair.
I actually think they killed the wrong relic. They finished off the Vi relic. I don't think that was intended at all. Because
Probably
now they're gonna have
not.
to slowly walk back while having that haste buff that does absolutely nothing, because they're not gonna be dealing with any trash here. So you can see Donuts and Despair just speeding off with their haste, with their speed buff, while Ethical has to mount up and slowly walk all the way. And now they might actually have to deal with the spirit because they don't have the stealth. No! And Chompy fell off! Oh no! The Masters is coming out from Holo, and we see the gateway already being used by Shape to speed up their movement a bit. But yeah, killing the wrong relic there is costing a lot of time, while Donuts and Despair is already on their next pull.
Yeah, I mean, I think that couldn't have been purpose, right? So most likely wrong relic, like you said, giving them a lot of extra walking time. That death there, casting the mass rest. Are they even in range for the bomb? Yeah, they are. That was very on border from Shape, but it paid off. So it hurts that they're losing time to something like this, you know? I would have liked if it was just routing, but here, you know, because of the wrong relic, losing so much walking time, which is in a dungeon like DOS so essential because it's huge and you spent so much time just running from one quarter to the next one.
Yeah, and it might be again a little bit of the comp difference, right? Having the rogue's job is going to be to kill off the correct relic, right? And you know it's going to be fine. While having a Windwalker, Survival Hunt, and Dastro Warlock, I'm sure somebody gets assigned to kill the correct relic, but all of them would rather just press their AoE buttons, right? So I do think the rogue is going to be a little bit safer in that regard, to always make sure you do get the correct one. But there we go, Donuts and Despair, they're already in that Ardent Wheel area, and it looks like they're gathering up an insane pull, smacked using Turtle and the Misdirect to just gather up all of this trash on top of this urn.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive
Oh my
pull.
god.
It's really, really scary. They haven't even used that urn yet. It's still there and available for them to pop whenever they feel like it. But right now, Yip is just tanking all of that to the face, which is so insane on a 23 fortified. There's so much damage coming into this Blood DK, and he's just absolutely blasting it. Now Guardian Angel also on this tank running away, and if you ever played a DK, you know that they're not very fast, so these mobs just right behind him, blade peeking him in the back, but he is able to pull it off and the urn still stands.
There's no way they're gonna press this urn because the only Night Fae is the Warlock. And you know how much of a damage that is for the Warlock to actually press that urn when he can just spam Rain of Fire instead? Yeah, that's not happening. Yes. They're just pulling even more. You can see Smacked actually going down, immediately using the Battle Rest to get them back up. But yeah, there we go. They're just chain pulling because they're Sanguine, and some of those mobs actually healed in the Sanguine, and the Shadow Fury came into a Sanguine pool. As Cryptic was like, oh, I'm helping, using the Shadow Fury in a Sanguine. And then Yip was like, oh my god, got them damage dealer. So he had to mass group everything out of the Sanguine pool. Thanks for nothing, Cryptics.
Well, you know,
just press Ring of Fire
Warlock
instead, okay?
But Ethical is also in the Night Fae area. They're doing their best to deal with these ads, but of course, in comparison to Donut and Despair's huge pulls that they just did, what they have on their hands right now looks very small. So they're adding a little bit more of these blade peaks as Chompy moves towards the direction of the urn. This is also still available for Ethical, but I don't think they can catch up with that kind of pulling.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them, because you can see there's already a 20% enemy forces difference now, because Donuts and Despair, they're just speeding through this dungeon, and even though we do have Sanguine, and you can see it healed 3.33 million, but it didn't seem as much because they constantly just chain pulled. So the mobs that healed from Sanguine they just moved them into the next pool. So it wasn't actually that big of a loss at all for them if they just keep moving, because it doesn't matter if the pack is a 10 mob pool or an 11 or 12 mob pool, right? It's the same kind of thing for the Warlock. So it doesn't necessarily matter as much that they have so much healing go up.
I'm just looking at Yip. I'm sorry, but they're pulling everything. Everything that's available in all of the dungeon is going to come down onto Xiexia here. And that's so much. That's such a scary pull. There's so much to dodge here. Silent AoE patches on the floor. There comes the rain. There's a Vi Interceptor shooting at them. I think there's a Woe Drifter as well. There's 2 relics and all of the trash on top of the boss's mechanics. That is an insane pull coming from Donuts and Despair. They're using Bloodlust here. I would have fell from my chair if they didn't. I don't know how you pull this off without a Bloodlust, but it's insanity what they're showing us right now.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of DPS coming out of the Warlock is just insane again. Just this whole Ardenweald area was just a cryptic show, honestly, as they just kept moving on those mobs. And Yip is the unsung hero, as you said earlier, just surviving all of this without the urn being used and just constantly dragging these mobs along that have been healed. And thankfully, the boss did not get healed, because that's the most important thing, right? It doesn't matter if the mobs get healed a little bit, as long as the boss doesn't get healed, because that's the target that has the most HP, and when the boss dies, the pull is over. So not having the boss heal here, Yip perfectly carrying that mob around and dragging it along, making sure none of those sanguine pools are healing the boss. Just really, really nicely done by Yip. Such a good display of how you have to deal with sanguine, even though everything has been pulled and everything has been dragged along. So just crazy play by that Latike for Donuts of Despair.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight that Yip is playing Purgatory, so just as a kind of safety net, but I don't think I've seen it proc in any of the dungeons just yet, so it has the option to even, I don't know, take more damage and survive, which sounds crazy to say out loud, but they are finished with all of the trash in the Night Fae area, now moving on towards the final boss and of course the final trash pack that's going to be waiting there for them as well. Well, Ethical is on the way to Xiexia, and it looks like they're planning to do the same pull as Chompy is running towards the boss, dragging all of these mobs along. And they also have Bloodlust available to use here, which I think they're going to do. Yeah, there it comes, popping that Bloodlust. And now I'm just curious to see if they can execute it as perfectly as Donuts and Despair just did.
Yeah, this is a very difficult pull to pull off, as Ethical gathered up everything. They did finish off the relic to get that cooldown reduction, and you can see Chompy now started to kite everything, as well as the Ring of Peace coming out from 40 to be able to get some of those lower HP mobs away from the boss. While Donuts and Despair, though, they are already engaging that last boss, and you can see they did kill off the Vi Interceptor, and if they're playing it similarly to other MDI teams, they're gonna wait before they finish off the Interceptor for the intermission phase.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna let it cast there on the side for a little bit, and then before they go to their Visages, they're gonna finish it off to make sure they have that extra haste, and they're gonna be able to finish off those Visages in one go, which can be difficult for some of those classes if they don't commit all of their offensive cooldowns.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is fortified, but it's still 23. So you need to bring all of the damage onto those Visages. Make sure you can absolutely blast them. You can see now the second, combination going off from the boss. One more slam in the melee range, and Vi goes down before the team is able to move towards the portals that should be spawning now. And now it's just, can they pull it off? Is all of the damage there to nuke these mirror images of Mozilla?
Yeah, I would love to see the Warlock's POV, because usually when it comes to these kind of Visages, it depends on, are you committing your offensive cooldowns or not? Because some classes can finish off the Visages without committing their full cooldowns, but it can be really close. For example, Warlocks, if they don't commit their Infernal, then it can be incredibly close. And it looks like Cryptix is not committing it, but it could also just be an observer thing, because they might be out of range and then it doesn't pick it up. But there we go. It looks like Smacked finished it off, and the healer plus tank did as well.
Yeah.
So let's see if everyone else managed to.
In the background, I think it looked like everybody was able to finish it, and now Infernal is getting used by Cryptics.
Wow.
So that is actually very impressive. Just dishing out that single target damage without your offensive cooldown, even if you're a Warlock, wow. And Mizala, you can see it is down to 16%. They still need to do those 6% of trash, but beautiful execution coming out of Donuts and Despair here.
Yeah, if they somehow manage to finish off that Vistage without committing Infernal, that is really nicely done. Probably, with the Vi Interceptor, maybe even, because I know Timber used PI, so maybe Timber used PI in a Warlock before they went to the Vistage to make sure that they can finish it off without using Infernal. That would be such a nice min-maxy thing, because Musala does have a lot of HP, and you can see it's still on 12%. Even though they did one phase the Visages, it still takes a while to finish off the boss. So having the extra cooldowns while you have the haste buff from the intermission makes a lot of sense, and it's very valuable. So if you can save something like Infernal, then that is so good for them. And you can see they're still missing some percentage though. It looks like they got ported to the wrong area, because you can actually manipulate which area you get ported to by moving closer to a certain platform in the Visage phase. And it looks like Donuts and Despair did that wrong. So they didn't get ported there. But it doesn't matter, because they're pretty far ahead now. And maybe that was a conscious decision, that they knew that they were ahead and they don't want to risk pulling the trash into the boss.
I think
that
you
would
could
be smart
if
they did it on purpose.
Yeah, so
I mean, like that. Yeah.
You can see that they're now finishing it off, and I think it doesn't take them as long as the risk would have been to play it with the boss. So just executing it here, making sure you get everything that's standing around. There's some healing on the floor, but they will be able to finish it off. And there's 100% and 22 minutes 25, says the overlay timer. I would say that's a pretty good time for a 23 fortified in DOS.
Hey, Donuts and Domination for Donuts and Despair. In the 2 over Ethical Donuts and Delight, somebody tweeted at me yesterday. That's another good one, because with victory, I like that one too. So they will get the 2-0. They will move on to the semifinals tomorrow, and that will send Ethical down to the lower bracket. But no doubt Ethical will be a big threat down there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Ethical was always a team that could easily take games off of the very top-end teams, like your Echoes and your Perplex, if they just hiccuped a little bit, and it seems like that's very much still the same style of Ethical that we're seeing here. Even though the tank is different and they've got a new DPS in the group, there's still that team that is incredibly consistent and incredibly good. They did also only have the one death. Remember, Weird Jump did fall off the platform. They had to mass res him. But overall, their dungeon was like pretty solid, and it really was only the affixes that came out to bite them here. They had some pretty egregious sanguine healing in some parts of the dungeon, and that's pretty much the story here.
Yeah, I think it got up to over 8 million, but let's take a look at some of the moments from the dungeon.
Yeah, very first pull here, this was actually probably the only spot of the dungeon where Donuts and Despair really had bad sanguine healing. They ended up kiting this pull around for quite a while, and you can see on the healing meter on the left there, sanguine healing just barely tips over 2 mil here in a second here. And Ethical had less than 1 million healing here. Really unfortunate that happened for them, but they were able to pull it back together. One of the biggest things and one of the biggest time saves for Donuts and Despair in this dungeon is the fact that they went for that skip on this trash pack. They ended up doing the pull that we've seen pretty much everyone do, where they blind the High Priest, pull it into the boss, whereas, well, Ethical didn't have a rogue, so they didn't really have a very easy way of being able to pull this High Priest into the boss, so they just had to naturally deal with this pack on their own. And while they were dealing with this pack, Donuts and Despair was able to kill the boss off, get their Woe Drifter from that High Priest that they blinded into the boss, and just played it perfectly from then on. Of course, similar pull strategies to what we saw from even Echo back in week 1, just pretty much copying pull for pull, pulling Ascension Oils on top of the boss, but remember, you have to make differences based on the affixes of the dungeon, so mass grip Ascension Oils off the boss right before they die. Hopefully, there it is, mass grip, make sure the Sanguine doesn't go on the boss, perfect play, and little knock just for good measure to make sure the Sanguine doesn't happen there. But what it really came down to was the Arden Wield section of the dungeon. Both teams got here around roughly 10 minutes in the dungeon, and really what you're looking for is to make sure you get as little Sanguine healing as possible throughout this entire section of the dungeon. Notably, neither teams ended up using the Urn. problem with the urn is it's a full 8-second stun on everything that it hits, and if something dies in the middle of that AoE, it's going to Sanguine heal everything. Pretty much all the trash was pulled at this point of the dungeon for Donuts in Despair. Only 3.3 Sanguine healing. Not too bad considering how much damage you do over the course of the entire Ardenweald dungeon.
It's a
Let's
big
see
pull.
what that number ends up being for Ethical, though, because, over 8 million Sanguine healing. That's an extra 4.5 million damage that your group has to do, which is not exactly ideal. That's probably an extra like 30 to 45 seconds of dealing with trash, and at that point, Donuts in Despair was so far ahead that they were able to just cleanly deal with the last trash pack away from the boss, and pretty easy win for them.
Yep, that's right. I mean, Sanguine's just so tough. Like, you have to have such good coordination between stuns, between kiting appropriately, right? It's a big burden on the tank to be able to, like, move things around at just the right speed to, like, not, you know, turn too far, get hit from behind. That we don't see that in MDI very often. But, you know, to pull, to get them off the Sanguine, to interrupt things that need interrupted because you don't want a caster sitting there casting something on the Sanguine. Like, it's complex. It is a delicate dance that they walk on these Sanguine dungeons. So it's cool to see a team like Donuts in Despair do it so well, like they did on the lake area, or Lake Monka as we named it last week after that pull. But maybe
Right, I forgot we did
I
that.
mean, we kind of need to rename it now. Like
maybe like that was a
those
bigger
pulls
pull. I
were
think
pretty crazy.
that might have been a bigger pull. But last week was last week tyrannical. Might have been part of it. Let me see.
Was
I
it?
think it was tyrannical, yeah.
I'm pretty
Yeah, it
sure.
should be.
Yeah, last week was indeed. No, last week was fortified.
It was tyrannical.
23.
We have it up on screen right now.
Oh, we do. Oh,
22 tyrannical. Thank you,
I'm looking
production.
Tyrannical, 22.
Yeah, so
Production.
okay.
doing that on a higher key level on Fortified, bigger pull, it's pretty impressive. And you
Yeah.
can't
So
just
what
keep
are
it
we
all stacked up the
renaming
entire
it
time.
to? Is it
Team
the
D&D.
Lake
Oh, Miss was
D&D?
fortified last week. Yeah.
Like D&D.
Lake
There you
D&D?
I suppose we
Like
could
it.
name it that. People might get the wrong idea though.
The Donut Lake?
Perfect. Like Donut.
So is the fortified lake pull from last week more impressive, or the tyrannical one more impressive?
Fortified
This one
way
is for
more
sure more
impressive.
impressive. Yeah.
Whatever, yeah. this
Especially
one
with
was.
Sanguine too, right?
Could be.
Yeah,
could
for
be.
sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's our bracket. We're going to OMEGALUL versus Sloth for our next series, and then we're going down to the low bracket. RG NORDICS versus Alpha Brawl, Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team, and Ethical waiting there to take on the winner of Weekend versus MMDT. Should be a good one, but let's chat a little bit about the next one before we go to break here. OMEGALUL versus Sloth. Now, we made some predictions before the day. I don't know if when we're going to show this exactly, but I'll spoil mine. I picked Sloth as a dark horse to get out of the group. We'll see if that ends up being correct or not. But I think this is going to be one of our closer series of the day. Well,
Yeah,
here's our picks.
I mean,
There you go.
there you go.
Yeah. So, Mex, you picked Sloth as the team to get out, not even your dark horse. And your dark
Well-
horse is Mythic Meme Dream Team. Wow.
To be
Spicy.
honest, I did say I think winners of the group will be Sloth and Donuts and Despair.
True.
And then for a dark horse, I chose a group that is actually a dark horse, unlike everybody else. So I chose
Because the
Mythic Meme
logo is
Dream
a
Team.
horse? That's not how it
It's-
works.
It's more like a purple
You have
rainbow
top to
horse,
tails
really.
there.
Yeah.
Makes.
Yeah. I mean, I specifically asked if we're using Tettle's definition of dark horse or just a real dark horse, but
It's not called Dark
That poor
Unicorn.
guy. He's not even here to defend himself. Come on. I'm still, I'm still convinced it's just like a disembodied horse head in a fishbowl thing, you know. With
I mean, the
just a
Mythic
whole
Meme
I love
Dream
the
Team
logo.
has a form of horse in their logo, so that just
That's
makes
true.
me double right.
It's more of a purple rainbow horse than a dark horse, though. You know, it's a different kind of horse, I think.
Oh, fair.
Either way, a lot of people picking Donuts in Despair to go through, and I mean, after this last series, like how can you disagree with that? They're looking extremely good, but it does get murky beyond that. I think there's definitely a few teams that have a shot of being that second team to get that spot in the global finals. Magical Dark Horse in space. There you go. Otherwise known as Echo. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing it too. I'm sorry, Tettles. It's not fair. But, yeah. I think that's about it. I think we're going to go to a break. And then I think when we're coming back, We're going to do the next series of the day. It's going to be OMEGALUL versus SLOTH. Don't go anywhere. MDI will return in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doe, your host here, along with Tettles, Nagura, and Makes. Tettles, you're watching that first series. Welcome to the desk. What do you think? What do you think of that one?
I think that Ethical has a lot of potential, but they need to make sure that their dungeons are super clean. They also, I think, lost like 45 seconds to a really bad enraged spirit cycle, so that didn't look like the best thing. But I do think that they're showing in DOS proves why I picked them as my dark horse.
There you go. They certainly look like a team that could make it through. That is true. Yep.
Instructions unclear
I
as to
think-
what a dark horse is for this tournament, but
I believe
anyways.
actually I
It's
believe we have a
nothing new
definition
that
ready for
you
that.
don't know what a dark horse is. Like,
True.
I do know what a dark
that's
horse
a
is.
fact by now.
We should
You
be able to
don't- do
definitively
you, though?
define this.
Do you?
Oh wait, here we go. It's a
Okay.
noun, a competitor
Yes.
that
Can
I stress a
unexpectedly
word there?
succeeds and rises to the top. So unexpectedly,
Unexpectedly
that's
is a
the
key
key
word
there.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's
exactly.
the expectation for Ethical? They're the 11th seed of the
Fair.
whole entire tournament.
Oh, see, there's
I think
another
the dark
one
horse is
just
fine.
for
So-
you, Tettles.
Well,
Oh.
we're not picking global champion here. We're picking
Who's that?
the group here.
Who's that handsome Chad in a cowboy hat? Man, that guy is really, really attractive. Dang, these assets just keep getting better and better.
I mean, you could Photoshop that head onto anything, really. I mean, with it kind of cut out in advance like that,
Yeah,
like the internet
I'm
could
pretty
do
sure it's just
amazing
the
things with
hat.
that. I'm just saying.
Come on, OMEGALUL. Come on.
Oh, I don't like
disappoint.
OMEGALUL anymore.
I'm surprised that they're the team that banned the Black Cold.
Why is that?
Ooh, I like the sloth.
Well,
not banning
Sloth
it,
would have
though.
been ready for it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's why they're my dark
it-
horse.
But it's more like
a dark horse.
for Womegalul, generally like the top 2 seeded teams of the weekend are the ones that are the most practiced on like the Legion dungeons. And Blacker Cold
They
is a
have Dr.
doozy
J.
though. They do have Dr. J, which is the mage diff. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
How do they ban Blacker Cold when they have Dr. J?
I think that's illegal, isn't it?
Well,
Right, yeah, I think
so
so.
restart. Well, so we'll do that next anyway. You know, we'll tell them their ban was illegal, and we'll get a
good.
Black Cold eventually, won't we? Like eventually, each team will think the other one's banning it. Maybe,
Copium.
maybe copium. Yeah, giving
Opium.
a hard hit of the copium before this one. No Black Cold again, but we do get a Tazavesh Streets at least, which you know it's fun, except for this room right here. This room that you're seeing on the screen, not so much fun for a lot of teams in MDI, and it's a tough one. We have I think it's a 24 this week, isn't it?
It is a 24, and that's why it's
Yeah,
really,
that's right.
really hard.
Pretty sure it's 22.
Oh, it's
Is it?
Is it 22?
Did I get that wrong? I misled you, Tettles.
Yeah. I think it's 22, but don't look at my spreadsheet because, you know, in spreadsheets when you select a line and then you like drag it down.
Aha! Here we go.
And I thought it would just
22,
copy it, but
22.
the number went higher and higher and higher.
The Gambit is the 24.
So now the numbers are just
Yeah,
incorrect.
yeah, yeah.
in my
The Gambit's the
Tazavesh
24.
Gambit 37. Yeah.
Yeah, the Streets is the 22.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Yep, Tyrannical, Sanguine, and Storming. So still an annoying first room, still something that can be kind of crazy. But we did see some really huge pulls from some of the teams yesterday here, where we saw like the mini boss Zofar pulled all the way into Mises Oasis for the music boss fight, I guess. Now we're playing
And
instruments.
I'm actually I'm really interested to see what those two teams are doing because we know that they both have the potential to be really quick. But we've seen Donuts and Despair already play this dungeon, the number 1 seed of this group, and they cleared the dungeon in 19 minutes and 32, which in my opinion was not as fast as you could go in this dungeon. I think it was a couple of minutes slower than what you can clear it in. I think so, at least. So I wonder what those teams are going to show us. I do think it's going to be quicker than that, but I'm not sure.
We'll find out soon. It's definitely going to be quicker than our fastest live run for 22 Tyrannical, which is 26 minutes and 50 seconds, according to our live stats from Raider.io. And it's fun. It's fun to see. You know, here's your goal, basically, right? You see what the live Streets timer is? Go out there and beat it. Can you be faster than an MDI team?
Probably not this week. I mean,
Maybe not this week. Yeah, this week's a little bit tricky.
That's a next week endeavor, I think. It's also not tyrannical this week, so
That's true. Just go out and do it sometime, though.
It feels like tyrannical because the tanks are not playing. It's necrotic.
I haven't found. All the tanks. I mean, they're just gone. It's
They have disappeared.
The tanks and the melee DPS. I don't know. Some say that the melee DPS are still running away from Spiteful to this very day, and tanks
Hey,
still have
not
25
me.
stacks on necrotic.
Not me, man. I'm an enhancement shaman. I just drop that, earth totem to slow everything down. I just like run to the mobs that don't have spiteful next to them.
It would
I
be
can handle it.
very
I've got
weird
the
pretending
utility.
that enhance doesn't get one tapped by spiteful.
I do appreciate
Sure it can if
Doa
you're
coming
bad.
in and just wrapping that enhancement shaman parade, you know, like whenever
Right.
the occasion comes up, Doa's just here representing. I think
Somebody
that's
has to. Somebody has to, right? Let's get into the dungeon. See who takes dungeon number 1.
Alright, there we go. We do see a mirror comp for those two teams. Not running the rogue this time around, both choosing to go with that Havoc Demon Hunter to have that extra magic damage increase on everybody, and also just having the... I think the movement speed of the Demon Hunter is also really nice to do, you know, the event, for example, in the Oasis, and just generally get around quicker for those kind of triggering events and so on.
This is kind of a weird take, but I'm surprised that Dr. J is the person that's on the Demon Hunter for OMEGALUL here. I guess I would have expected Ricky to be the one who's playing the Demon Hunter and Jay to be the one that's on the Warlock, but it just comes down to like practice and like how often you end up playing these multiple specializations. And we know that Jay's been playing a ton of different classes this patch. I guess maybe on that front it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, Ricky is known to be a Windwalker main, right? He has been
Yeah.
a Windwalker for a long time, but Dr. J is playing Rogue. So I think it makes sense if in the MDI you mainly switch between Havoc and Rogue, it makes sense for Dr. J. But then if you want to play Windwalker, then it technically would make sense for Ricky to play it. But either way, it looks like Toma actually is going down for OMEGALUL as they do this huge
They pop their
pull with
Lust.
the Bloodlust as well. And Toma losing all of the damage from the Lust there. Really unfortunate for them. As Sloth, though, they're already engaged the boss. You can see Sofex already engaged on top of this trash pull.
Yeah, so the meta strategy for these MDI teams is they pull that mini boss that starts the boss RP with that first pull with their Bloodlust, and then it can kind of carry on over into this pull that you see OMEGALUL doing. Sloth doing a great job. They just need to make sure that their Sanguine kiting is done super well. Zofex, if it does end up healing due to Sanguine, it's a bit of a difficult mob or boss to move just because there's a lot of casts. Like this interrogation, if the Sanguine got stuck underneath it, would be a problem. But Sloth does a great job of making sure that boss does not heal up at all. On the other side, OMEGALUL has engaged Zofex, and they're kind of catching up in boss HP here.
Yeah, I really like Sloth's strategy here. They did use the Shadow Fury at the very end when the mobs were low, because then all the mobs were stunned, but the boss could be moved away. So I really like to see that. And they also finished off an Relic plus a Vi Relic to get the perfect combination of the haste buff plus this VR, which OMEGALUL also did on their side. And yeah, OMEGALUL definitely catching out a little bit on boss damage, but because of that death on Tobo and just engaging the boss and the trash pack a little bit later, they're still a little bit behind.
Losing Lust for a Serve Hunter is actually a pretty big deal. Like the haste that they're gaining from the Lust is... It allows them to kind of pop off, so that's actually a very unfortunately timed death for Tobo whenever he did end up losing his CDs and the Lust buff there. But it looks like OMEGALUL has engaged the trash pack that is right off to the side of Zofex, and again they're starting to catch back up even more in damage. They started the boss and they were somewhere around like 25% behind on Zofex, where right now it looks like they're going to end the boss at somewhere around 10 to 15. So there was a little bit of an advantage that they got in terms of boss damage on this pull here, but now Sloth has down the first boss of this instance. They have got their Woe Drifter buff, and let's see what they go and do next.
Yeah, it looked like OMEGALUL caught up a little bit because Tobo used his cooldowns on the boss, while Javier, the Survival Hunter and Sloth, actually held on to the cooldowns for the trash pack that they pulled into the boss. So interesting difference there in offensive cooldown usage. While Sloth is having the Priest run ahead, not only the Priest, it looks like it's 2 players running ahead to engage maybe 2 different events. Maybe the Oasis event. There we go, the Priest is now back. Still don't know where the Warlock is. Oh yeah, the Warlock is there. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he's
they
there.
are engaging this pool now. And
Oof,
yeah, everyone
nice
is
Shadow
back.
Fury.
So everyone from the group is back. And this is a really difficult pull to do, especially with Sanguine. Have to make sure they deal with that properly once the mobs are dying.
There's like you were saying, Sanguine here is super scary because there are a ton of casters that can just plant and start casting that Hyperlight Bolt. And Malik for Sloth is dropping incredibly low. He did have that Guardian Spirit on himself, and it looks like some of those mobs did end up getting healed up by Sanguine. Look at that healing done meter, 1.5 million healing from Sanguine. as the mobs just kind of bathe a little bit. This is not the greatest sanguine management. You really want to be killing back to front whenever you're kiting a pack like this. But overall, it's a really dangerous pull, and I think that this is like an acceptable level of sanguine healing from Sloth. It's not perfect. There's definitely ways that OMEGALUL could be able to catch up if they have perfect sanguine management here, but for Sloth, I think it's like acceptable.
Yeah, so I think WoW actually caught up quite a bit because they already had finished off the pack, and Igloo did move all the way over to the Menagerie to trigger that event, while Dr. J is dealing with those trade goods and making sure that event is over too. You can see Dr. J has the debuff on the raid frame, which is just him picking up the weapons. So they're dealing with this trash while waiting for Dr. J to be done and come back. And now Sloth also engaging that trash in that area. But I do think OMEGALUL dealt with a little bit more trash previously on that bigger pull. So interesting difference there in strategy.
I actually think that Sloth grabbed the extra patrolling pack, or one of the packs that were off to the left side.
Oh, it was the other way around.
Yeah. So I think Sloth had a little bit more count. And now, like you were saying, they're onto this Menagerie wing. It's fairly standard to send your warlock or send your demon hunter typically to go and do that RP of those trade goods, and like you were saying, the healer to go and start the Menagerie RP on the other side of the room, while the tank is kind of grouping the room in this Postmaster area. And now Sloth has engaged the Postmaster a little bit ahead of where OMEGALUL is. OMEGALUL still dealing with some of these mobs here, having some pretty bad sanguine healing. That's actually really bad sanguine healing here, Nagura. Oh no.
I actually think it's not too bad because it's the male elemental.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And I think they actually want to leave that up anyway, because you want to stagger the haste bubbles, right? So
sure.
I think that the male elemental heal there wasn't actually too bad, because yeah, they just finished up the first one, and now they want to finish up the second to get the bubble afterwards. I think it was okay, but you can see everyone is taking a lot of damage still, and because of Sanguine, you can see that they cannot actually stand in the middle of the bubble. They have to stand like on the edge to make sure they don't stand in the Sanguine, but they still get the haste buff, which can be pretty annoying when it comes to positioning. But look at Sloth enemy forces.
True.
Up to 86%. While WoW is only 78%, so that means Sloth can skip a lot of trash later, even though WoW is a little bit ahead on that Postmaster.
I do think that you were talking about the Elemental haste bubble optimization. I mean, it's just looking really good for OMEGALUL. They were able to, even though Sloth pulled the boss somewhere in the order of like 10 seconds ahead, OMEGALUL passed them pretty considerably, just utilizing that haste buff whenever they did have a bunch of their offensive CDs. But now Sloth, they had one of their haste buffs come in really late, and they were able to catch back up. And oh, a death for OMEGALUL. Igloo ends up going down. That's another 5-second penalty to the timer. They're not going to have a res for him outside of a battle res, because they aren't running like a Windwalker Monk or something like that has an out-of-combat res. Oh no.
Yeah, so they did commit their battle rest. That means they're not going to have another one for another 2 minutes, as Sloth is now moving on to that Menagerie. So I do assume they have already engaged that event prior to moving there. And now they might do something similar that we've seen with Echo. You saw there was an Imprison coming out from Marky on the Demon Hunter. Everyone else is moving. Can we get a POV possibly from the Demon Hunter or the
It looks
Hunter?
like they have those relics
Because
pulled.
I do think they're going to be soloing it. Yeah. So if we can get a POV from that, because everyone else is just going to be waiting here. Well, oh, they are already done. Yeah, you can see they used the gateway already.
Yep.
Both Javier and Marky, they are de-aggroing now. You can see there's a pet dismiss coming in from Javier as well. So I do assume they're going to be engaging that WoW Drifter at the end of this boss fight to utilize that invisibility plus the speed buff afterwards, which is a completely different strategy to what WoW went for, right? Because they are in the Oasis now, so they're not going for the Menagerie first.
Yeah. And then Sloth here is able to get the Vi Interceptor. They're able, like you said, get that haste buff here, and it's a more offensive-oriented buff. They don't have to keep like the Woe Drifter alive for a really long time, because while the Woe Drifter, the buff is a minute long, they're going to want to utilize it whenever they're moving across the map, and that's not going to be super conducive to like keeping the Woe Drifter alive on the boss, I guess. It would be just really awkward for Sloth to do it like that. So them adapting that Echo strategy into their route is very, very smart. Whereas on the left side of your screen, OMEGALUL, they're in the band room right here. They're playing some music for us. this is a really interesting route. So we kind of saw something similar to this from Donuts in Despair yesterday whenever they were going this boss second. How do you really feel about playing this boss second relative to the Menagerie area?
I think I like the Menagerie first better, just because you can do this trick with the Woe Drifter, right? So having that the speed buff at the very end, because you can do it in the Oasis as well, to get to the last boss, right? But you can't, if you do it the other way around, then the speed buff from the Menagerie to the last boss is not really going to be as helpful. And on top of that, you can also pull the extra trash or the mini boss onto this Oasis, right? So if that's something you want to do, then while you walk from the Menagerie to the Oasis, you can trigger that trash and then snap it there. So I do think I like that, but it's not going to make like a super huge difference, I think. Just kind of depends on your routing.
All right, so now Sloth here. They do have that Goliath killed off into the corner. You see some of those orbs. They are coming out of the boss a little bit, but some of them are also just completely stacked up into that corner, not moving at all. And that allows you, whenever you do have that buff, you're able to just kind of dip in and almost instantly get 20 stacks of the damage increase. So you see Javier there. He is passing that buff off to somebody else, so then they're going to be able to pick up a bunch of their stacks. It looks like it went on to Malik, which is unfortunate. I think you'd rather have it on Marky here, but at the same time, it's not the worst possible thing, as Sloth is starting to down Vinza. At this point, they're probably going to start pulling that Woe Drifter. I suspect we're going to see it drift on in here, or maybe they're going to kill it just by itself. I feel like that would kind of be inefficient. All right, there we go. Right on time. The Woe Drifter is here on the second Whirling Annihilation. On the left side of your screen, you do see OMEGALUL. They do down their third boss of the instance, their Warlock gating out. Again, they have that Woe Drifter buff because they were able to proc it at the very end of the Oasis encounter. And so now they are running all the way to the Menagerie area, where we're going to see Sloth here killing the Woe Drifter. They're going to give OMEGALUL a high five as they're crossing all the way to the other side of the room here.
It looks like OMEGALUL is actually gathering a pretty big pool while they wait for a boss to spawn. They do have a bunch of Peacekeeper, plus an Enforcer, and a Relic Pack. So that's actually a lot of trash they have to deal with. That's going to be a lot of damage on the tank. And everyone has to make sure they are not going too far out, so the Peacekeepers are not charging them. There's going to be a 20% damage increase on all of those mobs. But they also do 20% more damage. And you can see... Oh, it's actually... Is it the mini boss they called? Yeah, it's the mini boss.
No, it's the Enforcer.
Oh, no, it's not. It's an Enforcer. Okay.
Yeah. They look very similar. Do not be alarmed. One of those is a lot more dangerous than the other one, though. All right, so now OMEGALUL has kind of evened up their enemy forces count with Sloth. I actually really like this pull from OMEGALUL, just to kind of even up that count. And so I think that the ending is going to... Ooh, actually, they're even a lot... They're actually considerably further ahead in regards to count, but it looks like Sloth does have some trash kind of wandering on in that they pulled across the room whenever they were making their way into this Oasis area. So I suspect that both of these teams are going to be around that 94% enemy forces mark. I did really like that OMEGALUL pull, though, just kind of setting all that up. But the difference is that you're not going to have that Woe Drifter buff whenever you leave here, so there definitely is some discrepancy.
I think the teams are incredibly close together.
I agree.
Yeah, as you said, Sloth pulled that trash pack in, so they're also going to be at 94%, I assume, in just a second. I think there's one more mob that's going to be snapping to them in just a second, because I assume it's in a hunter trap, so it's not in yet, but it's going to snap in a second, and then they're going to get that extra 2%. So that means they're going to be equal. I think that's... Well, we'll see. But either way, I do think both of them are just going to be moving to the last boss after this, after the respective boss that they're fighting. And the last 6% that they need is going to be an Enforcer they pull onto the last boss with the Bloodlust. So I think depending on who kills their boss quicker, this boss, is going to win the dungeon. But it's hard to tell which boss is actually faster because they're, of course, two different ones.
Well, funnily enough, whenever we were watching OMEGALUL and Sloth, like they kind of pulled their third bosses around the same time, and they ended their third bosses around the same time. I think OMEGALUL maybe had like a 10-second advantage or something like that, maybe like a 15-second advantage over where Sloth was on their third boss. But they're around the same time just to kill. So. But OMEGALUL here has gotten Vinza Gold Fuse activated while Sloth is on Zogron. Zogron actually has pretty low amounts of HP, and it looks like Sloth is still at 92% enemy forces. I wonder what they're going to pull with the last boss, if it's just that Enforcer, or if they're going, or if it's just that Enforcer patrol pack, or if they're going to get any more trash with it as well.
Yeah, if they have to do an extra pull, while OMEGALUL can just snap something onto the last boss and they're going to be done, then that's definitely going to be an advantage for OMEGALUL, right? But we're going to have to see if Sloth manages to get an 8% trash pack snap onto the last boss, because that would be really risky, especially because it's Sanguine as well. So yeah, we'll see. But both of the teams do have Bloodlust available, and you can see Sloth is going to be dealing with the boss a little bit quicker.
Yeah, but they have further to run.
Yeah, they have further to run, but they also have the Woe buff, right? Well, Woe does not. So yeah, this is going to be super close.
Do you think that there's going to be a 10% death differential gap here? Because that's what it's kind of feeling like. Because it's one of those things that I think that this dungeon, like you were saying, these teams are so neck and neck. It's going to be about what Sloth is going to have to pull into the final boss. It looked like somebody ended up running off to the left side, whereas the rest of the group for Sloth. Okay, so Javier is running off to the left side. Maybe there's like a misdirection on Malik. There may be some like weird misdirection stuff, snapping the pack. Okay, here we go. Simkins is jumping down and is going to be teleporting back up. So a very standard play with what we've seen from the Warlocks thus far across this MDI. And OMEGALUL, they're making their way. They're porting on up to this final boss as well. For Sloth, it looks like they got that Enforcer snapped. It does take a second to activate. That's why Simkins pops his dart back there, because he knows that he may get meleeed. And so a really good play to make sure that he's not going to die to anything there, just really making sure that he's prioritizing his survivability. And Sloth has engaged the boss with their lust, and I think that this may be it for them. If they're able to stay alive and get this pack killed off.
Yeah, all eyes on Sloth, really, because they are ahead. Not only at 10 seconds death differential in favor of them, but they also pulled the boss earlier. And we do know how fast this boss can die if you have the 20% damage increase on your Enforcer. You still have to watch out for the Sanguine though, and it looks like they're doing a good job so far, but there's still one more Peacekeeper that's going to drop a pool, and the boss is casting Divide, but it looks like the boss did not heal. So they did handle the Sanguine pretty well, and there we go, OMEGALUL doing the same pull-up. Yeah, so they're actually dropping really low because they got that beam debuff. You can see their priest just barely staying alive, while OMEGALUL is catching up on boss damage a little bit because they had none of those issues on their side.
Yeah, they were also kind of walled off. So one of the things that you can do, and look at what OMEGALUL did. They dropped that Warlock. They had that Warlock gate like perfectly placed, and so they were able to all get across almost instantly. And only Ricky has that debuff on him, which for a Warlock, it's not the most dangerous thing. Ricky dropping a Soul Well during combat. Bro, you gotta pump. There's no time for health stones. You gotta do the most damn.
They're both missing trash?
They are both missing trash. That's a good point. I didn't see that. Okay.
So I'm not sure if something went wrong with the snapping and maybe not everything snapped up for both of the teams, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's just a observer thing that they maybe do have all of the enemy forces, but if it's not an observer thing, then Sloth is gonna have to go and find 2% trash somewhere. And it looks like they are running. Okay, so Sloth definitely missing trash.
Okay, they
as
gotta
they're
hurry.
running back, OMEGALUL doing the same thing. Oh my god, if OMEGALUL didn't have missed trash, they would have actually won the dungeon here. But it looks like both of them somehow ended up missing. And now Sloth is engaging the last pack. Simkins proccing the seed, actually.
Oh!
And that's going to cost him quite a bit of
Kill
time.
the Sparkcaster. They're just going to kill the Sparkcaster here. One of the things that's like not super apparent about this dungeon is like the patrol timing can... oh my gosh, did that mob heal to full for Sloth? Oh, no.
Oh
Nagura. Oh gosh, Malik, you have to live. Okay, at this point, if Sloth has any deaths and evens up the death differential, it can be problematic. Malik getting knocked into the beam. Okay.
He's getting stunned.
Kill one of the Sparkcasters,
anyway,
man. Okay.
Though, and they got 100% trash. But oh my god, that was so close till at the end. Wow. Oh my.
What did I just witness? That was okay. Sloth took it, but what in the world was that at the end of that dungeon? That is hilarious. Both teams still needing a little bit of trash. Then like Sloth just doing their best to give everyone watching a heart attack with even the tank going into the beams and everything. It's like, wow. My hands were like on my head at the end of that one. because I was just
I mean,
amazed
they
at what I was
sure
seeing.
know how to entertain people, right?
I guess. I mean, look at this thing. If OMEGALUL had just 2 less, if they hadn't had any deaths, that would have been an insanely close dungeon. That was wild. What can you say?
Very, very scary. I mean, to be fair, I think both of these teams played extremely well, and it's kind of what I expected looking at both of those teams. A lot of the players, returning players to the MDI, have a lot of experience and knowledge in the field, and it came down to a few very important key points, I think. There was a little bit of difference in the routing. For the beginning, both teams did something very similar. They pulled the right side together and then the left side together with the boss. There was a little bit of extra healing on the side of OMEGALUL, which just delayed them a teeny tiny bit. So SLOTH was able to pull ahead here for some time. But then this was the really impressive part to me. So the group of SLOTH pulled all of these trash packs here together with this. It's a massive pull, even if in a tyrannical week. And Mickey was there just booning, but then ran away to play the roleplay event. And the group just kept on playing this and added even more trash afterwards while Mickey left the group. So I think that was really impressive from Malik and the rest of the players to just survive here. You can see Mickey is just slowly but surely waddling away to make sure he can play that event. And then this was something that I thought was very interesting. They played all of the trash outside. We've seen this a couple of times before. But in the background, there's 2 male elementals that they're not touching. They're just letting them cast there in the background because they know they want that haste buff for the boss. So they're not doing any damage to them. One of them is even banished, and they're making sure that there's no external damage coming onto that. So fully using this, I think you highlighted this as well, Tettles. They placed down the Goliath in the corner so they could outplay these orbs a little bit better. And then they, of course, got the Woe Drifter, something we saw Echo and other teams do as well, where they just keep the Warlock Pat outside and then pull it later on to just move quicker. But then the kind of shocker, or the kind of moment where I thought OMEGALUL could turn it around, is this pull here, which I really, really like. They pulled the Enforcer, they pulled all of the Peacekeepers, and I think it's such a great pull to make this here because you have to wait for the roleplay in the menagerie anyway, so might as well use that time to do some trash. And here is the pull of SLOTH into the boss. We saw Simpkins get that pack, but it wasn't enough. There was 2% missing. So in the end, them having to go down and play some additional trash. I don't think it was intended to be on this boss here, but in one of the earlier packs. So Simpkins procking that seed here, and you see it again, the pretty devastating heal on the Sparkcaster that just went through. You have the Skull Mob, and it's fully healed up here. Everybody's getting knocked back from the Peacekeepers. A lot of, stuff going on. Malik nearly dropping. So that was a whole mess to the end, which I think they weren't planning on doing, but 1-0 for them.
Dude, I was really worried that there was about to be a pretty bad throw at the very end there. It's
and how crazy is it that both of them were missing trash, right?
I know. I actually,
OMEGALUL would have won if they didn't miss trash, right?
I think it's
But then
less
both of them
surprising.
were missing trash.
I think it's less surprising than you'd initially expect because the patrol timings that are around that middle area, if a patrol's in a bad spot and you're not able to get it snapped to the Oasis or something like that, or we saw it a little bit yesterday whenever we were watching Donuts in Despair. We were kind of wondering what they were doing with their snap. But it was just kind of the patrol was in a bad spot. I think that there's probably a similar situation for both of these teams here, where if you were not just perfect with your timing, especially on Sanguine, it's really hard to make sure that snap is going to be consistent. You'll just get the trash after.
Yeah, very true. It was a bit of a wacky Tazovet Streets, but it worked out. SLOTH took it in the end by about 10 seconds. Now we move on to 21 Theater of Pain. It's a tyrannical Theater of Pain, so definitely some bosses to take seriously there. But we'll see. I think, again, I just hope we get a close series. I think we will. There was very minor things that separated the 2 teams in our first dungeon, and Theater of Pain is one that can be very unforgiving sometimes. I mean, it's very easy to lose people on some of these bosses and some of those scarier pulls, especially in the Ghost Wing,
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of Theater of Pain is also routing. We did see this dungeon yesterday, and there was some difference in what kind of tanks people were running. I think you highlighted this, Tettles, where like if you have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, there's a pull you can do, which you can't do with the Blood Decay, but then with the Blood Decay you can kind of overtake the Captain, which does a lot of damage, so it opens up different possibilities. I'm curious to see what these teams are going to run with, but here we go.
Oh, we're going.
Ooh, both are on the DK. So yeah, that time for Ethical yesterday was with that Vengeance Demon Hunter was that 1854 mark. I'm interested to see if either or both of these teams are going to be able to overtake that 1854. Whenever Ethical ran it, they did have a couple of deaths, but it looked relatively clean.
Yeah, and it is actually Dr. J that is playing the Windwalker, right? Not Ricky, even though Ricky is known to be that Windwalker main. But I guess it makes sense if you're going to play the Warlock all the time to just have one player that sticks to it. But yeah. And I'm sure Ricky gave Dr. J a lot of tips on how to actually play Windwalker, being like a veteran Windwalker player. So
Jay's played Windwalker before. Like we've seen him.
Played it. Yeah.
It's one of those things that it was just surprising that he's the one that's not on the range specialization, because Jay is normally the one who is like more of a ranged player, whereas Ricky is, like you were saying, one that's like, we've seen him play Windwalker, we've seen him play Rogue relatively consistently. He's more of like a melee specialist in that regard. I think he's been playing DK as well. So a lot more melee focused stuff, whereas Jay generally like the mage, the ranged classes. He does have a pretty good rogue though, so I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff.
It's also interesting that Sloth managed to finish off this first boss 7 seconds faster than OMEGALUL, even though they pulled that extra trash. They have the 3 mobs that OMEGALUL skipped. Sloth actually pulled on top, and they managed to finish off the boss quicker anyway. So Sloth really showing that they can press their buttons really well, and they can do a lot of damage, as they're now moving in the Exul Harak wing, while OMEGALUL decides to go to the Exaf.
So Simkin's popping an invisibility potion? Is that what's happening for Sloth here? Because they don't have a Woe Drifter buff. This is interesting because we don't see very many teams actually using like invis potions this season, because that Woe Drifter buff is so easily obtainable that it's like just not super common for you to be pulling that. Sloth's pathing here is super confusing. So they skipped like half of the Shackled Soul pull, and they just grabbed the 3 into the Portal Guardian here. And this is kind of standard for something that like we saw in Season 1 of Shadowlands. Whenever you were pathing kind of around Prideful, you would do weird stuff here to try to make sure that your 20% Prideful timing was lined up. But this season, it's not been a super popular pull, so I'm kind of interested to see what Sloth is going to do in their Full Thorak wing. Whereas OMEGALUL, they went on to that Zav area. It's kind of up in the air whether or not teams are like doing this weird like full Gore Chop skip for the first boss of this dungeon, or if they're doing like a Zav wing pull for the first boss of this dungeon. But OMEGALUL, they are committing to this Zav wing, it looks like, first with a double champion here. Pretty dangerous, and they need to make sure that they don't end up taking too much damage on their tank here during raging, but it's looking pretty good for OMEGALUL.
I think I like the approach of Sloth here, because I'm pretty sure what they're gonna do is pull the souls that they skipped on top of the boss later. Which can be really dangerous though, because it's raging. And Sloth is doing this big pull that we talked about earlier without having a Vengeance Demon Hunter. They don't have the sigil to silence those mages, but they still managed to gather everything up into one pull, and that was so well executed by Sloth. That was actually just insanely well done.
Yeah, that was a pull that, more often than not, if you ask tanks about it, it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's just like a Vengeance Demon Hunter special. But they were able to get the mobs grouped up. I actually don't even know how they were able to get that left pack to go all the way in like that without, like, so I did see that Javier ended up walking over there and kicked one of the mobs, but the other mob just walked all the way in. So that was a super smart play by Sloth. I don't know how they got that pack grouped up, but then they do it again. They go just 2 for 2 with all of the trash on this Bone Reaver platform, getting all of those Bone Mages cleaved out, and Sloth playing this dungeon like they have a Vengeance Demon Hunter, but they have a Blood Death Knight.
This is so impressive. Sloth is really like playing this wing so amazingly well. You can see, I think because they don't have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, they actually have every single kick assigned to a person. As you saw, Javier on the Hunter just walking all the way over there to single interrupt one of them, and then maybe Simkins on the walk interrupting another, and then gathering up everything.
Did you just see that?
What
they just skipped the. They have the woe buff, and they just literally skipped that whole platform. You can do that?
So smart.
What?
Ooh, Ooh, that's so smart, because that pack is such a big time loss, because you can only pull those 3
Mark,
mobs,
Mark,
and you can pull
excellent.
nothing else.
Oh
But
my god,
unfortunately,
it's
they got
snapping.
encumbered with it anyway. The Masters is coming off, though. So I really like this idea, but unfortunately, it didn't work out perfectly for them. They had to use those 2 rests. But
Okay,
I really
that's
like
sick.
the idea behind this. That is such a sick skip. I really love that.
I think that
And
they're...
now it's going to be difficult because they're pulling the Shackled Souls on top of the boss, right? Oh, and they can pull the Relic Pack too, because there's a Relic Pack with the Shackled Souls.
Oh, so they're doing
And
the
then they
Vine
can get the
Interceptor.
Woe buff.
Okay.
No, they can get the Woe at the end. So they have the movement speed to skip to whatever they want to.
Yeah, what I was saying is like they have the Vine Interceptor on the boss, and then they're going to get the Woe buff after that to get out of here. Oh my gosh. Okay,
That is
this
such a
pathing...
good route. Oh my god.
Okay, this pathing is some 6-head shenanigans. I don't even know what what is going on. Well, Megalo does have a pretty steep enemy forces count disparity because they did the double champion and the Zavwing earlier. Oh, look at this. Well, Megalo, instead of skipping this platform sucks. The count efficiency on this platform is really, really bad. Instead of skipping it, Womegalul is playing it. Like, they're going to have to be able to kind of catch up on this inefficient pull. I do think that Sloth maybe threw away a little bit of their advantage by those deaths, and maybe it's probably not the most efficient pull if you're going to have 2 people die and have to mass res. That's like going to be like a just 10 seconds on the death and then like 8 seconds on the mass. So that's not really great, but I do think that skip is going to be something that teams in the future are going to implement in their Theater of Pain route almost unilaterally.
I think so as well. That is really smart. And I do think Womegalul did kill the Woe Relic on accident there. Because if they're not going to skip that pack, then the Woe Relic doesn't do anything for them, right?
Sure.
So I do think that was an accidental kill on the Woe Relic, potentially. Well, they are now also on Xul Harak. You can see they're ahead in trash, of course, because they did go to that Zav area first. Which is also an interesting strategy, right? Finishing off 2 of the mini-bosses. I think because they wanted to mind control the captain. Do they have the captain?
Well, it's because they wanted the, it's because they wanted the stealth to get through the Shackled Souls, because Sloth burned their invis pod. That's why Sloth burned their invisibility potion, because they wanted to go here immediately.
But if you're gonna do that, why don't you just do the captain pack too, so you can get the mind control on the captain pack on the Blood Decay?
I don't know. Marky going down for Sloth. They don't have a battle res. He did die twice, I think, on this fight. But Kultharaka is going to be going down here momentarily. They do have to just make sure that they get this interrupt on this Woe Drifter. I love this routing from Sloth that we've been seeing, but I don't know if it's 4 deaths good of routing. This 20-second death penalty that they're paying right here may come back to haunt them later on. We're going to have to see as they are making their way into the Gore Chop area. Oh my goodness, nigger, they're going to skip all of this trash with the Woe buff.
Yeah, I just love their routes so much. Of course, they have those 4 deaths, and it's still very dangerous, right? Pulling all of those Shackled Souls on top of Kultarak, you can see Womegalul doing the same thing, right? They have all of those Shackled Souls, they're all enraging. So there's so much damage coming out of the group. You see Ricky dropping incredibly low because of the boss incoming damage plus the Shackled Souls. But yeah, I just really love this strategy. And Sloth now engaging everything on top of the boss here. They have the gas pack, they have the Butcher, and now Gorchop is being engaged as well. So this is another really dangerous pull by them, and they don't have a battle rush available in case something goes wrong.
I've heard from some of the MDI teams that this pull is like 50-50. It's like it apparently is a very, very dangerous pull. The execution of this is super, super sus. Like, you need the Windwalker Monk to be able to have like basically 100% uptime to get the pack killed off. Otherwise, it's like really dangerous. And like Windwalker Monk on a pull like that can get chopped down really quickly with the Enrage. But Sloth was able to get that trash just completely melted. They did a great job of getting everything killed off. And Womegalul, did Igloo just jump off intentionally? I didn't. I saw him. Wait, what happened? Did he die? Did he not die?
Igloo definitely died, right?
The death tracker didn't
don't have
update.
a death timer increased, but it looked like death.
What just
It
happened?
definitely looked like he had died. Maybe
All
it was just like a quick mistake because he. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I need a rewind on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that was this an audible pull in the gas bag? Okay, so Womegalul's playing this gas bag.
Yeah, they have 2 deaths. Look.
Oh, okay. So the death timer now has updated. Now they have 2 deaths. Womegalul did grab this rancid gas bag. I don't think that I've seen a team pull this basically in a long time. Unsure if it was a body pull or intentional. It looked like Igloo ran all the way down to the bottom of the stairs and then ran back up for the gas bag. So it's like not super clear whether or not that mob was intended to be pulled or not.
That's very interesting because that gas pack that they just killed is something that people usually skip for sure.
Yeah.
But the gas packs that they just killed has a woe relic attached to them, so they managed to skip the rest of the pack. So
Yeah.
maybe it was intentional.
That's why.
And now they're pulling the Butcher plus the Horror on Gourd Shop.
All right, so now,
Interesting.
but on the right side of your screen here, you do see Sloth kind of chipping away at Gourd Shop. Not the greatest single target boss damage composition that they're running with this Windwalker Monk and this Destro Lock. So Gourd Chop does take a really, really long time to get killed off. But they do also save a decent amount of their offensive CDs. They do have that Zwen. They do have that Coordinated Assault. They don't have the access to the Infernal right now, but just the Hunter and the Windwalker CDs should probably be more than enough for this pull right here, assuming that the Trash is going to be able to get grouped up relatively quickly.
Yeah, you see Javier actually walking all the way to the left, and they might pull the Bridge pack.
Oh,
Yeah, they are. So
interesting.
they're not only pulling all of this trash, they're also pulling the Butcher Patrol from the bridge as well. So this is really crazy. There's so much going on. There's 3 Sludge Spewers they have to interrupt to make sure the damage decrease doesn't go off on everybody. And it is raging, so now all of them are doing increased damage, and any cast going off is just probably gonna one-shot them even.
Okay, really good
Wow.
job. Really good job from Sloth there. Now they just have that Butcher. Please. Oh, okay. So they did get the Devour Flesh off. Unfortunate there was no like para or like chastise or anything like that to CC that mob. It probably got burned during the pull. So maybe like a couple second time loss on letting that Devour Flesh go off. But things are looking really well for really good for Sloth here. 3 bosses killed off. Ooh, where are they going with this woe buff? Man, where?
I think they might just go all the way. Oh yeah, to the patrol pack because they want to have the captain. You can see Malak actually did mind control the captain here, and they're even moving to the boss.
What are they doing? Okay, I think this is like a wait and watch moment. What is happening? So they
They're not
don't
pulling this on the boss, right?
they don't have
What
meld.
happened?
They're all dwarves. Are they
Pulling this
actually?
on the boss? They have bloodlust. Oh my god! What?
Okay.
No way they're pulling this with the boss, right?
I.
Oh my god!
So they have-
What is happening?
So they have Wreck on top of Zav, and now they have all of these Arbalists and conscripts.
The Arbalist. Oh my god!
Okay, so
This is insane.
I am at a loss for words. What is this pull? Zav is dead. Wait, Zav is already at 65% HP, Nagura. They lost to this boss, but like,
What?
oh my god, everything is just what? What was that pull? I'm just
That's
stunned.
absolutely insane. I don't
Okay.
know how they managed to pull this off.
So for context, for
That's
viewers at
crazy.
home,
Everything is dead.
for viewers at home that don't know,
Wow.
basically that was a pull that was 3 times as big as any pull that we've ever seen, and nobody, I don't think, has ever done trash into Zav. That's
Yeah, I don't think that anyone has ever done this. This is the first time we see anyone
they
pull
look like
trash on top of Zav. And not only did they pull the mini boss, but they also pulled the bridge pack.
the
Pulled the Arbalists. This is insane. And not only did they do that, but they also managed to do so much single target damage that the boss is almost dead already.
It looks like the conscripts and the Arbalists are aggro to the people who went to the PvP event downstairs. I wonder what's going to happen here. Oh, okay, so okay, so they weren't. It looked like they were shooting people downstairs, but maybe that's just not true. So now they're activating that champion and pulling him with all the relics. I'm so confused as to how they didn't get that champion
mini boss
activated, by the
still
way.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're actually they're finishing off the mini boss now with the champion while their healer is going up to trigger the event. So that's where they get their 8%
Okay.
trash from, right? This is such an insane route. Oh my god, I'm just like mind blown by this.
1854. It was the time that I stated that we had to that one of these teams needed to beat Ethical's time from yesterday. Sloth is maybe gonna beat it by like 2 minutes. This routing, I didn't know that this routing was a thing. I think that basically all MDI teams are probably going to be watching this routing and at least copy a lot of their strategies around like how they're going to be doing this dungeon around this routing from this weekend. This is something that a lot of teams are just going to watch back and they're like, you can do that? That's a legal maneuver? Obviously, it is a 21 tyrannical.
Wait, but they accidentally pulled Haruja, right?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they don't want Haruja. This is a mistake.
That's maybe it'll evade reset. Unclear what happens if you pull
Still
Harudra.
hitting Malik, I think.
Yeah. unclear what happens. Honestly, I don't know. This is seriously uncharted territory. Just like what happens whenever you go upstairs with a champion active? Does it snap to you? It looks like they're just engaging the boss. So if Faruja is gonna teleport up, they're just gonna deal with it whenever it's up here. But it looks like it's just like not coming. Malik doesn't look like he's taking melees from it anymore.
Here's Haruja.
Okay, this is.
Uh-oh.
I hate that. Okay, so on things that I don't like about their route, this has to be very high on the list. Pulling the champion while you're 100% here is not it.
It must have been Brawn though, right? Because Haruja is not something you pull on accident.
Yeah.
Unless it's Brawn. So I think this was
dude.
definitely not part of their route. This is just an accident.
Maybe Makes
the cool
has.
thing is, yeah, we should maybe get this in a replay. But the cool thing is that they just decided, like they realized, okay, we accidentally pulled Haruja.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And they just say, you know what? Finish off the mini boss that we planned on killing, and then we just go to the last boss and we see what happens. You know. And now they're just off tanking it and passively cleaving it off. Like they're just doing the last boss with another mini boss, and they don't even need the trash. They have 100%. They're just cleaving it off.
Okay, so the champion does end up going down for Sloth. This is fine. Like it is a 21 tyrannical. I think under other circumstances, if it was like a 24 fortified or something like that, that would have been really sus. But hey, dude, I think that Sloth is seriously hitting a massive routing diff. They do have 20 seconds of death differential. I think that you and I maybe saw a route that was a minute slower than their potential in this dungeon, but oh my god, they're going to still beat OMEGALUL, which was one of the teams that was expected to make it out of this group. They're going to be able to 2-0 them, assuming that they're able to get more Dretha dealt with, and oh my god, this Theater of Pain is unmatched. Holy moly.
And this opens up even more possibilities, because
yes,
like Sloth literally just finished off Haruja with the boss, and they didn't need it. So they could technically skip another pool and just plan this into their route to do Haruja with this boss, right? Because it worked out just fine, so they can do that if they want to. But yeah, Sloth being the lower seed in this matchup, OMEGALUL was expected to win this.
Yeah.
And Sloth just pulling out this insane Theater of Pain route, just somehow doing things that we've never seen before. It's not just like a copy-paste from a different team. This is a completely new route, even though their healer goes down last second.
It's fine.
And there's still a 15 seconds difference, which actually could matter, because if you look at OMEGALUL, they're really close. So 15 seconds on the board for OMEGALUL to finish off this boss.
All other teams are on watch.
2 more seconds.
17:30 with
Okay.
Oh man, this was
That's
a nasty,
Wow.
nasty run.
Wow, there you go. Another close one, but a victory for Sloth, and one of the fastest Theater of Pains we've seen, like, yet in MDI. That was extremely quick, and an extremely interesting route by Sloth as well. Like, I feel like they've definitely misnamed their team to a large margin, because that was not a Sloth speed run at all.
I mean, I think they're amazing, and I said this before. Naguri, you were just saying that they're like the team that was expected to lose this matchup, but saying this once again, they have been competing for a long time in the MDI, and they're known for doing like crazy routes, and they even beat Echo once. So I love what they're doing. I'm so here for it. I think it's amazing, and that route, the Halls of Atonement yesterday, for me, they're like one of my favorite teams in all of the MDI season for sure, with what they have shown us so far. I think there's so much in that key I want to talk about, but we're going to look at the overall first.
I think we probably, when you and I were talking to each other during this game, we were watching it in the other channel, like, I think you were requesting more clips from this than I've ever heard anyone request for a dungeon. There was just so much that was going on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, if a team does a route you've never seen before in that way, I think there's just so much you want to highlight. And if it was like my choice, I would have just taken the whole route and sped it up to show everyone once again. But here is the skip, which was not working perfectly as intended. At the very second, you can see Malik getting in fight and Marky as well. So both of them unfortunately needed to die there so that the rest of the group doesn't get in a fight with these snapping soul binders there. A little bit unfortunate, cost them 2 extra deaths. But yeah, I think the skip itself is still very genius together with that Woe Drifter. You can see Malik is like jumping up on purpose, making sure Mickey and Simpkins don't get in fight. Then we have Koltha Rock, and it's a tag we've seen a lot of the times in the MDI before, where somebody will snap on souls and the relics onto the boss. I think it's the first time I've seen a priest do it. Normally it's like a hunter warlock thing. I really liked using the priest with a fate to get them on there, but unfortunately Marky had a little bit of an aggro problem there and died, but they were able to recover it. Then this really amazing skip where they used like Shackle and Incap to move forward to the boss and pull everything in there. I think it was amazing. It was such a good pull, and it wasn't the only pull of that caliber in all of that dungeon. It's just completely unhinged, I want to say. Crazy what they're doing, what they're pulling off, and so clean most of the time. Really insane gaming coming out of Sloth here, and I don't even know what the next one is. I think it's a War Captain. Yeah, so they did a similar thing to before. We skip a lot, and then they just pull everything else onto the boss. You can see Malik overtaking or controlling the Ancient Captain here, then moving on towards the boss, getting that mini boss here, making sure he has aggro from everything, just waiting until Wreck is active, and then running up to the boss here. And that was the second Bloodlust for them. Just I don't even know what to say. I was in the green room and just cheering for what was going on.
This whole Zavwing is just like a giga yoink for basically all other MDI teams. So the Cool to Rock platform, it seems like it's like maybe a little bit inconsistent as to whether or not you're able to get through there. And if it's not super consistent, maybe teams are going to stay away from it. Not that it's not super good. I think that this Zavwing is something that you can just completely rip into your own route, and you're just like, okay, I'm really happy that I'm going to just take this TY Sloth for the 45-second time save kind of thing, and you just implement that into your own route.
Is one more thing I do want to talk about, because I'm not sure if you caught it, but Herugia was snapping onto the final boss even though they had 100% trash count. And I do want to check in, because normally I would think this is a mistake, but with Sloth I'm not sure. I think they might have done it to get like extra clean.
It was a mistake for sure. I think it was the mind controlled captain or Brawl. Like when you jump off, it will walk around. But the funny thing is that they dealt with it so cleanly. that maybe for tomorrow they think, wait, we can do this every time, and just do like another pool with like less mobs, and just pull her root down to the last boss every time.
Just cleave it down, why not?
Out fine.
Well, what would the question is like, what would they even skip? Maybe like the CC'd pack that they had the shackle on, like they would skip like the whole entire pack as opposed to just like the shackle on, because that would be like a count differential.
Yeah.
I mean, those captains are massive, or the champions are massive count that they skipped.
So potential for an even faster run, possibly in the future. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Like we're only just getting started. I feel like with some of these, but that does mean that Sloth will go on to face Donuts and Despair tomorrow in the upper bracket semifinals. That'll be cool to see. A lot to look forward to there. But now we start to look ahead to the lower bracket. We're going down below into the maw of the group, as it were, basically, for RG Nordics versus Alpha Brawl. First, that'll be our series next. Here's a look at our bracket again. Again, the winner of RG Nordics versus Alpha Brawl goes on to face OMEGALUL now, and Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team. The winner there goes on to fight against Ethical. And again, the loser of these next matches is out of the group, and they still got a chance with that last chance tournament. But you don't want to be in that situation because there are so many good teams that are probably already going to be in that event next week, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're also talkative. Indeed.
Yes.
Well,
I think we're all so kind of stunned by what
Dude,
we're all reeling a
happened,
little
to be honest.
that theater of pain, man, I'm still just like stunned by it. It finished at like 17:30. That actually could have been, they could have done that a minute faster. Like it's
Yeah.
it was way faster than
what did we just watch?
Talking about the elimination bracket, though, I do want to say that they're gonna have such a tough time. Like, no matter which team makes it out of those first two games, they're gonna have to face OMEGALUL, and Ethical. And I think that's like not a team you're looking forward to facing. So no matter which team is gonna make it out of this lower bracket, is gonna have a tough time.
Yeah, I would say so, but that's the fun of it, right? Where it's like here's your chance to prove yourself, right? If you can't make it through that, then then that's that, right? So you got to do it sometime. We'll see if they can do it. We'll see who moves on, first of all, when we come back. We're going to take a break here now, but when we return, the elimination bracket kicks off with RG Nordics versus Alpha Brawl. Do not go anywhere. MDI Shadowlands Season 3, Group C. We'll be back in just a bit. And I was muted. There you go. See, this is why I need to get back in studios again, because you can't trust a caster to handle their own audio. There you go. You can imagine all the stuff I said. Welcome back. Here's who I'm with. Blah, blah, blah. Elimination bracket. But hey, RG Nordics versus Alpha Brawl will be our next series. Dratnos, welcome to the desk. What are you thinking about going to this next one?
Yeah, good to be here. A lot of great points you made there, especially in the first 20 seconds.
I know, it's sad
really
everyone missed that.
insightful.
Yeah.
I just have to say I agree with all of them, and looking forward to a great series.
All right, there you go.
Me too.
Do you want to make it threes ironic?
That was great. I heard everything you said.
Oh, all right.
didn't,
Well,
but we
wonderful, wonderful. Well, let's take a look at our bans. Oh, Black Hold banned by RG Nordics. Sad.
Man.
Sad times. Sad times. Alpha Brawl will ban Halls of Atonement. That means we're getting started on Plaguefall, of course, unbannable. Then we go to Tazovish Gambit for the second time today, and if we need it, the other side. So, looking at the previous matches for both of these two teams, RG Nordics was 2-0'd by Donuts and Despair. Alpha Brawl 2-0'd by Ethical. It doesn't look like we've seen any of these maps that they'll be playing today in their first matches. So we'll see. See how they,
It's interesting because Alpha Brawl had banned Gambit against Ethical, but now they banned Halls because we know that yesterday Alpha Brawl did play Halls and they had 52 deaths. So I guess they changed their minds on which dungeon they want to ban.
52 deaths, not quite an MDI death record, but getting very close to our our standing record there. Yeah, I think it makes sense to update that ban, but I do wonder if that means that Gambit is something that they hadn't prepped as much, or if it means that maybe it's something that they prepped between yesterday and today for the series.
Yeah, it's quite possible. One interesting thing of note is that the healer for RG Nordics, her brother actually played in Soundproof last week. So the two siblings have a competition going to see who's going to make it farther in MDI. Now, Soundproof did get knocked to the elimination bracket and then knocked out right away. So all RG Nordics need to do is win this series, and then she'll win that. She'll be the better WoW player out of the two of them. So a little bit of a sibling rivalry going on in this one too. Yeah,
Sorry, I'm biased now.
That's pretty cool.
Well, notably, RG Nordics looked pretty solid in the first round. Obviously, they ran up against Donuts and Despair, who were looking phenomenal this weekend, so I think they were going to lose regardless of how good they played, but they were relatively clean, very minimal amounts of deaths, just not quite the fastest route. So if they're able to play clean, play safe in this lower bracket, they could pretty easily move on. Alpha Brawl was pretty all over the place yesterday, let's be honest.
Maybe they had time to tighten some things up overnight, but we'll just pretend that 52 death map did not happen. I mean, hey, that was a situation where they were getting camped by the mobs at spawn, right? They were getting spawn camped.
It's
there.
unfair.
So it's like, what can you do? Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of deaths in that kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, I think, could have predicted that they would probably end up in the lower bracket based on their upper bracket matchups. So I think there's a very good chance that this is the series that they've prepared the most for. And that means maybe we've got a Plaguefall as something that maybe they've spent the bulk even of their prep time in this dungeon and the other ones in this series that they weren't planning to ban. So we may see much better execution and tactics out of them in this series than potentially, especially any maps that were in yesterday's series that weren't in the rest of the lower bracket would have made a lot of sense to kind of ignore to get more practice time in these ones.
Well, here we go. Game number 1 between RG Nordics and Alpha Brawl. We'll see who takes the lead here on Plaguefall.
All right, so it does look like we already have a little bit of a difference in comp here, as RG Nordics is running the double Demon Hunter again, which we've seen them run yesterday too. The Vengeance plus the Havoc Demon Hunter. While Alpha Brawl is deciding to play the Vengeance Demon Hunter plus the Windwalker, providing the Necrolord Covenant for their group. Who do you think is going to play Necrolord for RG Nordics?
So, well, we can see 3 of the Covenants have loaded in there. There are 2 people that aren't yet loaded. One is the Destrolock, which they can play Necrolord, but that would be quite weird and very single target focused, and even then, not something I would expect to see. The Havoc Demon Hunter, I suppose, could in theory also, but I think it would be more likely you'd have your Vengeance Demon Hunter playing it of anybody in this comp. So given that the Vengeance Demon Hunter hasn't selected it, I think it's possible that they're just YOLOing this without a Necrolord, because at the end of the day, the Necrolord bonuses in this dungeon are strong, but you do kind of have to play around them, right? You have to sacrifice some time to set up the uses and get value out of them that way. So maybe they've just chosen to ignore it. It does look like a Spiteful Shade may have claimed the first death of the series, though, on the side of RG Nordics. That's 5 seconds they're not going to get back.
Yeah, and we do see Alpha Brawl already engaging the boss, committing the Bloodlust, but their Windwalker goes down pretty early on. They do have a Battle Rest available, but their Warlock is in a pot, so it cannot be casting that Soulstone while potted. So they're going to have to wait for the Warlock to actually come out of the pot, then use the Battle Rest. But you can see the healer actually has aggro from some of those shades, possibly, as the Necrotic was stacking up on the Holy Priest. But the Battle Rest coming out now, and it looks like they might have recovered, but definitely looking very sketchy there at the start for Alpha Brawl.
And this is a little bit dangerous. This comp is quite good at managing the smorgasbord ads in this area, right? You have Freezing Trap, you have Banish, and you have Incapacitate, right? So you can stop the first 3 that spawn. But if people start dying, if you start taking a really long time to kill this boss, you can get overwhelmed by those. So Alpha Brawl do need to be careful. That being said, the Battle Res, the Bloodlust, both used. I think they're going to be able to get through the rest of this. Meanwhile, RG Nordics, a lot slower to get to this boss, but maybe if they can play it more cleanly, they'll be able to make up some time here.
Yeah, very possible. They still have not used their Bloodlust on RG Nordic's side, so we'll see if they're going to be committing that in just a second. But there we go, Alpha Brawl getting closer and closer to finishing up that boss. And I do think all of the Covenants did update now in the damage meter for RG Nordic, so I think you are right that they just skip out on that Necrolord buff. They could still use the puddle on the floor, right, and just stand in it, but just not getting the extra buff.
I think if you don't have a Necrolord player, it's not worth worrying about the uses. I think you just kind of want to keep blasting through the dungeon, but it's definitely a I think it's hard for it to be like, I mean, it's a bold strategy to not use the Necrolord buffs in this dungeon, because there are a couple spaces where it is pretty easy to get that big amount of extra group-wide haste, damage reduction, a little damage proc. Those are nice effects to get. They do save some time, but yeah, if you look at this comp, there's nothing like a Windwalker that just naturally wants to play Necrolord. Whereas on the side of Alpha Brawl, Windwalker, they would just choose to play it anyways. So difference in the compositions there coming out and affecting the strategy, as well as RG Nordics now having a player go down from that Plague Stomp dot. That's their Havoc Demon Hunter. Does get the Battle Res. So now both groups have Battle Res and Bloodlust on cooldown for the next several minutes.
Yeah, and it looks like Alpha Brawl is gathering up some trash in this next area, but all of those shades are running around, still keeping them in combat, of course, as Nico, the Vengeance Demon Hunter, is gathering up some of these slimes. The slimes can be pretty dangerous, especially on a fortified key, with all of those casts hitting the melee players. You can outrange them if you choose to do so, but it looks like they're just chaining the AoE on them, chaining the AoE stun, the AoE silence as well from the Vengeance Demon Hunter Sigil, plus the AoE stun from the Windwalker. So really nice combination of CC there from Alpha Brawl.
Yeah, those mobs are actually really dangerous if they all cast at the same time and people are in melee, so it's very good to either CC them all, or, you can CC them for a little bit and then they'll all be synchronized, right? And then you can just move out once and have them all cast and then run back in, and it's A-okay. But yeah, Alpha Brawl have a nice lead building here. They have about 10% count in their favor already, so definitely looks like they have a little bit of a faster strategy in the dungeon so far.
Yeah, it does look like it, but because they do play the Vengeance Demon Hunter, they cannot play Dwarf, so that means they don't have that stone form available to get rid of that Necrotic, right? They're still playing Kyrian, so that means they have that Kyrian Vial available to reset the dot, but not having the stone form really can be crucial in some points of the dungeon, because you can see Nico and Alpha Brawl already being up to 40 stacks on that Necrotic, as that pool is about to go down, and there we go, the reset coming in for the Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah, Vengeance Demon Hunter has a little bit of a harder time than Blood Death Knight, just naturally against Necrotic as well, because this season, Blood Death Knight have a really easy time of keeping the Dancing Rune Weapon up the whole time, and just being able to parry so much that they only ever get to like 10 or 20 stacks of Necrotic, and they just drop it naturally during the pull. On Vengeance, it's a lot scarier, though. It's something that you do need to watch out for. You need to use those sigils to give yourself the opportunity to kite for a couple seconds and drop stacks. Because yeah, you can see on Nico, that is stacking up very quickly, dropping very low on health, even in Metamorphosis here. Going to be a lot of danger. And yeah, no Dwarf Racial able to bail him out. So something that he's going to need to look out for. Does find an opportunity to drop stacks here, though. Very well done.
Yeah, I do like the decision as well to go for the Woe Drifter here, because the next area is that tentacle area, which we've seen a lot of MDI teams just completely skip because of the fact that the tentacles cannot be moved, so you cannot really pull much trash on top of them. So, and especially with the Plague Borers not spawning infinitely anymore from the mini-boss, you only have a set amount of Plague Borers, you would rather use those Plague Borers for the trash in the next boss area rather than using them for those tentacles. And that's why they are just skipping completely past this. But I'm not sure if the Windwalker actually got in combat with something, as they're dropping really low, and it looks like the tentacles are casting on them.
So hopefully the healer was able to not cast any heals, but it does seem like it was probably not like that. Yeah, you can see the tentacles just kind of killing the whole group here. Definitely a case of somebody getting in combat as they were running through there, and that's going to mean that they're probably going to need to wipe here. Looks like everybody is gone except for the tank, and now the whole group is down on the side of Alpha Brawl. This is really costly, like you said, because there are only 4 waves of Plague Borers, but things are also going bad for RG Nordics, who are having their tank down. That's going to probably mean a full wipe for them. Also, neither team has a battle res available, so both teams are going to go back to the start of the dungeon here. Ooh, this is rough.
Yeah, and yeah, with the Plague Borers not being available anymore now for Alpha Brawl, that means they're going to have to play the trash one by one. Well, even though RG Nordics wiped, they did not engage that mini-boss just yet. So they're going to have those Plague Borers available if nothing goes wrong from them anymore at this point. So that would be an opportunity for RG Nordics to actually catch up now.
Yeah, it does look like, Alpha Brawl actually going to use the Ritual of Summoning here to bring their tank forward after the tank releases and ends up actually dying, maybe intentionally, just so that they can get summoned and be here faster. That's a good play. Kind of an instinct that you don't really have unless you've played with Warlock for several dungeons, but just summoning people ahead whenever something goes weird is a really nice way to save some time. So that does mean Alpha Brawl are getting ready for their next pull, but they are out of Plague Borers, and they are having to do the saddest thing that can happen in MDI, which is fighting a slime tentacle all by itself and killing it with your own damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what they have to do now, without a skip available for them. So they're gonna have to go through this tentacle and the next one and all of the trash that they planned on killing with those Plague Borers. Well, RG Nordic, they are dealing with this is still trash before that mini boss area, and it looks like they're finishing off a Woe Drifter as well. So if they manage to do that tentacle skip on their side now with that Woe buff, then they really might just be ahead at that point. But let's look at RG Nordics and see if they can actually execute that skip on their side without Ninja pulling any of those tentacles.
Yeah, it's all going to be about those Plague Borers, right? Alpha Brawl, both teams at the same death count. Alpha Brawl have a little bit more count. They're a little further ahead in the dungeon. But RG Nordics has 4 waves of Plague Borers that, as we've seen, are incredibly powerful in MDI. So if they can make good use of those, they can avoid pulling any of the tentacles here. That will be enough, I think, for them to get back into this. So the first wave of Plague Borers is going to pass by. They're going to try and pull it back into into the mini boss here. Yeah, they're exploding a little bit far out though. Okay, so they'll only have 3 waves of Plague Borers to actually do damage. Probably use 1 to kill this, maybe, or bring it forward. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, Alpha Brawl having some more issues as their Holy Priest is going down. They can probably just use an out of combat rest because they do have that Windwalker, which is something that RG Nordics does not have available to them, right? So if the Priest goes down for RG Nordics, they're going to have to either commit a battle rest or just have them run back or summon them back because they don't have an out of combat normal rest. Alpha Brawl having more issues though as their Windwalker dropping so low without the healer being alive to heal him up.
Yeah, Windwalker's in quite a lot of danger whenever the healer is down. Really have to be careful on pulls like this. Does look like with good use of defensives, everything is going to be okay there, but you can see everybody is having to do a really big move to avoid being hit by any of these Spiteful Shades even once, because that will be pretty lethal without a healer that you can just tell to heal you. All right, so we have Alpha Brawl now getting to 62% trash count. They have to finish off the Spiteful Shade and do their res, though. RG Nordics, I think, are done with their Plague Borers, and they're still finishing off this mini-boss. They're standing in that red slime for a little bit of haste, but they don't get the extra haste from a Necrolord here, so they will just be going into the next pulls without any extra buff. Yeah.
And it looks like Alpha Brawl is engaging the boss now on their side. They will have Bloodlust available in 30 seconds, so even though without those deaths, they would already be past Dr. Ickes. So I assume in their route, they didn't plan on using Bloodlust here. But maybe they're going to change up their route a little bit and commit it here. to be able to get another one afterwards, possibly. But we'll see what they decide to do as they finish off the Spinebreaker on top of the boss. Gonna have to make sure they dodge the Spiteful Shades as well, using Ring of Peace by the Windwalker to make sure they are staying away from the range, the healer and the Warlock.
Yeah, Ring of Peace is so powerful against Spiteful Shades. It can basically handle it entirely, although it does look like we have a death here for RG Nordics. It is the Warlock, which means the Engineering Battle Res is going to need to get used here, but very well done. You can see the Havoc Demon Hunter instantly going over and casting that Battle Res. That's a really good reaction. That's one of the ways that you can tell somebody is really like on top of what's going on with the group, is when they notice instantly when somebody's dead and they're like already casting that res, already going over and like fell rushing instantly to where the person was, getting that battle res out. And you can see RG Nordics are doing a good job of recovering here so far. They do still have a set of relics as they are going into the boss with the Spiteful Shades still active. Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl are having a Plague Bomb that's about to explode. Let's see how they decide to handle this. It does look like a turtle is deployed. Is this turtle going to last until the bomb explodes? Yes. Oh, no, it didn't.
Oh, no. That was... There's a travel time with that bomb explosion, right? It doesn't immediately hit you on explosion. It actually, like, the damage kind of travels to you. And I think it was like a millisecond too late on, or too early on that turtle being used, unfortunately. But they used the battle res as well on their side. And speaking of battle res, I do think that it was really impressive that the Havoc Demon Hunter used that engineering res so quickly. And I'm pretty sure it was faster than basically any Warlock player in the world would ever use their Soulstone. So.
Very true. Dude, the difficulty of getting a Warlock player to ever press Soulstone cannot be overstated, as Alpha Brawl, with milliseconds left on the timer, are able to defuse the bomb there and kill off the second boss. 13 minutes 30 on the timer. This is going to be quite a long Plaguefall compared to some of our clean runs, but both teams certainly are still in it with a shot here. If they can just keep the plan together and avoid any further deaths, I think there's a good chance that they'll both have some wiggle room because, oh, look at the size of this pull from Alpha Brawl. They are grabbing a bunch of mobs together onto this first tentacle. This is actually quite dangerous because there's a lot of ground denial effect if you leave this pull alive too long. And now there are a bunch of Spiteful Shades. Beautiful Ring of Peace, though, is going to keep that from being too much of a threat.
Yeah, they decided to finish off the Woe Drifter here, so it might be possible to just skip some trash.
Yeah, so
possibly this island even, yeah.
The problem with using the Woe Drifter to skip this island is that big giant actually has True Sight. So if you want to skip the island, you have to really carefully navigate around the side to not pull the giant and also not pull any of the tentacles that get aggroed if you're going too far around the island. It is possible to do, but it's something that it requires quite a high degree of precision. So most teams are opting not to try and skip this island and instead just kill off the giant instead. But yeah, it's definitely an idea to have.
But since the Woe Drifter buff actually lasts so long, they actually still have it up here. But I don't think there's really much you can skip in this area because you're gonna have to fight the boss on this platform. So yeah, skipping any sort of trash is really dangerous, especially because of those assassins that are spawning throughout the boss fight. So it looks like they're not really skipping anything, but committing their bloodlust for this pretty big pull as they pull the sniper and the ambushes all together. So this can be dangerous, especially for the tank as well. With Necrotic, you can see it actually not even stacking up that quickly, having a lot of CC and AoE stuns to deal with that.
Yeah, good job there managing the mobs, keeping them off the tank, using stuff like Shadow Fury to great effect here as well. We do have a death on the side of Alpha Brawl. It is the Survival Hunt. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out. Looks like some Stealthlings actually got their ambush casts off there, but luckily no player was targeted by enough of them to be instantly killed. They're just mopping up the rest of this pack here. I wonder if they're going to go into boss now with the sniper that they'd CC'd off to the side. Ooh, actually, was that even CC'd? It looks like it did call a Venom Stalker, so maybe it was just out there sniping at them during that whole pull.
I don't think they can because their Hunter is dead and they didn't have a battle rest, right? So I'm pretty sure the Hunter released. They're gonna have to finish off this trash.
Summon.
And then they have to summon the Hunter.
Well, the release...
Hunter can walk back.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah.
I think the Hunter can probably get back before the summon would be ready, given that it's like spiteful. But it'd be close. Yeah, that Hunter should be here in the next like 10 seconds or something. For Alpha Brawl, and then they could go into boss. I wonder if their plan, had that not happened, would have been to take this into boss, though, because it does seem like, you know, 1 or 2 mobs, right? That's the kind of stuff that you do pull into boss on MDI. Meanwhile, RG Nordics up to some interesting pull here over on the side as well. Rarely do we see these mobs engaged, the Defenders and the Brute Ambusher over here to the side, but that's exactly what they're doing. They are only on about 70% count here, so they do need to get quite a bit more before they can head downstairs. They will need a little bit of this extra count off to the side. Ooh, and they need to kite here, but a good job of dropping Necrotic.
Oh yeah, Demon Hand dropping really low on that Vengeance, but Alpha Brawl now engaging them in a Venom Blade as their Hunter did manage to get back to the group, and they are finishing it off with some other trash that they still have left here. So this is still pretty dangerous, especially because they don't have a Battle Rest left for them for another 4 minutes. So if anything goes wrong, they're gonna just have to play out the rest of the boss fight with some dead players. But it's looking pretty good so far, again using the Ring of Peace to get rid of those Spiteful Shades. The Windwalker really working out great for them with that utility for those affixes. And not only for the Spiteful Shades, but it's also really good for Necrotic, right? If your Demon Hunter wants to reset the Necrotic debuff, you can put a ring down and the Demon Hunter can just kite it out until it resets.
Ooh, tank down for RG Nordics and no battle res here. That's going to be rough. They only have a couple mobs left. Maybe they can kite this out for long enough. They do get an buff as well, so maybe they'll actually be able to kind of keep this pull going, but this is definitely rough for the Nordics. Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl have so much damage on Dominant Venom Blade here, actually on pull. Look at that Survival Hunter just blasting. It is a fortified key, so the bosses do melt a little bit faster, but this is still a lot of damage from Alpha Brawl. They are pulling even further ahead. And yeah, I love that Windwalker Monk choice. I think just in a lot of dungeons, it's a really compelling third option to just make your group do as much AoE damage as possible. But especially against Spiteful Necrotic, yeah, the utility they provide, the support that they can bring to your tank and to the rest of your group is so high. The challenge is surviving yourself on the Windwalker Monk against some of these mechanics. You know, you're playing without an immunity, with just a couple of really powerful defensives, but they all have to be used proactively rather than reactively, which can be a really tough thing to do in a dungeon where there's so much going on.
Yeah, definitely agree. Windwalker life is not too easy sometimes, especially when you play Halls of Atonement, there's all of these frontals, and then there's so many animations in Melee as well, so it's really hard to tell where the frontals are even going. So yeah, really good job by a K-Walker, making sure to survive most of the dungeon. As they're now moving into the last boss area, looks like they are dealing with this pack by pack, which just make a lot of sense when you have the Spiteful, because otherwise the Spiteful Shades are just going to come from all sides. So they just decide to deal with one trash pack first and then move together to the next while kiting out the Spiteful Shades all into one direction.
Yeah, usually it's the mini-boss that takes the longest anyways, so as long as you're dealing effective damage to that mini-boss, it usually doesn't actually matter whether you kill all 15 devoted really quick, or whether you kind of do it pack by pack like this. It always feels nice, there's always those DPS players in most groups that will just go and pull the other one so that they can start padding as much as they can, right? But in an MDI setting, they're a little bit more disciplined, although it does look like the mini-boss has gotten lost back over towards the edge of the room, probably from those two mobs that were walking down from the stairs, ended up teleporting to those rather than to a far pack. So this has meant that Alpha Brawl actually weren't really being able to efficiently cleave it down, and they will actually be spending another 20 or 30 seconds in this room than they potentially needed to.
Yeah, so this really wasn't as efficient as he could have dealt with in this room. I'm not sure. They do have enough trash, right? So they don't really have to get any slimes.
Yeah, they're good.
But yeah, this mini-boss is taking them quite a long time to finish off. They also don't have Bloodlust available for the last boss, which can cause some issues, but it's not tyrannical. So they should technically be fine if they have assigned their offensive cooldowns, or like if they spread them out and don't all use them in the same phase. And then additionally, again, the Windwalker coming in really handy on this boss with that extra Disease Dispel for possibly maybe the Hunter to be able to take less damage from the rain.
Yeah, Infectious Rain is a lot of damage, although on the 22 Fortified, they should be okay, just with Holy Priest throughput to not be too worried about it. But yeah, like you said, I mean, you got a Warlock who's never going to be in too much danger. You've got a Hunter who can take the Disease Dispel, and you got a Monk who's sitting there on Fort Brew, Dampen or Diffuse, and Touch of Karma for each one. So they'll pretty much always have a defensive rolling for each of those Infectious Rain casts, especially because she's only getting one cast per phase, given how fast they are pushing the boss.
Yeah, definitely looks pretty clean by them as they're now in that first intermission phase. You can see they still have the Malignant Spawn up. They're just passively cleaving down. And we do see some offensive cooldowns are still available by the Windwalker to go through that second phase. They already dealt with the Relic. They had the buff at the very start. So they're gonna have to deal with the second phase only with the Windwalker cooldowns. I do think the Infernal is gonna come up.
We probably hold
during this
that though
phase,
for
but probably
P3,
hold
right?
it for the last phase. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I mean, she's going to phase at 33, and she's already at 45. So I think they'll be okay. Yeah, they'll have coordinated assault, power infusion, and infernal for the last phase. Which, yeah, the second phase is definitely going to be their longest phase. But even still, it's only going to be one infectious rain. Not too much danger for Alpha Brawl as long as they can push here. Ideally before the next malignant spawn. Okay, the next malignant spawn has appeared, so the tank is going to be under a little bit of threat here. But we've still got Last Resort available. We've still got Metamorphosis available. And the fight really shouldn't last too long once it comes back up to P3.
And we did that. I think we got one melee hit on the Hunter there from the Malignant
Yeah.
Growth. But Nordics having some issues as two of their players
Oh,
go
no.
down. Pretty sure they just tried to just room really quickly and ended up just dying to some of the shades possibly. The tank going down as well. But at this point, they're just trying to catch up somehow, as Alpha Brawl obviously is pretty far ahead, only dealing with the last phase of Stradama, and really little that can go wrong at this point.
No way
do
they
have
could
to
wipe
dodge
from
the
here.
tentacle. They do have to dodge the tentacles. But yeah, it is a fortified dungeon, so the boss not having too much HP, and it looks like they pretty cleanly deal with that last phase. And even though they do have the 10 deaths, still winning that first dungeon against the RG Nordics.
Wow, there you go. Okay, Alpha Brawl takes Plaguefall. It was a bloody affair. 10 deaths for Alpha Brawl, 12 deaths for RG Nordics, but Plaguefall is one of those dungeons that can just kind of do that to you sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it can. I mean, we don't have very nice affixes either, so
Yeah.
not too surprised that it went a little south here. But at the end of the day, able to pull it off, get through it, and the deaths didn't exceed the dungeon level, so I think we're okay with it.
That's
Yeah,
the
well-
rule.
Redemption for Alpha Brawl. There you go. Yep. But we're not done yet. They still have to win one more if they want to win this series. I think this one could pretty easily go to a Dungeon 3 just based on what we saw on that first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, RG Nordics didn't necessarily look bad. They just had a couple really
No.
unfortunate mishaps where they ended up just, pulling extra trash when they didn't mean to. And they had a couple interesting strategy choices that maybe could have gotten them back in the dungeon, but at the end, Alpha Brawl just made fewer mistakes. So that was the
True
name
enough.
of the game. But let's take a look at some of the things that went wrong in this dungeon for the teams. This was kind of a really interesting side-by-side affair where they tried to skip past the mini-boss here, and people got in combat and didn't skip past it, and 3 people died. But as this was happening for Alpha Brawl, this pack was pulled for RG Nordics, and they clearly did not want to pull this. This was Spitefuls being feared into random trash packs and pulling them into the group, and them instantly if it was me, I would have instantly wiped it, but they were like, no, we can live, and then 30 seconds later, they eventually rotted out. Now, RG Nordics did make some pretty good attempts to bring it back. This was a pretty solid attempt, and they managed to pull this off, trash into the boss, which Alpha Brawl did not do, but at the end of the day, just really wasn't enough. Alpha Brawl had made fewer mistakes throughout the dungeon, and were able to clean it up and finish it off. They got away with murder here, though. This should have been way more deaths than it was. Hunter going down here, and they didn't CC spiders. This ambush cast not killing anybody, those 2 people should be dead. But somehow they're not, because they managed to kill at the exact right time. If those 2 people die there, I think RG Nordics actually win this dungeon. Because
That's a calculated error.
They have to
Wow.
come back. That was not
That's right.
calculated at all. That was
You lined it up
Completely
against the
intended.
ambush
Completely
cast.
intended. Yeah.
Look, it's
all part of the plan.
It's the new meta.
That's right. It's all about those tight timings, right? That's what you got to do to get it done. Yep. But and that's again, looking back at all this, like I said, I think this is going to be a pretty close series. This is one that could go to dungeon number 3. RG Nordics seem to have what it takes, especially that pull before Icus was very impressive. So we'll see if they can put together a little bit cleaner of a run for dungeon number 2. Same goes for Alpha Brawl to a certain extent as well. It's going to be Tazavesh Gambit though, so things are not going to get any easier going forward, are they?
No, and this was the map that Alpha Brawl banned against Ethical, but then they felt instead that like they should ban Halls of Atonement more in this series. So that may mean, this is RG Nordics' best shot at taking a game in this series. And I mean, of course, it's one that they have to win to stay alive in the series now that they are down 1-0. The affixes, though, on the 24 key level, Fortified Bursting Storming. This Murloc area is one that I will be glad to be on the spectating side rather than the playing side of this particular one.
It will be pretty brutal, and you know, I feel like we very rarely see teams make it through there without taking at least one death, because it's just so easy to get overwhelmed by bursting, or so easy to have one Murloc run an aggro, 8 more, or something like that. You know, and then you get some of the Guardians as well when you're moving towards that first boss, which if you stay in the wrong place for 0.5 seconds too long, you're dead. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be a fun one for us again. I always have to clarify for us.
Even bursting, I think, because bursting is an affix that if you play a Holy Priest and if you all play Alliance, you have a Master Spell and you have a
that's true.
Stone Form to get rid of all of it. But, as you said, those Murlocs in the first area, they all run away when they're low HP. So it's possible that you don't finish them off at the same time. Some die earlier, some later. Maybe you refresh your bursting. Maybe you already have used your Master Spell, and now all of a sudden you get even more stacks. So it actually can be pretty dangerous in that area if you don't perfectly control the Murlocs and use your AoE stuns and your kind of CC to make sure they're not running all over the place.
Exactly. So, in terms of just making runs cleaner, like, you know, what were we seeing that was causing deaths in that first map that could be avoided this time around? Is it dungeon-specific things? It feels like it kind of always is, but you know, or is it sort of like stylistic things that they can take from one dungeon to another to maybe reduce the death counts? Ironic.
I think one of the biggest factors in a good MDI team comes down to just pure mob control. The tanks at the top level of the best teams are very, very, very good at keeping things nice and stacked for the DPS players to AoE down, even when they're kiting around. Especially when you factor in things like, you know, if we get to the other side, Sanguine. Making sure you just make sure that things aren't healing, make sure that things aren't getting any errant casts off. If a mob strays out of the group because it's fleeing away, like these Murlocs will, you have your Death Grip available, you have a Mass Grip to move things around. Like, the mob control has to be impeccable from the team. And it's not just the tank either. Binding shots, very, very useful to keep things stacked up. The Warlock stuns can actually be manipulated to make sure you're using them at the proper time. You don't have to use that 4-set proc right away. You can wait until you're about to cap on shards. There's a lot that you can do, tiny little minimal things you can do to make sure that the mobs are just exactly where you want them to be.
Yeah, I think that particularly in an MDI setting, when you get to practice these dungeons so much, when you get to do the runs over and over again, it's really good to have almost everything like mapped out, right? Like, there shouldn't be so much mystery about whether this mob is going to get death gripped in. If it gets death gripped in 50% of the time, it should be either 0% or 100% for most of those things. And then there's obviously, you need to react to the changing circumstances. Something weird will happen, something will go wrong, and you'll need to improvise. But the extent that you can have it be predictable and you can have the pull look the same from one attempt to the next is something that is a really big hallmark of our MDI teams that always place, you know, first, second, versus the ones that are trying to break into that level.
So I actually have a Warlock-specific question, and I wonder if you know, Syro, if you have a proc ready for your 4-set and your Blasphemy is about to spawn, and you don't target anything, but you cast a Rain of Fire like away from the mobs that you're currently fighting, does Blasphemy spawn on a mob anyway? Or does it spawn
where you cast
like
the rain.
on your raid?
Oh, so you
cast a rain. Okay, so technically you could cast it somewhere else to make sure it doesn't stun?
You could do that, but then you're also wasting a free Rain of Fire, which is like...
I've never seen a
There's
Warlock.
so many Rain of Fires, like, it doesn't matter. There's so many rains.
You wouldn't want to do that. That would
Missing
be...
one of them is fine.
That would be really weird.
It's better than overcapping shards, though, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's better than Sanguine Healing, so...
It is better than
We'll
Sanguine
see.
Healing.
We'll see who's better here. RG Nordics, Alpha Brawl. Can Alpha Brawl take it 2-0? We'll find out.
All right, so we have Alpha Brawl swapping over to a more standard kind of the Blood DK comp here. RG Nordics sticking with their double Demon Hunter comp that I think they've played this rather well and have showcased some of the cool things these specs can do. Definitely seems like a lot of comfort for them as well. We are seeing Bursting start to ramp up here. That's going to be the Master Spell from RG Nordics. Doesn't hit a lot of people in the group, though, so you can see Dwarf Racials having to come out as well. Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl already done with their pull, but it was a much smaller pull, only at 14% count. Their Bloodlust is actually still rolling as they go into their next pulls.
Yeah, so you can see 21% trash done from this first pull by RG Nordics, and did somehow manage to survive, even though that Master Spell didn't hit everyone. So really well played by them. But now they're going to be out of Dwarf racials, which does mean that the next Master Spells are going to have to be on point, and maybe also not getting any extra stacks or refreshing the bursting afterwards. But Alpha Brawl now moving into the next trash pack as well. We're going to see a lot of Murloc pulls here because they want to get out of this area with like more than 50% trash at least.
Yeah, I think you want something like 53 or a little bit more, depending on how much you're trying to skip in the rest of the dungeon after you kill that first boss. So we'll see how they decide to do this. Usually those 4 Stormforged Guardians are just an auto-include in every route because they give so much count for how much health they have, but they are dangerous mobs, especially for the melee players in the group, so maybe a team will find a way to skip them. It does look like Alpha Brawl are starting a 3rd Murloc pull now. RG Nordics, meanwhile, still kiting out their 2nd, but bigger pulls for RG Nordics means they are going to have a little bit more count even, or probably comparable after their 2nd pull than Alpha Brawl do after their 3rd.
Yeah, you can see the binding shot coming out of the Survival Hunter from Alpha Brawl to make sure that the Murlocs are not running away when they're low HP, which is of course incredibly annoying. Not only is it going to delay their bursting and they might extend it really badly, but it's also just going to make kill them up slower because they're running out of the Rain of Fire, they're running out of all of that AoE damage that is being put down. But there we go, Alpha Brawl now also engaging this Relic pack that Nordics is already fighting. And it does look like that they finished off... I don't see them up spawn at all. Who did they kill?
It's a Vi
there it is,
Interceptor
the Vi.
for RG Nordics, and it's a Woe Drifter for Alpha Brawl. Alpha Brawl are actually, they're fighting on the right-hand side, whereas the Nordics are over on the left, hugging the shore instead. So Alpha Brawl, they can get this Woe, and maybe then just run towards, like, past a couple of mobs here. RG Nordics, since they're getting a Vi, have at least one more Murloc pull planned without... Oh, Demon Hunter down here for RG Nordics, and that's potentially going to be a full team wipe. This is very, very bad for the Nordics. Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl still on 0 deaths through this Murloc area. That is so impressive for anybody. They are going to start one last big Murloc pull here. This one is double or maybe even triple Scalebinder. Those mobs are really important to keep track of and to stop on the Invigorating Fish Stick cast. So they probably have each of those marked and assigned to a different person to take care of, and you can see a kidney shot on one of those. You can use death grips, all sorts of things on them, but with this many scale binders in a pull, you don't just want to use an AoE CC, you want each one just individually having somebody stopping them. Ooh, Purg goes out for Alpha Brawl's tank, so both tanks are without a cheat death now. Ooh, scary.
Yeah, and that's exactly what went wrong for RG Nordics, right? There were 2 Invigorating Fish Sticks that spawned for them on that previous pull where they wiped, and that's where everything just like fell apart. All of the mobs healing, taking less damage, while also trying to finish off the rest of the pack with the Vi Interceptor just jumping around, really caused that pull to fall apart. While Alpha Brawl, maybe also a little bit because of their Rogue being so good at interrupting those kind of things and having those single target stuns, really helping out Alpha Brawl in comparison to RG Nordics not having that Rogue. As their tank goes down again, first Havoc Demon Hunter going down, then their Vengeance Demon Hunter, followed by their Survival Hunter. Looks like everyone is just going down, so the pool is going to reset again, meaning that they're wiped twice in this pool now, costing them a lot of time, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl are collecting a lot of count from the Murloc area. They're going to be at 60% trash count from Murlocs alone. They still have those 4 Guardians as well. Maybe they'll take 2, or maybe they'll take 4 into the boss with them here, or maybe skip them entirely. We'll see what they decide to do with those mobs. But at 61% count, they can skip a lot of the rest of this dungeon. They could skip pirate pull of some kind. Like they could shroud past that first pirate pull after this boss area, I think, and maybe avoid doing that entirely. They are skipping those Stormforged Guardians, which is interesting here as well. Normally, I think of those as really good count, but they are very annoying mobs that can be difficult to manage. So Alpha Brawl deciding to instead just fight an extra pack of Murlocs instead.
Yeah, very interesting decision by Alpha Brawl, and it seems to be working out for them so far, as they of course still have 0 deaths on their board.
Yeah.
Playing a very clean dungeon, which is something that is not always the case for Alpha Brawl, right? We've definitely seen them make some mistakes in other dungeons, so really nicely done by them so far, as The Warlock is taking the gateway through the beam there. And actually almost going
Oh,
down.
griefing the melee as well. Look at that beam going right through all the ads. They've had to move everything around that. That is unbelievably toxic, but very typical Warlock behavior right there. Just no regard whatsoever for the well-being of the melee players in the group, zapping them with that laser.
Unfortunately, we do see another death from RG Nordics on that Havoc Demon Hunter, and the pull is not done yet, so hopefully they still have enough interrupts for the fish sticks without their Havoc Demon Hunter being there. Definitely struggling a little bit as all of those Murlocs are enraging, and you can see Demon Hunt on that Vengeance just trying to kite it out with the Guardian Angel being used and also the Binding Shot to make sure everything is staying a little bit apart. Yeah, just struggling to finish off the last couple of percent they need in this Murloc area before they can move to the boss.
Yeah, the silver lining for RG Nordics is this is probably their last Murloc pull, but wow, it is costing them a lot to get the count that they need out of this area. 11 deaths on the board already. That's an extra minute almost of death timer, and they are so far behind in the dungeon. Alpha Brawl nearly done with Hillbrand here. An important question is whether or not Alpha Brawl will be able to kill Hillbrand before the next sanitizing cycle cast. That'll be coming fairly soon, and if they can avoid that, it actually saves them a bunch of time. But you can see they are not going to be able to do that, not even being particularly close at 14% on Hillbrand. And the floor is getting rather polluted here. The Warlock kind of looking around shiftily saying, somebody put all this yellow gunk in the middle of the room. I don't know who, but definitely somebody did.
Yeah, I wonder who that was. But yeah, Alpha Brawl now getting into that last phase. I do think I really like the strategy from one of the teams earlier. I think it was... actually, I don't remember. But one of the teams did delay the Interceptor kill. So they finished off the Vi Relic first when they pulled this boss. And then they just left the Interceptor up. And once they came into the second phase, they just finished it off to make sure they're going to make the push so they don't get a second intermission phase. And I do think that's a strategy that most teams should be going for, because it really just helps you out to make that push, because you do save quite a bit of time if you don't have to do those relics again.
So Alpha Brawl is indeed going to use Shroud to skip past the first pirate pull here. That pull is a nasty one. I actually don't blame them for skipping that at all, especially on 24 Fortified. Even by itself, that is just such a dangerous set of enemies. And to people on the live servers, I would recommend splitting it up in half, even just fighting those the front two of those pirates by themselves rather than doing it with all the other ones. But Alpha Brawl have skipped it entirely with all that extra Murloc trash count that they got. And they're now just going to fight a Vi Interceptor and one pack of pirates here, leaving 2 packs of pirates and the boss. At this point, I think Alpha Brawl are more than far enough ahead. 16 deaths on the other side. That if they just pull 1 pack at a time and keep this 0 death run going, there's basically no way that they could lose from here. But they don't necessarily know that. And even if they do know that, they might still go with a more aggressive plan that's part of their strategy. So may still be an opening for RG Nordics if that goes wrong.
Yeah, I would like Alpha Brawl to actually go slow, as you said, because 80 seconds death timer on RG Nordics, and additionally they're still behind in the dungeon as a whole, really is going to make it really easy for Alpha Brawl to win if they, as you said, go pack by pack. And I also think it's a 24 key, right? It's not that any of those pulls are easy if you pull 2 packs together. But Alpha Brawl apparently not listening to us at all, as they're pulling that middle pack onto the right pack. At least they're not pulling the boss, which is something they technically might have planned in their route. So not doing the boss at all, just finishing off this trash first. And it looks pretty clean. Just making sure they're staggering those AoE CCs as well that they had available to them. Making sure that the bursting is not stacking up too high whenever there's no master spell available.
Yeah, well done there by Alpha Brawl. Great management of these various affixes and those dangerous mobs. Those mobs are just, I mean, the deckhands put out so much damage on your tank. There are so many casts that you need to look at as well. Alpha Brawl going to pull that dragon into that back right corner of the room. This has been the predominant strategy we've seen for dealing with this in the MDI, is just fighting it over here to make that cone as wide as possible towards where the ads spawn, to make it as easy as possible to just hit all 4 right when they spawn basically every time. So a really good way of managing this boss. This boss actually probably one of the hardest ones, even after it's received several nerfs in a lot of groups, right? It's just got so many deadly mechanics that any 2 of them overlapping can cause you to be in a really tough spot.
Yeah, I do always get surprised by like the tail sweep that just
Yeah.
picks you up, because sometimes the tank will move the boss closer to the middle and then turn around the boss so the frontal actually hits the mobs. Then all of a sudden there's a tail in your face and it's gonna pick you up. It's like, oh, that's an ability, true. So yeah, that's definitely something you have to watch out for. But it looks like Alpha Brawl is doing a pretty good job so far, dodging all of those mechanics and the paddles as well. Yeah, there we go. Just man, the Warlock has to move a lot. I hate to see those Chaos Bolts being interrupted.
Yeah, tragedy there for for the Warlock on Alpha Brawl. You can see being beaten by a rogue in damage. Now it is single target, so this is the one time where rogues are allowed to beat the Warlocks, the tanks, in damage. But still, you know,
They should be Rain of Firing the ads.
yeah, true. As
Beat
soon as those
the
ads spawn,
rogue.
just start blasting into them. In fact, tell the tank to pull on top of them for the Rain of Fire cleave. Tank actually being
Just miss the frontal on
yeah
purpose
yeah.
to make sure there's some more Rain of Fire targets.
Yeah, I think that this is a genius strategy. We need to let the teams know about this at once. I'm curious as to why they're not doing that. Keep on just aiming the breath and killing those ads and getting rid of all that free cleave. What's going on with this this
Unacceptable.
transmog on the Warlock, by the way? Is that
Right, that's what I was thinking.
two
Yeah.
mismatched shoulders as well? Kind of a beautiful finish to a great mog. Meanwhile, we've got the
I didn't know that's
priest here.
possible.
Yeah, that's like a
Mock
new
shoulders
feature.
differently?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it's you can mog just one shoulder or both to different ones. There's so much freedom
Huh.
in the system now.
Can you do the same with gloves and boots?
No, don't think so.
Wow.
I know
Why is that?
it's messed up.
I don't approve of that. There we go, Alpha Brawl finishing off the boss. As RG Nordics is finishing off the previous boss. So one boss difference here, of course also the trash differential on top of that, plus the 17 deaths. RG Nordics at least still trying though, because there's quite a few things that can go wrong still for Alpha Brawl, because this trash in that last boss area is pretty dangerous, and the boss itself is as well. And if they have a full team wipe on something like the last boss at the end, that's gonna cost you a couple of minutes. So technically RG Nordic still has a way to come back into this game if Alpha Brawl makes any sort of mistakes in this last area.
It looks like Alpha Brawl have showed up today though, and they have had a plan. I wonder if the ban of Gambit yesterday was to hide their strat, maybe even, because this has looked really clean out of them. 0 deaths. I mean, yeah, there are some
really.
ways that they're just pulling things pretty slowly. This pull in particular, right, 3 mobs by themselves, does just look pretty slow. But on the other hand, I mean, 0 deaths, 24 fortified, it's not like they were doing Murloc pulls 1 pack at a time as well. They did several Murloc pulls all grouped together. They've had innovative strategies in this dungeon, so I'm really impressed by what Alpha Brawl are showing here. They do still have to finish strong, though, and it looks like they are really taking to heart the just how far ahead they are. Although, even as they're just pulling 1 pack at a time here, 1 Starseer by itself, we have a Warlock in a pod here, so not sure how that happened.
Yeah, so I saw that pod of the Warlock and then the drifting star from that Starseeker aiming towards the Warlock, and I was just like, please grip the Warlock out of the frontal. But it looks like it wasn't actually in the frontal, it was just a camera angle, so we are fine. As they are finishing off the Starseeker, still have to do the right side trash though. And yeah, still just going slow, and I like this a lot. I really, really like this Alpha Brawl. We know they can do this probably faster, this last boss area, right? I don't think that in their routing they have a solo pool Starseeker planned, but considering that they are so far ahead, I think it makes a lot of sense, because those Starseekers can be very annoying with those pull stars that they're spawning, plus those frontals that are really hard to see, especially when there's more trash on top of it.
Yeah, when you think about how RG Nordics can win this game, right? It involves Alpha Brawl trying something big, wiping to it, trying again, wiping to it, wiping to the last boss, like some combination of stuff like that happening. So if you're Alpha Brawl, it makes so much sense to just make sure that doesn't happen, right? To not pull a Starseer into a pull, even if you can do it 90% of the time, 95% of the time in practice, even if it worked. At this point, you just know exactly how far ahead you are. Obviously, there's a 2-minute stream delay, but at this point, they know about those 17 deaths, right? They know about what's going on RG Nordic side. They know that they are a boss and a full trash section ahead and 2 minutes of death timer. It is very, very good to be pulling exactly as they are pulling right now, and I think it's a really clever adaptation from Alpha Brawl.
Yeah, I agree as well. As they're finishing off the Starseeker all by itself, The last pack that they left there is the Relic pack, which is incredibly smart. That is also something you can do in live service as well. If there's like a boss room and you have to deal with a bunch of trash packs, you should technically always deal with the trash pack with the relics last if you want that extra damage for the boss. Because then you can finish off the relic, maybe go with an Vi Interceptor, and then once you pull the boss, you can kill an relic, and then you have like the double kind of damage buff onto the boss, which makes boss fights quite a lot easier, especially if you play Tyrannical or hierarchies or anything like that. And that's also what Alpha Brawl is doing here. As they finish off the Vi Interceptor, you can see, and possibly go for an relic on the boss. We'll see in just a second.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. It's a really good way, you know, with those effects, right? The Vi, the those are multipliers to your damage, and you want those to multiply with each other. That's the way to speed up the dungeon as much as possible, and ideally multiply them with Bloodlust as well. You know, multiply them with your damage cooldowns, and just get full value out of all those effects multiplicatively with each other, rather than using them one at a time and not getting that extra value. On the other hand, Alpha Brawl do potentially want to save something for when Solia actually pushes phase at the end of the encounter, right? When she enters phase 2. So maybe we'll see something like Bloodlust held for that, but the fastest way to do this is certainly to just use everything on pull.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. As they're finishing off the rest of this pack that they just pulled, using the Master Spell to get rid of the bursting, and now engaging Solia. You do see that all of the cooldowns, or some of the cooldowns, have been used here at the very start, because they are planning on finishing off that relic as we talked about. So they're gonna get those cooldowns back for the second phase of this boss fight. And yeah, there we go. It's only a boss. They have that 100% enemy forces, and I mean, incredibly clean run by Alpha Brawl. Of course, they can do this dungeon quicker, but still, I really like their adaptation there, making sure they're playing as safe as possible.
Yeah, and this is still a fast run of a 24 Tazavesh Solia's Gambit, right? Like, they have taken a lot of double pulls, a lot of triple pulls. 24 is not that much lower than than like the highest keys that you're seeing. You know, we're talking about a few key levels here. We're not talking about some MDI seasons that the MDI has run like 10 key levels below high keys, right? This season it's like 5 levels below high keys or less, especially when you're seeing these 24 keys that we have in some of the maps. So definitely don't be assuming that Alpha Brawl are taking this easy. Like, they are doing a lot of aggressive strategies, but they did sort of back off a little bit in this last room, which again, I think was strategic rather than based on them not being able to do it.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do with the second phase of the boss here, as they first position themselves to hit all of those stars.
Lust.
And it looks like they are, using Lust and pulling the boss a little bit towards the entrance. We do see a lot of teams kind of changing out the positioning of the boss to make sure they can dodge those projectiles, as you can see them coming in right now. But Alpha Brawl deciding to just let the boss stand there in the middle, which does make the dodging of those projectiles a little bit harder.
Yeah, the strategy we see some teams use is to bring the boss to an edge of the room, and then you have all the projectiles coming from the same side of your character, rather than coming from 360 degrees all around your character. That also means you can potentially leave the collapsing star as well. We've seen some teams, like Monka last weekend, left the collapsing star in the middle of the room and just let it explode for 4 stacks on the whole group, and it just hit Turtle, Cloak of Shadows, Warlock defensives, Anti-Magic Zone, and a bunch of healing, and they were able to get through it pretty easily that way. When you're fighting in the middle of the room like this, instead, you have a much easier time just doing the collapsing star as intended, right? Doing it 1 stack at a time.
Yeah, so recently I played this dungeon, and you can see like at the exit of this room, kind of, where there are these steps and it's a little bit of an elevation. And I was like, oh, this is so smart. I'm just going to stand on top of this, and the projectiles are going to go underneath me. I'm not going to get hit. And then it turns out you do get hit by them anyway. They're just invisible because you go underneath. So yeah, that's not something you should be trying.
That's something that we should be thanking you for trying for us, so that we don't have to.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a good idea. Sometimes you can get some good stuff with the elevation, but yeah, unfortunately not here. It does look like they can probably just ignore this last collapsing star, just keep tunneling boss here. Alpha Brawl, they have put on a clinic in this dungeon. 0 deaths on the board here. They are going to pass just over that 20-minute mark. They are going to be so happy with this result. They are going to take this series 2-0 RG Nordics and stay alive in the lower bracket. Not done yet for today, though. They do have to play again later today.
Well, Alpha Brawl does it. They get the 2-0 over RG Nordics. Rough gambit for Nordics for sure, but Alpha Brawl playing it clean. Oh, they did have one death, I guess, at the very end though.
Oh.
But
Warlock, of
come
course.
on,
No,
Yes.
don't
But-
count it. Don't
ruined,
count it.
ruined. But either way, it was a good finish for Alpha Brawl. They will go on to face OMEGALUL in the next match of the lower bracket a little bit later in the day. But hey, props to Alpha Brawl props to RG Nordics rather for getting this far, right? Because even if you do get to the groups and then don't make it any farther, like it's still a pretty incredible accomplishment to make it into a group at MDI in the first place, right? You still got to be one of the best squads in the world to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, the sibling rivalry has ended in a draw. Although,
Well, I
count
think
deaths?
I think we go by death count. I think we have to go to tiebreakers, right? And so I would say first tiebreaker, in my opinion, is death count. Which in that
all right,
case,
we'll have to go to the
I'm
admins
sorry,
on that,
but
probably.
Soundproof would probably get it. I don't remember the exact death count, but I don't know. What do you think? How do we break this tie? Is death count a good way to do it?
I think we'll just need to add these two
RG
teams.
Nordics just. I think it's a caster vote, honestly.
I feel like we should just add these two teams to the upcoming DOA Invitational because we already know there's some,
Yeah.
there are some grudge matches
Well,
that need to get played
There you go.
out,
Yeah, exactly. We'll just make it a head-to-head later.
Yeah.
I don't want to harp too much on the performance here for RG Nordics, but that's two fish sticks on the screen, and that just can't ever happen. If that ever happens, that's going to be a wipe. And once this happened, I mean, they were so far behind in the dungeon that there was not a whole lot they could do. Alpha Brawl, however, big turnaround from yesterday, right? Remember, this is the team
Yeah.
that died over 50 times in Halls of Atonement, and they were able to come into a pretty difficult affix gambit here and play a one-death key. Now, was it as fast as we're used to seeing from the top-end teams? No, but as we've seen in previous weeks, in the lower bracket, you don't necessarily have to be the fastest team in order to make good progress. Playing clean is what you have to do, and they managed to show us they can pull that off here. So we'll see how low they can get in this lower bracket. I mean, they could go pretty far if they keep playing like they played in this gambit.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. It always makes my heart skip a beat to see people tank Celia in the middle of all of the stars there during that one segment, but they handled it really well. Like their movement was perfect, and didn't lose anybody until the very end. And I don't know if we count that Warlock one. Yeah, that was just a fun death, as they say at the end.
It's
But,
just expected.
yeah. Sometimes Warlocks just explode. What can you say? Right? You know it's ironic. Sometimes they do.
I never die. I'm a perfect player.
No? Oh,
I
okay.
I cannot wait for you to have to exist next expansion without Pod Tender. I am going to be looking
Or
forward
Soul
to
Shade.
it.
And without Soul Shade.
A lot of
All of
people are
those
going to be
holy
missing that.
priests.
Yep.
All of those holy priests that you've been screenshotting this season are going to be able to get their revenge.
Why don't we have pod screenshots? Yeah, why is it just the angel
Oh,
form, you know?
true.
We did actually. So we were doing some double Warlock keys last night. Muchas and I were playing together, and somebody did post a screenshot of both of us potted at the same time. I'll be a good sport. I'll be a good sport and give this to production so they can post it up if they want to.
Oh, that's nice
in
of
the
you. How
production
gracious. Well, we're going
potted
on
at the
to
same time. Sorry.
fun. Be the pod. Grow into a wonderful caster. Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team coming up next. But Alpha Brawl moving on to face OMEGALUL later in the day. That's going to be a tough chore for them. It's going to be a tough task. They'll have to play just as cleanly as they did in the Gambit, and they'll have to play faster, I think, if they want to take down a team like OMEGALUL. But we'll see. We'll see. Anything's possible. But for now, Team Weekend versus MMDT, Mythic Meme Dream Team. This is going to be an interesting one, too. And you know, I was expecting things to be close. I would be shocked if we got through the day without a Dungeon 3 in at least one of these matches.
This is by far the most likely one, I think, to go to a game 3 as well, because the ethical
Oh,
and
there
the
you go.
OMEGALUL ones.
Oh, that was fast. There you go.
There
Double
he is.
pod.
Wow.
Notably, hey, you can see there's a priest in the bottom left that is not dead. They're alive. So there, you got one on us Orlux priests.
I mean, it could be an angel. You can only see the name.
Yeah, fair
Could
enough.
be an angel form.
No, he's neat.
Yeah, usually when you see that name, it is above an angel, so...
Yeah.
Not going to say anything more about that. Yeah, well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to go to our next series of the day. Here in the elimination bracket, it's going to be Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team. Don't go anywhere. MDI returns right after this.
Yeah, you're right. MMDI.
Yeah.
Wow, Doa, very
Twice
insightful
in one
analysis.
day. Oh my gosh. That's you know, don't trust me with this.
Hi,
Don't
Noah.
trust me with this. Hi, how's it
Noah.
going?
How are you
Welcome
doing?
back, everybody. It's good. It's we're getting through it. Team Weekend versus Mythic Meme Dream Team is going to be our next series here. And again, one that might be close, but we have got like a very difficult dungeon to start this series out. So it's gonna be interesting. This one's a bit brutal.
Yeah, so Sanguine Depths, it's a 22 tyrannical bolstering explosive. We've actually seen it banned the other times that it's been available, so the teams have been kind of avoiding it basically at all costs. Sanguine Depths is generally just a pretty volatile dungeon. Like, any mistake can relatively cost you the run pretty easily. It is explosive though, and whenever you do kill an explosive inside that urn, it does give you a stack of the buff, so that can be good for some of these teams, but I don't know. It's something that the teams have been avoiding, and I'm sure there's a good reason for it.
Man, Blackrock Cult got
Yeah.
banned again.
I know.
I'm so sad.
I know.
Casters hate it. Local
true.
MDI competitors expose shocking secret to success. Learn this one weird trick from winning groups. Bam,
And Blackrock
now.
Gold.
Oh, I hate it when
mean-
these ads pop up and it's like, where's the X? How do I see a tiny little X
Yeah.
on that one, but you click it, nothing happens. Ah!
Ah,
It's
yeah.
huge.
I mean, there's an X,
No.
but it doesn't seem to be working.
Doesn't
When
work.
you click the X, it'll pop you to another website. It's like,
I gotta call
Yeah,
our producer.
exactly.
I think that the computer that is doing this broadcast has been infected by a Trojan virus.
We got hacked. We got hacked, and that's why the ban like the teams didn't really ban Blackrock Hold, but we were hacked, and it looks like it was. What can you do? It's out there now. Yeah, hackers are just too strong these days with all their computers and software techniques. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I mean,
I'm just
There you go.
See, my voice is leaving me as I speak. We're gonna see Theater of Pain again. I wonder if any
Yeah.
of the teams was like, "Oh, that was a good route. Let's adapt to it."
no. That is not a route that you rip in 1 hour. That is a route that is like a
It
multi.
could
I
be.
think it's like a 6-hour escapade to reroute that
It
dungeon
could
like that.
be.
I mean, if they do it now, though, you're going to be
Okay.
really impressed, aren't you?
I'm gonna feel very.
Oh,
I'm gonna feel
absolutely.
very foolish by stating such strong statements. But yeah, I
Well,
guess.
there you go. You've got your mission. Team
mean, this
Weekend
is
and
no-
MMDT.
I have a sneaking
Alright.
suspicion that this Sanguine is going to be the only time we see Sanguine all weekend. Only
It
because
could
the
be.
teams are forced to play it.
Oh.
Because these affixes are just not very nice. Bolstering Explosive is two very slow affixes to deal with, and then it's also tyrannical, so the bosses that are already hard are just that much more.
Bolstering is a lot better in Sanguine Depths this season than
Sure.
it has been in season past because of like the changes to like how it works, and especially since you can also pull like mobs into bosses. But in general, yeah, dude, it's just so much different than any other like Sanguine Depths weekend that you're gonna run. And like, if there's a bolstering incident on the first pull, like we could easily see a team wipe. I think.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
true.
I mean, it is gonna come down to like how well can you play around the buffs from the lanterns. I think it's something that always comes up when we're looking at Sanguine Depths. But like you were saying, if you wipe kind of further in, then there's a whole way that you have to walk back up, and it's really hard to recover from like big wipes or like big deaths throughout the dungeon just because there's so much walking time, and it's a rather long dungeon as well, so you don't have as many battle rests throughout it.
Yeah, very true. It gets scary. But one of these teams has to win. In the end of the day, you know, one of them's going to do it a little bit quicker. The question is, you know, how do you minimize the deaths on this one? You know, I think that's going to be sort of the key, is how clean can you play, you know?
I mean, if there is either of these two teams, if they have 0 deaths, I'm pretty sure the team that has 0 deaths is almost 100% going to win the map.
For sure. Yeah.
It's just one of those things that this dungeon punishes death so abnormally hard that just like any mistake really will set you back pretty far. And it's not like this in a lot of other dungeons. There are other dungeons where it's like pretty bad if you have a death, like Necrotic Wake. I know that one's like really coordinated and that's like super choreographed, and you can lose a lot of time there. This dungeon, I think, is probably the worst out of all of them for this expansion, for one death kind of snowballing into a catastrophe.
I do want to say, I think Mythic Dream Team looked very good going against Sloth yesterday. Of course, they got beaten 0-2, but I think they could be actually a force to be reckoned with in the lower bracket. So I'm really curious to see what they did from yesterday to today, because in the last cup, we saw teams tremendously improving from one day to another. So I feel like maybe they can do that, maybe they can pull it off, and I would really like to see them like step it up even one more, you know?
Yeah, I mean, their hauls yesterday was looking pretty good. Necrotic Wake was a little bit rough, but again, that's just another one of those dungeons where you can have a team wipe so easily. But yeah, I remember hauls rather looking fairly solid for them. And again, you know, you put in a lot of practice overnight, and then you bring it for today. Team Weekend versus MMDT. Let's find out who takes Dungeon 1.
Yeah, and we're gonna go in. Sarah doesn't want to talk to me today, apparently, but we're seeing a Resto Shaman on the side of the Mythic Dream Team, whereas Team Weekend has decided to keep going with that Priest. Reactors dropping really low in that first pull there. It looks like it maybe has eaten one of the frontals there, but is able to survive. What do you think of their setup, Sarah?
Yeah, the Resto Shaman's an interesting pick. There are curses in this dungeon to go with the spells on, but those aren't happening in this pack. And they already have a pod tender coming out of their Warlock, which is their main source of damage here, so not an exactly ideal way to start the dungeon here. Is that going to be a problem for their stacks? That Lantern still has plenty of time left on it. They should be able to get 10 stacks, but just the actual, you know, time spent in the pull. Look at the damage difference between the Warlocks because of that pod. Like that's the end of his Infernal Ramp that he was just pacified for. He's doing 3 million less damage than the other Warlock right now. That's a pretty big deal right away.
Yes, I absolutely agree that that was a little bit devastating, but both teams are able to finish off the pulls quite simultaneously. I would say both of them using the Woe Relic to just skip forth towards the boss, and it looks like Team Weekend has decided to not do any of the trash here, maybe just the pack right in front of the boss. Oh, they got the rest too. It's just running towards them. All right.
Yeah, so notably the big thing there is they were all out of range of explosives, so if there were any errant explosive that spawned in the back that they'd be out of range of them, didn't have to worry about killing them. A lot of damage going on in the groups here because of that though, and Gorgecast did not get interrupted, so whenever these ticks die, they are going to do a lot of damage, so I have to keep an eye on those health bars here. Last few going down, and of course the bolstering as well, can't forget those. One last tick. Team Weekend are through, just the Insatiable Brute left to deal with for MMDT. You can look like they're having a much better time with this pull here. I mean, Cat Priest Power Infusion providing such a huge power boost for their characters, able to deal with that AoE much, much more cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of really like what they did with the relics as well. I'm not sure if it was intended. It didn't necessarily look like it, where the relic pack was waiting behind them where the rest of the mobs were, didn't get pulled initially. And then they added it when the boss was around 50% just to get like an additional buff after Bloodlust had run out.
I do, however, like what MMDT doing is though. Keeping the Brute alive is pretty nice because, well, you get free funnel damage. Two targets to hit is much better than one, right? I mean, just by virtue of how the classes in their group work. Havoc target for the Warlock, Carve target for the Hunter, extra combo points for the Rogue. It's just all really good. So they got a little bit more single target damage by having that Brute alive. But again, the teams are going to kill this boss at roughly the exact same time. So as we get into the section of the dungeon where the curses start to occur, let's see if that actually makes any major difference for the group here. Because if a silence goes off on like the Warlock at a wrong time, it could be pretty devastating for that team.
Yeah, definitely. So both teams are going to go into the corridor here and going to start pulling stuff onto the Chamber Sentinel, which is ideal. You have that one big target that you can cleave down from, and it looks like both teams are having quite some fun with that. Both of the Survival Hunters are topping as of right now. Some curses going through on the side of Team Weekend, and I think if I saw correctly, there was just something getting decursed on that Warlock.
Yep, looks like it just went out, and it was Aisha who actually ended up pulling those pelters from the side as well. Usually we see tanks going and hitting those up, but looks like it's going to be the Priest that pulls that off. Also pulled a bat as well. Have a little errant bat in here. That has to be on purpose because they were nowhere near the chasm, so All right, extra
Ooh.
target in and a little bit of extra trash for them as they get on top of this lantern here. This is going to be their second buff that they gather up here. You can see the stack starting to go off on the group here. MDT also going for that same strategy here, pulling in those rockbound spites, gaining their lantern buffs. Did they actually get the lantern open, though? They're not stacking any buffs up right now. There they go. Just now went out. They didn't get all of the buffs out. That's not exactly ideal.
No, that's not what you want to do, but there is still some more trash that they could go and add and get that 10 stack up of again. I mean, like you said, ideally you would have wanted all of them in and have it by now, but there's some more trash that they're gonna throw in there. And Team Weekend actually using Shroud to move forward here, but will stop it and just pull back around the mini boss and the relic. I actually really like a tech we saw in the past weekend where teams would skip through to the next lantern, extend their buff there, and then pull the mini boss and the extra add-on relics out of this room. But they seem to think that they can pull up the Overseer reactors, cheat death proccing. Maybe they can pull it off and still extend, or like not lose any of the buff in the overall time at least.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They have about 20 seconds of that 10 stack left over on the side of Team Weekend. They're going to have to head straight to a lantern. There'll be a Quill Feather, which has very little HP right next to it. If they get an insta interrupt to get that lantern open immediately, they should be able to very easily get this 10 stack refresh. Is it coming out? Look at that Quill Feather's HP. Was the lantern open? The lantern wasn't open.
No.
Didn't get the lantern open.
Oh,
Open the lantern!
Can I do it? Please,
Okay,
yes,
wow.
there we go. Wow.
Okay.
That was
Barely.
really close.
That was that was a little bit closer than you'd like, but now that they have the refresh, they're good to go. They can start pulling more trash. Remember, that lantern's open for another 45 seconds or so they can even pull more trash into it. Mythic Dream Team, on the other hand, are opting to go for a more Monka-style strategy, where they refreshed twice on the very first lantern, and then they're going to get another refresh after dealing with an extra trash back, but they also went for the mini-boss instead, similar to what Weekend did. So just trying to get a little bit of extra value out of that first lantern, and I think that's a little bit better for trash percentage, but Team Weekend is just moving through the dungeon faster right now.
Mythic Dream Team also able to extend that buff just perfectly. There are some explosions that were very close to going off there. I think one even went through. The other two could be stopped as they extend their buffs here, get that extra buff from the relic. Woe Drifter taken up, and now they're dealing with the final scribes and will probably move on to the next pack. Here it goes. Matt Byrne has already pulled, is gonna drag it into the lantern. Similar style happening on the left side of the screen with Team Weekend, finishing off the pack, moving into the other direction towards the boss.
Yeah, so Mythic Dream Team, so this is a safe strategy, but notably it's quite slow, right? Only pulling 3 mobs at a time is not exactly ideal. You want to be going for something like Team Weekend is doing on their side, going for their next lantern, pulling maybe 2 or 3 packs on top of it and going for the AoE. This is a lot more dangerous, though. One errant cast goes off on anyone in your group, could easily be a one-shot, especially when you factor in bolstering. So you really have to make sure you focus down those research scribes first, because they get a bolster throw research cast off, it's not going to be nice. That scribe, every single one of those 3 researchers, look at that half HP chunked onto the priest.
Yeah.
Come on, just CC
The
it.
first one went onto the Warlock, which could barely feel it, but Aisha then got the heat of it, and with no Guardian Angel available, and also that Desperate Prayer was on cooldown at the moment, just taking so much damage there for a second, but they were able to finish it off, and now they're dragging some more trash towards the lantern, just making sure that what they're in fight with will extend their buff eventually, while Mythic Dream Team is also finishing up on a pull and trying to move forward in this dungeon here. Macburn in the back has pulled some of those Wardens and Furies, but it looks like they're moving into... I mean, they look like they want to keep moving in this direction, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
looks like this
towards
is
the
going to be with
boss.
the boss. I mean, they just refreshed their 10 stack. That was going to be their last refresh since their lantern was running out. And we're into the boss here. Cooldowns are available. They have the Infernal. No power infusion, notably, but plenty of defensive cooldowns available across the board. Wall is available. Cloak is available. Several of them have their Dwarf racials, too. So as long as they're able to get these mobs down cleanly and not have any errant bolsterings go off onto not great mobs. Okay, woo, little scary, but should be fine. Just have to make sure you get the last Barb Shackle cast on the Depths Warden. As long as I get the center up, they'll be fine. Get the kick. All right. That should be all she wrote for the trash pull. It's just a matter of chewing through this boss with the remnants of your 10 stack buff here, and they still have a good 30 seconds of it left, so should be able to get this boss down quickly here.
To be fair, there is one research scribe in the back that is still throwing some of that research around, adding extra damage, and reactors goes down. No cheat death available anymore. Aisha now also in the holy form. They don't have a battle rest for another 30 seconds. So maybe if the priest can keep healing like that and they can pick him up once the battle rest is available again, then they could potentially do it, but it's going to be really hard. Also noting that their tank is Vengeance and not a Blood DK, which could heal themselves up a lot. Vengeance just requires a little bit more help from their healer, and the Warlock will be taken out here by the Research Scribe and the Pulsing AoE from the Manifestation, and that should be a full wipe. There's no way this tank can do it alone. Really unfortunate here. Will pass another rest, so they can at least accept here and get a mass rest off. Well, no, there's the Scribe.
Right there.
Oh, that's really painful.
That was the worst way to wipe. They dealt with all of the trash, and then they just had one errant research scribe that they didn't have. They must have had it CC'd off on the side or something because it took no damage. And it must have been just in range to get bolstering stacks because people were just getting pelted down by those books. I mean, we were talking about it before going into the boss. Research scribes are the last thing you want to keep alive in any of those situations because those throw researches, they just keep casting them. And they do a lot of damage. Well, on the other side, MMDT, they're through the second boss. They have their trash count already dealing with the trash in this third boss room.
Yeah, and I mean, they also pulled like a little bit of trash into the boss, but it wasn't as scary as what Team Weekend did. And like we were saying before, it's kind of high risk, high reward, and didn't pay off for Team Weekend here this time around. Maybe if that cheat death had been available and just have that extra DPS from the rogue to deal with that manifestation there. But in the end, there was too much dying going on, too much extra damage getting dished out to the whole party. And they did have that full wipe. Now need to do Tarvold again, whereas Mythic Meme Dream Team has moved on and is at Grant Proctor Barilia.
Yeah, and another question you have to ask as well, when mistakes happen for these teams, your Bloodlust is off cooldown now. Do you just go ahead and pop it instantly, or do you save it for where you would have used it in a perfect scenario?
It's gonna get popped.
Here's the answer.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense to do. You already know you're kind of behind, and in the worst case, you're just not gonna have it for where you originally were planning to. But in the best case, you might get a second use, depending on what happens for the other team that you're competing with. So just using it when it's ready, in most cases, makes a lot of sense, especially if you're like fighting a boss on Tyrannical, right?
Well, yeah, and there's also the consideration that they might just not be able to kill the boss without the Bloodlust because they don't have their 50% buff anymore. I mean, this boss is pretty scary on Tyrannical, right? Like, every single time a Castigate cast goes off on somebody, you better hope they have a defensive because 22 Tyrannical Castigate can, like, 3-shot someone. It does a ton of damage. So the Bloodlust might have just been needed to deal with that boss. However...
Yeah, I actually agree. It's, I mean, I think any boss in Sanguine Depths is really scary, but Tarvold in particular just doing so much damage to single players.
MMDT opting, though, not to use their Bloodlust on Grand Proctor Barilia. Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. Well, so there's one thing in particular. So the two main sources of damage on this fight are, of course, the large AoE explosion that the boss does, but then there's also this secondary cast after the fact.
No.
Are they alive?
I mean, they are a desperate prayer, just completely carrying for a hot second. Aisha able to kind of push them back to life, but that was really scary there for a second.
Oh, let's focus in on them. Are they going to be able to heal through this? Heal through that last tick angel form! Oh no! Boss is at 7% though. As long as they kill this.
They can do it.
Committing
the angel form should be available for longer. Did we click it away? Did we? All right. I mean, anyway, healer back to life, back to Mythic Meme Dream Team, who are on Brillia. You were talking about the damage income on this boss.
The main damage sources, the main two damage sources that you take on the fight are the main explosion that you collect the orbs for. That does scale with Tyrannical. However, the Endless Torment, the cast that the boss does after the fact, it scales with Fortified for some reason. So it's actually not that dangerous of a boss on Tyrannical as long as you're able to, have enough immunities to rotate through the explosions so people don't have to do what they're doing right now and like
Imagine being
orbs.
a warlock and taking this orb from your shaman. Sorry. I mean, come on.
He had wall up too. He was in his wall. You know what? The shaman had off.
That was
You know, if the shaman
pure
dies, he offs.
BMing. That was pure BMing on Lemon's side. I'm sorry. No shade here, but that was rude.
Well,
Just
the warlock
imagine.
is the queen of the group. You have to remember. You have to protect the queen.
The queen is like a steel wall. There's nothing that can take down a warlock at this point in
You'd be
time.
surprised. There are a lot of things that could go wrong for warlock players. There are a lot of pod tenders that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
But Team Weekend also arriving at Grand Proctor Barillier, looking to make up for some of that lost time. We'll pull all of that trash into the boss here. Fell Devastation is on, so Alos should be safe for just a little bit as they deal with that Ur Relic to get an extra amount of healing into the group. They're also collecting these orbs. Don't stand in that frontal now, that should hurt. Aisha taking a lot of damage there for a second. The Curse of Suppression going through, but they should be safe here. Desperate Prayer is running, and there's still so many mobs that they need to deal with. The Rex Souls not getting kicked, just going through, and now the Iron Spikes. It was needs to live, but they managed it.
All right, got through the dangerous part. Now it's just a matter of making sure you have your orb consolidation. Make sure your warlock gets 5 orbs so they don't die. You know.
Yes, of course.
Well, so the interesting thing about the Curse of Suppressions too, even if you don't have a curse to spell, if it goes on certain players in the group, you can just let it go off. Like for instance, if it goes on Hunter, it's not too big of a deal. If it
Yeah.
goes on Warlock, wall it. Your wall prevents you from being silenced. So there's certain scenarios where you can let the cast go through. So Curse to spell isn't like 100% needed in this dungeon, but man, it is such a much safer play to have the Curse to spell in your group, as you can see. Mythic Meme Dream team still 0 deaths, already onto General
Mythic
Call.
Meme Dream team.
It's a hard tongue twister. I see why you were trying to practice it before.
Mythic Meme Dream team.
I'm just gonna keep saying MODT, it's easier.
But as you were saying, they are in the gauntlet, looking to make up for some time with their pulse here. General Call still giving them a little bit of extra trouble, but they're looking very stable going into this Gloom Squall coming through. Everybody, of course, survives this, and they should be looking to get some more lantern stacks soon enough.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're gonna get them now, or if they're gonna wait until the very end of the 3rd phase of Call, because they've been saving the Bloodlust for a while now, right? Almost 6 minutes
Yeah.
past when it came off cooldown. So I imagine they're gonna go for something similar to what we saw from most of our Sanguine runs last week, where they get their 10 stack with this last section of General Call, and then roll that 10 stack into a Bloodlust plus Trash Pull on top of the final phase of General Call later on, when you have to get from 70 to 50. You can see, there they go, just now opening the Lantern. The rest of the trash is coming in. You have to be careful, make sure they're all line-of-sighted here so that these casts don't go off in any of the groups. Also line-of-sighting the explosives. There are 2 of them being finished off. There's going to be a lot of damage on the group if they explode. Ooh, only 1 went off, but they had the Spirit Link down too. But look at the explosives still spawning at the far side, and there's 2 still Dark Acolytes way in the back casting. If explosives spawn back there, I don't really know how they're planning on dealing with this.
I mean, maybe they can outrange them. It looks like it's pretty far. Not sure. That would be a little bit of fieldcraft now, but they are trying to line of sight them now. Before that, Creepy and Lemon didn't look like they wanted to line of sight them as much, but now the interrupts coming in from Creepy here, making sure the Acolyte moves towards the boss and everything else. They have their 10 stack, but on the left side of the screen, there is something happening. Knack goes down, but they are able to finish off the boss. That was really clutch, and I would imagine this is where they normally would have used Bloodlust, just from what that looked like, but very, very scary for them.
Potentially. I mean, Team Weekend are definitely putting themselves in a scenario where if this pull goes wrong for MMDT, they could definitely catch up. But, I mean, we really have to focus in on MMDT here because they have that 10 stack buff, but they're not going for the dangerous pull where they pull trash on top of the boss. They're just using it to deal with this trash ahead of time. And hopefully this doesn't end up coming back to bite them, because if Team Weekend does end up going for that pull and they get through this gauntlet cleanly, they could very easily catch up. Let's see how this goes for MMDT. They have to pull these Houndmasters into the boss. It would be a mistake not to, I feel like.
Yeah, they
Okay,
will.
there we go.
Madburn is running towards that boss. I mean, they still have like a couple of seconds on that 10 stack. They will pop that Bloodlust. Every cooldown available is now flying into that boss and the remaining trash. Notably, there is no PI in this group, so the Warlock is just not as happy as most of the Warlocks in the MDI, but will still dish out some decent damage here as they finish off those Hunt Masters, and that's looking pretty clean to me.
They did get the Woe Drifter buff, which is a little questionable, but one of the things I like about Woe Drifter on this boss is it makes it so much easier to dodge the charges. Like, you can just
Yeah.
sidestep and you'll dodge, so, you know what, I think it's an okay play. Allows for safe movement around the room too, dodging the lines, and when you have as much of a
Doesn't
lead
it-
as they do right now, it's pretty nice.
Doesn't it also help with the bleed debuff, like with the damage reduction?
Sure.
So when people get that bleed debuff, you just don't have to heal them as much, which on a 22 Tyrannical I would imagine helps a little bit. Just look at Creepy's damage.
Oh yeah, I mean, Shaman can pump out a ton of damage whenever the right situation arises, and well, if you're running the Earthquake Lego on your Earth Elemental and you are a Kyrian Shaman, Vesper Totem does a ton of damage.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot more than I thought a
Definitely.
Shaman would do, though.
I mean, to be fair, I think it makes sense in that setting where you would go, okay, let's pick up Woe, so there's not as much to heal, and Creepy can just full DPS blast it. Yeah, so they are doing what they're doing, taking down this boss, looking really solid. 0 deaths, 100% trash count. To me, this looks like it should be in the bag. I will wait until the boss is over, though. Team Weekend is looking to make up for that lost time, but they are behind that full boss fight.
I mean, in order to wipe at this point, their tank would either have to forget to put a shield down, or they'd have to have somebody with Wicked Rush just stay in the group and not move.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
they've got it in the bag. I mean,
don't count your chickens
nothing can go
before
wrong.
whatever that saying goes.
nothing could
I forgot
possibly
the
go
rest.
wrong.
You're jinxing it, Zara.
Nothing could
That's
possibly
not-
go wrong.
Stop it! No!
4% left on Shadowlands here. Only have to do a couple 100,000 more damage to get the boss down and take this first map in our lower bracket and prevent themselves from going home. And to be honest, Team Weekend didn't necessarily look bad in this dungeon. They definitely had a better planned strategy. It's just, like you were
Yeah, I
saying
agree.
earlier, just was a little bit more volatile, didn't work out for them. I mean, that's just sometimes how it goes in the lower bracket here. Ooh, last
I'm
set of rushes
so
and
scared.
lines.
No.
Oh, that's a big angel.
Aisha didn't make it into the safety zone there. They do have a battle rest, but Mythic Meme Dream Team now finished taking that 1-0 against Team Weekend.
I mean, that was really a clean run by Mythic Meme Dream Team, but I appreciate you, Mix, not counting your chickens before they hatch that time.
That's the word.
That's the one. We're looking for chickens to hatch here, exactly. Yep. But MMDT winning this one. I gotta say though, Team Weekend looked pretty solid. Like for a team with 9 deaths going into the final boss, like they brought it back in like a big way. They actually made it close, which a lot of teams that have that many deaths aren't able to do. So I think we could have a series on our hands, as they say. But for now, I mean, just very, very, very good, very clean run from MMDT to take that first map, and you get through that with 0 deaths. That's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly, and it's like we were saying before the match started. The team that ended up having 0 deaths ended up winning this. Like Zyro was stating at the very end, I do think Team Weekend's route was just a little bit better. We can even just like kind of roll the replay and kind of take a look at that. There were just some of those lantern refreshes that were particularly strong from Team Weekend. I think that this one right here was like such a good refresh. So they did that javelin pull, and then they immediately were able to make it to this lantern and get that cool feather killed off or kill an explosive. And then they were able to just like reset that buff, that Sinfall Boon buff. And it's like, that is such big value on these lanterns. And I thought that Team Weekend just had better lantern management. But they didn't have good enough lantern management to kind of overcome a wipe that's going to happen on this boss. And this is a boss that you kind of see a medium level catastrophe, like a death, like 1 or 2 deaths turn into a really big catastrophe super fast. And it's one of those things that once they have deaths that occur here, it's going to be a full team wipe. They have to repull Tarvald, and they have to rerun that boss without like the lantern buff, and that's going to be super dangerous. Where on the other side, Mythic Meme Dream Team, they were playing a little bit slower, but at the same time, they were able to get their pulls done the way that they needed them to be done, and they didn't have any deaths. Like, they weren't overreaching with the pulls that they were doing inside of the Sanguine Depths, and they were able to kind of take down this dungeon with 0 deaths. They were doing some of the pulls that they absolutely needed to do, so like this Gargan into Call, that Lantern pull, both of those things are fairly standard MDI pulls, and they were able to just cut down on all of the risk that happens in Sanguine Depths, and they really focus on the consistency, and it is like very important in such a dungeon like Sanguine Depths that you are going to have to cut down on that. But then that kind of leaves you questioning, is their route going to be faster for other dungeons that are maybe less volatile? Because their routing was just a little bit slower than Weekend, and you saw them starting to catch up at the very end, but at the same time, the consistency is what prevailed, at least in the Sanguine Depths.
Yeah, consistency is always going to be a little bit OP, right, in the end. But, consistency is tough for any team to maintain at this level, right? Unless you're like one of the very, very tip-top teams. So we're going to Theater of Pain next, it looks like. And that is one where, we already saw like a really interesting route today. We're probably not going to see it from this team.
Maybe we're going to see it again?
You think? I don't think so. I mean, I'm with Tettles, where it's like, that's not the type of thing you can just download like in 1 hour,
no,
right?
It's not, but I would
it would be cool. It'd be cool.
Like it if they did.
It would be
I
neat.
like that. I think it would be very scary if they try it, but, sometimes scary is fun.
That's true, yeah.
Well,
you got to push yourself out of your comfort zone, right? Maybe not right now. Maybe not when you're trying to survive in the MDT lower bracket, but in life in general, sure.
I hate scary movies. I don't know. I think I disagree with you on this one, Meg. Scary movies, in fact, make me scared. They're not fun. So
well,
you're
there's
wrong.
a difference between a scary movie and a scary MDI competition.
What's the scariest movie you've ever seen, Tettles?
Perplexed Junkyard, season 4 of BFA. It was a really scary movie.
That's not a movie. That's not a film.
It was a 1.5 hour long feature film, as a matter of fact, Noah. You just don't know.
That's a fair point. That's a fair
in
point.
His voice as he said that.
I thought you were going to say Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but we'll move on. He said he couldn't take a lot. That big ant gets a little bit scary.
I'm not
Then it
scared of
becomes a
ants.
friend. There you go. What if it's a huge ant? What if it's much larger than you? We broke
I don't know.
him.
I'll have to really think about that one. I don't know, Noah. You tell me. What if the ant was as large as me?
Then I'd be a little bit afraid for my life, Might end up saving you from a scorpion, though. You never know. Mythic Meme Dream Team with the lead in this series. We are going to Theater of Pain next. Ironic, you've been so quiet this entire time.
I've just been observing and finding cursed food picks for some reason. It's just they're there.
Things are
For instance,
happening.
for instance, biting the bottom of an ice cream cone first, or just taking a bite out of a Kit Kat bar without breaking it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Never
What
let
about
them know
full
you
eating a
tangent.
burrito
right?
from eating a burrito from like the middle.
These are painful things, and we're going to the Theater of Pain. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I see.
Okay, I like how
I
you brought
see.
it back around here. Yeah, that was brilliant. Well, here's our.
Yeah, that was very sensible.
So, Noah, since you're new to the MDI hosting, Zyro is like Theater of Pain minus the Theater of. He only is pain.
He's some people, Batman is vengeance, Zyronic is pain. Apparently, I guess that's what I learned.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
What is happening? I don't even know.
Dude, what is this?
I'm not on the list yet. I'm
Dude,
not
it's
on here
every
yet. It's a
single
miracle.
weekend. What? It wasn't even that cringe. I'm not that cringe.
So we can too.
You kind
It's
of
not
glad
that.
we
I'm
got
not
it.
that
As I
cringe.
was
I'm glad we've got this
saying,
ready to go.
Is cringe even a verb?
It is now.
I mean,
no, it's an adjective, man.
pretty sure it's an adjective, but
Well, I mean,
you can also
cringe
cringe.
can be.
I
Cringe
cringe,
can
you
use a verb
cringe.
also.
It can be both.
Yeah.
It
I
can
mean,
be both.
it's been turned into an adjective by the current generation. Some can be pretty cringe, but to cringe initially would be to recoil in fear, which Tettles does. It basically any movie, even if it's a little bit scary. We've heard by his own admission.
Yeah, I mean, don't hold it
Yeah.
against him.
The Rancor in Return of the Jedi, pretty scary. He was gonna eat Luke
Fear of
Skywalker.
Pain, bottom, lower
Kaltharok.
bucket.
Kinda
scary.
scary. Kinda
Being-
scary.
Being on the verge of elimination if your team weekend, pretty spooky.
I
Very
do think that
spooky.
I do think that both of these teams, Mythic Meme Dream Team did ban this Dungeon versus Sloth in their upper bracket match, so I do think it's one of those things that if they haven't put a ton of time into banning Theater of Pain, or into playing Theater of Pain, it could become problematic. It's just like on a meta level. If they decided that Blackrook Hold was not it, certainly not it, and that Theater of Pain was maybe just less not it, it could be one of those things that MMDT doesn't have a ton of practice in there.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Or
I mean,
maybe they have a special route that they didn't want to show as they knew they couldn't make it in the upper
Also
and day
possible.
one, but
Okay.
they will do it
Also
in the
possible.
lower now. Ooh.
I think that there are times for that, and it is not weekend like it is not Cup C to just hold your strategies. I'm pretty sure. But
Why not?
I mean, everything's kind of out on the table. All right, anyways, whatever.
There's a warrior?
Ah,
Cast the dungeon. I'm
whoa,
leaving.
let's do it. Warrior
Why
time.
is-
I like
why is
it.
Incarnation
Enjoy.
playing again?
What? What is going on?
Oh, hey. Well, you know what would go really good with a warrior? Is
Tell
Noah
me.
still here?
An enhancement shaman.
An enhancement shaman. Wow.
Woo, but we're not seeing one. So both of these teams popping Bloodlust together with these smallish ads that are at the beginning of the dungeon. It looks like both teams have picked up all of them. So they are now DPSing down the first boss, and it's looking pretty equal. Zyro, you being one of the veteran NDI casters, when's the last time we've seen a DPS warrior in any of the keys?
It was in Theater of Pain. It was last season. It was Incarnation playing an arms warrior in Theater of Pain, and it was just kind of one of those seemingly off-meta picks that actually is pretty solid. You can spell reflect pretty solid amount of stuff in this dungeon, notably a lot of boss mechanics, which do a decent amount of boss damage. Now, I'm not really sure specifically like the strengths of Fury versus Arms. I think Fury has a little bit better like 5-target damage, and it's just a pretty solid DPS spec right now. We saw a lot of them run in the World First race, for example. But it's an interesting pick. I just don't know if it kind of holds up to the standard of, you know, the Windwalker Monks, the Destro Lux, and the Hunters, but we're going to see here. He's not doing too bad. I mean, and they're not too far behind in terms of just raw DPS here, and it might also be a comfort pick for him, too.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm kind of here for it. You know, I love when players bring out classes that we haven't seen as much before. I'm just super surprised that it's happening right now, where it's like, you could be eliminated in this series. So for them to go for that Fury Warrior, I think is bravery and also very exciting. So I'm happy to see it.
I mean, if there is a dungeon to play it is this dungeon. Now, also, who is their Necrolord? Is it just the DK for them? Because it's obviously the Windwalker Monk for Team Weekend. It looks like it's just the DK. Interesting.
Yeah, according to the companion, it is.
Well, you're the DK player, so what does Necrolord Blood DK get? Because I know they like playing Kyrian if they have the option to. Right?
I mean, Necrolord Blood Decay is just you get
Oh, it's
swapping
just
hands.
RP. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Well, that's not too bad.
So
I guess.
I don't think it's ideal, but it's also not terrible on this dungeon. It's a little bit worse on other affixes, but I think it works here unless you're like CCing something or like knocking something away and your sloppy hands are up and you're getting like a raged mob into your face by accident. That's not something that will happen here, so.
Check out the routing
Very
coming out of
niche
Team
case.
Weekend here, though. Woe Driftering past all of this trash, of course, pulling the trash that auto spawns whenever you run through, regardless of whether you're invisible
seen
or
this
not,
before.
but pulling every single trash mob into Gorechop. They don't have Bloodlust for this. This is just a natural AoE pull. I feel like we've seen this before. The triple AoE
Yeah.
comp coming out. Windwalker Monk instantly popping to the top. Warlock starting to ramp up. Of course, we'll catch up very shortly. As long as there's trash alive to kill, have to keep an eye, dodge the chains, even though you just got pulled into the boss. Looks like they're fine. Nobody got pulled. They have the
Knack.
Wardrift buff still available to run.
Knack got pulled,
People
no?
are getting low, though. Oh, you're right. He did get pulled. But looks like
Knack
they're
got
going to be
pulled, got
okay
the Guardian
here.
Angel though, survived
Ooh,
it
there we go.
very barely, but
Oh!
now Swilla's actually taking
Warlock
a
got chopped.
break of damage there. The grip from Aisha, life-saving, taking out that Warlock over, but it is gonna drive away in the seat. Will survive, though. The gas bag needs to
Kill
go
the
down.
gas
There's
bag.
just so much damage coming out of this mob as they finish it off. Divine Hymn getting cast, but the Warlock is dead.
Well, they have the
There's a
disposable
battle res.
engineering
Don't
res. He's not going to want to
expect
take
this to
that
be-
yet. Wait for the chains. Wait for the
Oh.
chains. All right, take
No!
it. Healthstone? Oh,
He got
no.
driven away.
And he doesn't have any defensives. That's the notable thing here. He has to get very hard focused by the healer here. Warlock with no defensives, kind of scary to play. It looks like they're back in the safe zone now. All the trash is dead. Just have to do a good job of cleaning up these mobs coming alive. Also, one sludge spear. But as long as you get interrupts on that, not too big of a deal. Get that withering discharge.
they did it.
Thank you, thank you,
Ooh,
thank
okay.
you. Okay. We
Scary.
are clean on the side of Team Weekend. Meanwhile,
I mean,
Mythic Meme
Tuttles
Dream
is
Team
probably crying right now.
might be,
But
but not for Mythic Meme Dream
As you
Team,
were
because they've already
saying-
gotten to Zav. They're doing pretty good.
yeah, they have gotten a Zav. They are on 32%. 0 deaths still now down in the battlefield for the Warrior and the Hunter as they come back up and now able to do a decent amount of damage to Zav. I'm not sure if they pulled anything onto Zav, but I don't think they did. I was really
Yeah.
very focused on what was happening with Gore Chop, but
think we all
just
were.
looking back at the replay, I think they just played it clean and did everything trash-wise before the boss.
The damage meters would suggest that too. Now the question is Team Weekend going to be pulling that trash that they skipped when they go back up? I mean, I feel like they have to, right? Otherwise you're committing invisibility potions to skip past it. So hopefully they'll have damage cooldowns allocated for that. But if you look across the board, the only real thing they have available is they'll have the Resonating Arrow from the Hunter, and they'll have, I guess, the Tiger from their Monk.
Yeah,
but no
soon.
Infernal from the Warlock. So gonna have to ramp some damage on the Warlock there. I wonder if you just PI the Monk at that. I'm curious.
I mean, you probably would before you miss out on the PI and the Warlock, you know, being in seat and then down. It would make sense to just slam it, I guess.
Oh,
They
Warrior's not
are
PI, so-
looking what to do here, but yeah, we're gonna pull everything and play all of that together. Fell Devastation going out, or the Vengeance Demon Hunter will be safe for quite some time here as Xuen goes into this pack. Monk doing so much damage here, getting some good procs now.
Withering
The
Discharge got
interrupts
off.
need to come out. One got through neck, barely dying here, but Aisha has healing hands above him, making sure nobody drops to death here.
All right. I mean, that was relatively clean. One Withering Discharge, wasn't in raging range. Not bad at all for Team Weekend. And I mean, that was without Infernal. That's pretty impressive. Warlock doing less than tank damage for this pull, so that's not something you typically see. But he has it available for wherever they go next. So let's see what the plan is going to be. We are heading towards Koltharok, which means skipping past these ghosts first off. I wonder if they're going to be pulling them into the mini-boss here? Yep, there we go. Ghosts are going to be pulled into this mini-boss. Gotta keep an eye on the Soulstorm damage here as well. Could be a lot of insta-give damage coming out.
I mean, they didn't pull all of the souls, at least from what it looks like right now. There's still some more coming up, but I don't think it's all of them. So I assume they're gonna snap some onto the end boss of this wing and just leave them there. Portal Guardian now enraged, but they should be able to finish it off before another storm goes off. Here they go. Mini boss is down, and on the right side of the screen, Mythic Meme Dream Team.
Left.
We just saw Madburn re-control that ancient captain, making sure it doesn't come out while he's trying to skip here. And now the interesting part, what are they going to do with this bridge? And it looks like they're just going to go pack by pack.
Makes we could win left.
Yeah.
Why do teams? I've never seen a team go left before. Why would you go left? I don't, it's 2 extra trash count, and it's worse mobs. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's so weird to me. I think since the entire history of this expansion, I've only ever seen teams go right there. My brain hurts.
To be
right now.
honest, I'm just a stupid melee player, so I always get confused on the platforms here. I just go wherever the tank goes.
Radiance?
Not gonna lie.
Well,
Ooh, Guardian Angel coming out of Aisha here. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just the extra % that they want, I guess.
it must be. Trash Count is very fickle in Theater of Pain. Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen at some point. They had a Bone Mage CC'd at the very start of that pull, and it instantly got broken out, so there was one interrupt that was probably going to be unaccounted for at some point. They do end up just having the monk sit back and hard res. One of the benefits of having a monk in the group over a rogue is they actually have a character who can res your healer if they die, so kind of nice. They'll be waiting for them to get down before they start pulling anything. Now, I wonder... They just committed a lot to that last trash pack. We got to focus up over here, though. MDT has had a full team wipe on their side on that bridge.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of oofing about. So there was so much that happened there. I thought they were playing it clean, like trash pack by trash pack, but then they went into the bridge with some of the trash from upstairs, or like from up the top of the bridge, and that was just too much. There was a charge coming through and so much damage onto everybody that like all of them just dropped to death, which is really devastating for them here. Full team wipe, adding that 25-second penalty. At least they had the battle rest this time around, and Creepy was able to accept it and res the full team back up, so they didn't waste on the skip. It would have been really devastating if that would have occurred, but they're now deciding to take what is remaining onto Gorchup. Bloodlust will be ready now. I wonder if they are going to pop it, and yes, they will full send it into the boss here, making sure everything dies quickly and doesn't give them too many problems. Now, I hope they can do a good job of dodging everything here, because there is a lot on this floor that they need to use a little happy feet to dodge around on, but they are able to do it. And now Gorchup is down to 70%. On the other side, though, Team Weekend is making good time on those platforms, going to that final one, if I'm not mistaken, and it should be seeing the boss now.
It's going to be a very, very close dungeon, because Team Weekend, although they are 50% behind on the boss, remember, they have the shortest wing left. They just dealt with the longest one, which is the Koltharok wing. They only have Zav left on their side, so could be looking pretty good for them. I mean, we'll have to see exactly what the play is for them, because they still do have a pretty solid amount of trash to get. I think they can skip one mini-boss if they play it perfectly. They can either use a Warlock Gateway or just some sort of Mind Soothe to skip and get past it. See what the plan is. They have to get through Koltharok first. But the Dream Team looking pretty good right now. I mean, this could end up coming down to the Death Timers, though, so we'll have to see. I think it's going to be really close.
Yeah, I agree. I think that 25-second penalty might bite them in the back, but they should be able to deal with Gorchup quickly now, and will then look to catch up on the trash count that right now Team Weekend is definitely ahead on, like you were saying. But Koltharok is definitely a boss that takes just a little bit of time, and I am waiting for them to kind of bring on some of the souls, but it doesn't look like they want to do that here.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they could still pull them at the end. I mean, are there actually any over there for them to pull? Have they dealt with them all already? I know they
think
skipped.
Only Mythic Meme Dream Team left some. Maybe Team Weekend didn't. I thought they did, but I would have expected them to pull them by now. So I'm not sure if there are some remaining.
Let's see. Is the Imp out for the Warlock? It is. He has the Imp out. Good job, Warlock player. For those of you who are unaware, Koltharok is a very dangerous boss. Yes, because it does a lot of damage, but also because it has this ability where it puts out 2 magic debuffs on 2 players, and usually your healer can only dispel one of them. If you have a Warlock in your group, you can dispel the other one with an Imp out. It's very, very useful and will prevent many deaths. Please do this.
Yeah.
Help your healer. They are your friend.
Help your healer. Very much that.
They give you PI, you dispel for them.
Yeah, that's very smart. I mean, to be fair, in the case of Team Weekend, we also have a Priest, which does have Mass Dispel, but it's not up for each and every one of those debuff sets, so just if you dispel every other one, they will be happy. I promise.
Yes.
So,
but
here
other
we
than
go,
that, don't
and...
respect your healers. I'm kidding. Do respect
Sorry?
them. That's just mean. What?
Sorry?
What?
So whoever is doing keys with Zyro, just let him die from now on. Thank you.
He's the one who tells me to do that, to not do that. He tells me that he is not a person and I shouldn't trust him.
Okay,
This is
that's
also-
worrisome, but I'm going to talk about the MDI now. So, Team Weekend finishing up on Koltharok as they move on, and it seems like they have dealt with all of the souls prior to that, and I just mislooked at them. But Mythic Meme Dream Team now also catching up, will do all of the solds before, and it looks like they go left as well. Zyra, what do you think?
I'm confused by this. Do we have? I need to check the MDT again for this because I'm pretty sure it's literally 2 extra trash count, and I feel like there's definitely better ways to get trash in this dungeon than doing that pack. I mean, I guess it's not too big of a time loss. It just doesn't seem that efficient to me. But if both teams are doing it, it has to be right. I couldn't be wrong. It's okay.
Yeah. So, 81% for Team Weekend, now dealing with that mini-boss. It is tyrannical, so those mini-bosses aren't too terrible, but Mythic Meme Dream Team is looking to make up for some of those percentages, pulling everything here. Soulstorm also going up. Just look at the light up on all of those bars. Rallying Cry, Divine Hymn, Desperate Prayer, Guardian Angel. Everything is currently up to save this group from despair, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job of that.
They are doing a good job. Team Weekend on the other side doing a great job too. They ended up pulling the second of these mini bosses in on top of themselves here. They're doing a pretty good job. That Drifter buff helping them out a ton here, helping them dodge a lot of these casts. So both teams going for pretty significant pulls and going pretty well for both of them. Although I should just get interrupted by that shout. A little unfortunate.
I mean, it's not terrible. So they're going to finish up on one of the mini bosses, and Nekthara will go down before the second word comes through. And Mythic Meme Dream Team, maybe they go for everything here again. No defenses available. Would be very scary. Not sure Tels can take it, but for now it seems like they're deciding to only go with one trash pack here.
Well, Team Weekend has 100% trash count here, and they are now forced to pull this trash. That is
Doesn't look right to me.
Not ideal. Well, I wonder if the plan was to have the Woe Drifter buff last long enough to skip past all of this, but they just didn't deal with it fast enough, or they killed the Drifter too early. Because what they're going to have to do now is, well, they have to kill this trash pack because they're planning on probably Warlock Gateway skipping the next one with Mind Soothe. So, just all of the time spent killing this trash pack right here was just lost time. They can't, that's just unfortunate. That's like 25-30 seconds versus MMDT that they just lost. However, they are still in the lead, I think. MMDT still dealing with their last trash pack here, whereas Team Weekend are already on to the boss. So, going to come down very close to just some final boss DPS at the last second here. MMDT just now heading towards their last boss. See how this goes. It's going to be a DPS race at the end.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it looks like there's 2% missing on Mythic Meme Dream Team's side. Oh. Do they still have an Ancient Captain or anything like that they're dragging along? I don't think so.
I don't see one.
I don't see any friends. So if that is the case, then that could be the how do you say it? The tick on the scales?
Straw that broke the camel's back?
Yeah, well, that.
Does that work?
I'm just going to innovate some new phrases to say.
Okay.
Team Weekend looking to speed up their run here. Zap is down to 55%. There's a lot of group damage coming in. They're holding on to the Bloodlust, looking to use it for Madratha, and will dodge these combinations here just barely by almost. Looking very scary by those little side steps. The oppressive banner in the background just passively getting cleaved on. There's a second that now spawned. They should be finishing up on that first one though, as they're barely allowed to move at this point, but there should be another send down from the boss, if I'm not mistaken, after this.
I believe it's right after this combo that they'll get the second send down. We're set to go to the middle now, and then there will be one last duel. Do a second duel at 30%. This boss is dying very slow, though. I mean, this is taking a while. I mean, with the damage that they have right now, they could potentially even get a third duel if they're not careful. They might have to commit some cooldowns here at the end to get it off. They're taking a long time downstairs too. I mean, this is not a fast boss from Team Weekend. I mean, you would think that Zap goes much faster than Koltharok, but they're kind of neck and neck. And remember, MMD pulled Koltharok after.
Behind them, yeah, after them. So I'm just wondering where Mythic Meme Dream Team can catch up on those percentages, to be honest with you. Like, are there some souls somewhere maybe that they can pick up, or do they have to snap up one of the mini bosses, or like, what are they going to do about that? Because most of the trash is somewhere else in this instance.
Did they pull all the trash mobs at the start with the boss? I didn't quite see.
I think they did. Both of those teams, I think, did 7%. So.
Okay. Well,
Aisha going down for Team Weekend. That
Bartender
also adds
also for the
another
Warlock.
5 seconds. They still have that 10-second death timer lead, but maybe one of the players will go up and start the roleplay up there, while the rest of them
Yeah.
just fights one of the mobs.
MMGT.
Vaka's
where
looking
are
to
you
go
guys going?
up. There's nothing here. Lemon, where are we going?
Where are we heading, Lemon? There's no way they have to fight a mini boss, right?
They have to.
They have to get the captain. Oh, the captain reset.
No.
That's what happened. The captain
That's
reset.
what happened.
All
Can
that
they
is really
mind soothe?
unfortunate.
They can mind
mind soothe
soothe.
and grab it. This is going to take them so long, though. And yes, they can start boss RP while doing this, but this is a huge, huge time loss.
No way!
Are they just killing it? Take it!
It has damage on it now. What? Oh, I
Well,
hate this.
meanwhile, while they're dealing with this, Team Weekend has already gotten onto Mordretha and already have it down to 60%. Bloodlust has popped. The only way Mythic Mean Dream Team can get back into this dungeon at this point is if something goes horrifically wrong for Team Weekend. And I don't think that's going to happen. They already are through halfway to the boss. Last big burst of unavoidable damage coming out now from the transition. Doesn't even do any damage to the Warlock or the Monk. Of course, they have personals available. Just have to dodge mechanics now on the side of Team Weekend. Mythic Mean Dream Team, they've got their trash count. They've already spawned the boss.
Bacchus is just waiting for the rest of the
man.
group. Why not drag the captain with them? Not sure if that's what they intended to do, and then some damage got onto it, like a dot and some controllable or something. I don't know. But this is devastating for Mythic Meme Dream Team, who had gotten that first point in the series. But now it's very much looking like Team Weekend is in it to even out those scores. So 25% remaining on Mordretha. There's no cooldowns available as of right now, but Mordretha is basically just dodge and don't die. Warlock Tyrant will come up in 6 seconds, as will PI, and then it should be the end for Mordretha.
Oh, that's going to be all she wrote. There goes the Infernal right there. Come on, press the button, bang, Infernal's out. There's the power infusion. That's going to be enough damage to pull off the boss. Mythic Mean Dream doing their best to do as much damage as possible, but it's just going to be too little too late. And even if we were to kill the boss first, we still have the 10 seconds of deaths on the board. So it is going to be Team Weekend taking the second map of our series and forcing us into the first game 3 of the day, as Doa predicted we would.
I mean, I really liked seeing the warrior.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too. As someone who's played a warrior for a very, very, very long time, it's always fun to see one pop up in a dungeon here and there. But as you can see, it is a victory for Team Weekend that will, as Ironic stated, send us to a dungeon number 3 for the first time this weekend. And, you know, we'll see. I think it's anyone's game at this point, because both teams seem to have, you know, a pretty solid grasp of how to make things happen. It's just some of these deaths here and there, and then some awkward routing stuff a little bit from MDT in that last one. But I think, oh no, that wasn't that. It was just that they lost the captain, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
losing the
deaths,
captain.
yeah.
It was
It's the
the full
deaths.
wipe.
Yeah.
The wipe was pretty much the nail in the
Devastating.
coffin. I actually thought that Team Weekend's routing through the first half of Theater of Pain was a little bit better, but then towards the back half, it kind of tapered off a little bit. Overall, I don't think that there's necessarily like too much that we really need to hit on here. It was more just like MMDT ended up having some wipes. Team Weekend was able to kind of recover. They had some mistakes as well, but they were able to recover their mistakes.
Sure enough. And that's all it takes to send us to map 3. And so the thing is the winner of this goes on to face Ethical. So it's not like it gets any easier, but it is nice. It is nice to at least make it a little bit deeper in the group.
Yeah. So right off the rip here, this pull into Gourd Chop, we see teams do it fairly regularly. I think it's really easy to believe, like, to fall into a false sense of security. Like, this pull is easy. This is definitely one of the hardest pulls in this dungeon that these teams are doing. It is raging. There's a ton of tank damage that's going on here. In addition to that, it's like really hard for the Windwalker Monk to be able to do like consistent amounts of DPS on that pull. So then whenever we're looking at Mythic Meme Dream Team, they're doing a like an abridged version of this pull. They're doing a lot safer version of this, but they have Sludge Spewer casts going off. And like whenever you have like enraged sludge spear cast going off, the gas bag and the butcher are both enraged, so like that pulsing AoE is super high. That caused Mythic Meme Dream Team to wipe. Whereas the weekend they had a couple of deaths on that gore chop pull, but they weren't like they were pretty costly, at least in terms of time, but they weren't costly in like, oh, we're going to completely lose the run to that. Overall, the Team Weekend was able to make the best out of like their few mistakes that they did make, and they were able to just kind of tie it back up at 1-1. And now we're going to go in and miss a turn of Scythe, which we have seen Team Weekend play already. So I think that that's actually pretty good for them, the fact that they have that experience in that dungeon.
I do want to ask though, Tuddles, how are you feeling?
About
That dungeon? You said you don't like scary things? Like, are you okay?
Miss or
Do we
Theater
need to
of
check
Pain?
up on
Which
you?
one?
I mean, I'm feeling okay. Thank you for asking. I appreciate the concern, Makes. How are you doing?
I'm great.
That's
look out for each
fantastic.
other
I'm
here.
excited for this.
Wonderful.
So I'm looking at the miss from Team Weekend here when they had their match against OMEGALUL, and OMEGALUL finished the dungeon before Team Weekend finished Miss Caller. So it was definitely, and there weren't that many deaths honestly for Team Weekend. It was only 4 at that point, but it was just a blazing fast time from OMEGALUL, and Team Weekend just didn't seem to get rolling at that same pace. So it's interesting because although they've played that map this weekend, I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot from them yet, other than just the first half of the dungeon, basically.
A lot of
Yes.
that came down to the lack of one phasing the first boss. What were you gonna say, Blake? Sorry.
Actually, they had 3 phases on that boss, so they didn't even 2 phase it. They had 3 phases. I do want to say that. So that's
Oh.
what threw them completely behind in this dungeon. And if you look at the 2 times that we're locked in this weekend for a miss, it's 15 minutes 2 seconds for Donut and Despair, and then the OMEGALUL locked in 16 minutes 55. So, of course, now moving on to the lower brackets, usually teams are just a little bit slower here, but I would expect them to kind of go for around 18 minutes tops, which, you know, you really need to at least 2 phase that first boss. It is tyrannical, so it's not going to be super easy on 23 tyrannical, but 2 phasing I think is reasonable.
A team put a 20 minute 41 second on live on a 23 Tyran? What in the world?
I guess, yeah.
Game
That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, real gamers over there. Not sure who that was.
Pretty good.
If
It
you're
was
out there,
me,
let us
Smile.
know.
It was me.
No, it
It was me on my enhancement shaman, obviously. Haha.
You're just baiting them at this point.
Somebody say enhancement shaman?
Did I did.
Back in my day.
We could use 2-handers, and it was glorious.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways,
There you go.
Anyway.
Anyways, Mists of Tyrna Scythe. The question is, who's going to take it? I want predictions. I want people to make guesses. I want people to tell me what they think. Commit. Commit to letting me know who you think is going to win. We're going to start with Zyronic. Make a choice.
He's still thinking, man. You need to...
Well, the time for thinking
He
is
has
over.
his thinking
I've called
face
upon
on.
you to make your decision.
The Weekend.
All right, the
That is
weekend
my
takes
choice.
it. Makes
No reasoning, just feeling it.
I have to
Fair
go
enough.
against that. So, Mythic Meme Dream
Oh.
Team.
I agree with the Mythic Meme Dream Team. Makes is a genius. Couldn't say it better
you.
myself.
All right.
That's fair.
I will make a bold prediction as well, although I'm less experienced. I will also go for Mythic Meme Dream Team. Sorry, it's ironic, but I felt like MMDT played things a little bit more tight over the course of their map so far. It could really go either way. Both teams seem completely capable of having slip-ups from now and then that'll give the edge to the other side, but I think it's going to be MMDT.
The reason that I picked Mythic Meme Dream Team is something that's kind of similar to that. So they were able to play like that tight style like you were talking about in the Sigmund Depths, and while their pathing was a little bit slower than Team Weekend, I think that overall, like what the Theater of Pain showed me as well is that they can like outperform Team Weekend whenever they do have like 0 deaths. Ultimately, it's going to come down to like the consistency that we continue to hit on over and over again, and that's honestly like one of the biggest things that separates these teams that are in the seeding range, like the 20th and 17th seeded. That's what these teams are. That's what separates these teams in like the like 6 through 8 range generally. Once you start to get in like the top 5, those teams are doing like weird stuff, but like the 6 through 8 range is more like the consistency that these teams are breaking out, and MMDT needs to be consistent today.
They certainly do, and it all comes down to Ingram Malik a lot of times. You know, like Mick said, if you can two-phase, or if you can maybe even one-phase, which is what we
did
saw
see a
OMEGALUL
one-phase,
do.
but
Yeah.
I'm not expecting this. So
No,
I think 23 Tyrannical Miss, it always comes down to kind of like how quickly can you deal with bosses. And Ingram Malik just being that boss that takes so much longer if you're not able to give out that burst damage when she is damageable. So really need to play around, make sure you have all of the damage buffs available for that very short phase. And I think in that case it makes a lot of sense to kind of run stuff like a Holy Priest, which will buff the Warlock for just that window with an extra PI and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So just making sure you have that bursty damage available.
Well, if Team Weekend can't take it, they will get to enjoy the rest of their weekend at least. They'll be done. They'll be off for the rest of the weekend.
Ooh,
Oh, I had to say something.
Bad joke.
I had to fill
Bad
time, all
joke.
right? It's part of the job.
terrible. Okay.
Well, fine. You fill then. What do you got, Tuttles?
all right.
Oh,
So
no,
starting the
this is
game.
going to
No,
be
no,
Team
no,
Weekend
sorry.
versus
have
Mythic
to
Meme
analyze
Dream
Tuttles.
Team.
Saved by the Bell.
Tuttles, go analyze.
So we're going in for both of those teams. Riek going with the cheat death right away, making sure that's on cooldown, because why else would you have it? But everybody is taking so much damage here going into this first pull. It is tyrannical, but it is also inspiring quaking. So some of these casts will not just be able to be interrupted, and they need to live them, Zyro.
Insane damage coming from the Survival Hunter here. That must have been just really good bomb RNG, because everything just instantly died for Team Weekend. But Mythic Meme Dream Team doing a pretty good job on their end as well of dealing with everything. Gonna use the Shroud to get past everything here, going towards that damage buff, and then we'll probably see, if I had to guess, CCs on the Inspired Mob, and then pulling both of the Bellbreakers with the rest of the Trash Mobs for both teams. Getting right into it from Meme Dream Team, not even waiting for the wall to open. Interesting strategy. Definitely faster. The question for me, though, is we've seen what their Ingram Malik looks like. The rephasing on the 23 Tyrannical is so slow. I feel like for either team to win this match, you have to be able to two-phase this boss.
Yeah, so the thing about that is, I think they could have two-phased it, but they didn't play it, like, they didn't execute it as perfectly as they should have. So I think it's definitely in the cards that they do it now, and maybe after that loss, and after seeing kind of like, oh, we're actually lacking damage and we needed to go into that third phase, maybe they have looked back at it from yesterday to today and kind of realized, okay, Mist might be a dungeon that comes up in our series. Should we talk about what we're doing with Ingram Malik? So that's kind of my hope, right? Whereas Mythic Meme Dream Team, they haven't played it in that series yet, so we don't know what their damage exactly looks like. But hopefully they will also be able to, like, two-phase it at least.
Already, though, insane execution on this pull from Team Weekend. They actually just straight up pulled the Inspired Silk Carver with the pack and managed to just get kicks on the Harvesters out by dragging the trash away from it whenever it started casting Harvest Life, and then getting a stun or a kick on it afterwards. And it's really caught them up here. Remember, Mythic Meme Dream Team pulled this trash pack first by quite a bit here. Team Weekend just kind of waited to open the door, get their buffs, and then started pulling trash. So the fact that they're going to be engaging the boss at roughly the same time here is pretty impressive to me. However, the buffs were gotten later by Mythic Meme Dream Team, actually a solid minute later, so they're going to have a little bit more of that 10% damage buff heading into the maze. But we have to focus in hard on this boss here now, because, like we already talked about, making sure you have the damage cooldowns allocated in order to burn the boss as quickly as possible during the damage end phase is so important here. You can see both Warlocks holding on to the Infernal cooldown here so that they can get maximum uptime of all of this procced Reign of Chaos Fernals and Blasphemies whenever they get into the damage end phase. They'll probably be popping them in the next 20 seconds or so here with the Bloodlust just to start ramping up for that damage end phase.
Yeah, 100%. Shadowblade's also getting held back by the rogues. I'm just spying and see who pops that Bloodlust first, but Team Weekend absolutely sends it. Now finishing off that relic, but the Drominal Farron still has some HP left, and now they can go getting that buff. They need to get rid of Roman is still around. There we go.
There we
Now
go.
gone, and we can blast onto Ingram Malik and just look at our HP dropping down 70% hit. Gonna go for the 50 at least, probably want to reach 40 with that Bloodlust where possible. Looking really, really good from Team Weekend here.
bad.
Definitely not gonna be a 3-phase is what I would call out now.
yeah.
But Mythic Meme Dream Team now also in that phase. Bloodlust still on. They are also able to push down the boss under 40%. And this is looking really good from both teams, I would say.
Yeah, not bad at all for both teams. Definitely not going to be 3-phasing. You'll be able to get the boss low enough in the second damage amp to where you can just commit to boss. So a huge improvement here. Very, very good compared to what we saw yesterday. So love to see that. It's just a question of how consistently you can get through this next phase. Remember, this is pretty important, right? Getting through German quickly and getting into the next damage amp is really important. It looks like Team Weekend is doing a slightly better job of that so far. But let's see how it goes. The fear just now coming out for them. Of course, no shaman in the group, so no totem to stop that from happening. No grounding, of course, but you know what? Not too bad. Neither teams can do that. So we'll just have to stay feared for a solid 3 seconds. Kind of hate to see it.
I mean, what can you do? There are some defensives coming up for these players here as they deal with the puddles, but Team Weekend is back into the burn phase. Another Quaking coming out as they try and finish off Ingram Malik, and it's looking pretty good. No cooldowns up, but they're still dishing out a lot of DPS onto this boss here, down to 5%. This should definitely be in the cards for them. Mythic Meme Dream Team looking to replicate the same thing, but Ingram Malik is not dropping as quickly for them. Should be able to do it as well, though. 3% remaining, 2% remaining. Soul Shackle comes up, but they will be
There it
able to
is.
finish off the boss here and move on to the mace.
Notably committed a second power infusion to that boss, whereas Team Weekend has managed to save their power infusion for this next trash pack, so should be a little bit nicer for them to deal with whatever big trash pull they go for next. I wonder if that's just because... No, they're both playing Kyrian, so it's not a Night Fade cooldown. I must have just used it earlier on the boss and had it up for the second pull on the boss. The fact that Team Weekend was able to save the power infusion for presumably this pull with the Infernal is pretty nice. And yeah, there's the power infusion. Didn't go on the
Power
Warlock, though. Went on
infusion
the
went
Hunter.
out. There is a Tyrant, so
Oh.
interesting.
Went on the Hunter instead of the Warlock. I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan
Well,
of
you're
that.
a Warlock player, so
It's,
okay. But yeah, I mean, I think with the Warlock having that Tyrant available there, it would have probably made more sense to put it on the Warlock, but I don't think Hunter is a bad target in general, so.
No, it's not a bad target. And I mean, I think it comes down to a couple of different factors, right? I think Hunter is actually a better PI target when you have Bloodlust available, because the stacking haste buffs actually help them out a lot more than it does for Warlock. And also, in that exact scenario they were in, the trash pack was probably only going to live for 20 more seconds, so it was better to just slam it on the Hunter right there, whereas the Warlock's Infernal will last into next pack, so it's fine. I just don't like Hunters.
It's okay, they
Yeah,
probably
Hunters.
don't like you either, so.
That's okay. It goes both ways. It's
Moving on
mutual disrespect.
through the maze here. Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking at the trash count. So teams, of course, are able to pull through the walls with the pets of Hunters and Warlocks. And it looks like Swillis is looking to do just that. The Fell Hunter running through the wall towards the pack will get revived here, coming back. Yeah, there we go, summon, and the pack comes running. So just adding a little bit more trash count to the group's packs here. I love that technique. I think it's very efficient, especially with the mace just being rooms that you can't escape technically. But Mythic Meme Dream Team has made it to the mini boss already.
Huh. Yeah, that's actually a lot fast. Team Weekend is not there yet, I'm pretty sure. They haven't pulled the mini boss yet. I think they're in their second room,
Yeah.
right? So Mythic Meme Dream
I
Team
think
must
they
have not been
added
pulling
more
trash.
trash. Yeah, exactly. They added more trash, whereas Mythic Meme Dream Team has just been zooming through the maze. If I saw correctly, I didn't see any trash get added there.
Well, it's not going great for Team Weekend as they've managed to leave themselves one mob at higher than half HP, which is not exactly ideal whenever you are getting through the maze quickly. Now, Team Weekend has selected the left route, which would be kind of weird because there's not a dragon over here. Huh. When? How did Mythic Dream get a dragon?
I don't know. So for anybody that's as confused as we are, just giving you some.
Well, they're on a night blossom for Team Weekend.
Huh?
Wait, this isn't right. They're
Something
supposed to have
no.
the same route. Unless Mythic Meme
Yeah.
Dream Team managed to somehow pull a dragon through a wall, this isn't right.
Can you actually do that?
You can. You can pull many bosses through walls. Notably, there's a Gorge Gullet pull where you can do double Gorge Gullets.
Oh wow.
So
So maybe they did just that. Wow. Okay, let's see. So you're now on the room where they should be going left up, no? So
yeah.
huh? Sorry, I'm just very confused.
Sorry,
so normally,
this is
just as
confusing.
like background information for anybody that's like wondering why we're confused, the mace is random for each series. So it is the same for both teams, but random for each series. So we never know what's going to happen, neither do the teams know. They need to actually play the maze and figure out the way through it. But they did different mini bosses here. So either Mythic Meme Dream Team pulled that mini boss of like the dragon mini boss through the wall, like Sarah was saying, or something is borked with the routes. So I'm just very confused right now. But Team Weekend is at Mistcaller now. Will pull some more trash through the wall. I'm curious to see if they are looking to add that on top of the boss, and it's looking like that.
Yep, and of course, on that note, if they do have different mazes, we'll probably get a remake because it's supposed to be the same for both teams. So we'll get more word from admins for that as we move on in the dungeon. But as it is now, we play on just to make sure, because if it is the same, we're gonna play through.
Yeah.
But here we go on to Mistcaller 14
I mean, they
Weekend
are
here.
playing Night Blossom now, so
they
that
are
is the
playing it
mini boss
now.
that they should be on.
Yeah.
They pulled that dragon through the wall. Apparently.
So they pulled a dragon through a wall and just completely confused all of us. Like,
Yeah, it looks
why
like
would
it.
you pull a dragon? I don't get it.
Dragonfly. You like dragons in this house? I don't know what Mythic Meme Dream Team is living up to the name, apparently.
Well, we do have confirmation that they have the same maze now from the admins. They've checked. So, yeah, they just pulled a dragon through a wall. Yeah, that's a meme for sure. I don't think anyone's ever been happy when they get the dragon in the maze. That's so weird.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Maybe, okay, here's my idea, right? They were looking to add trash onto their trash and pulled that dragon by accident. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. What's in the background for Team Weekend? Isn't that also the dragon back there?
That's a stinger that they've CC'd.
It's a stinger.
Like the only scary
Okay.
thing in that trash.
It looked very big, and I was like, maybe that's a dragon as well. So, but no. They pulled it through the wall.
I like how we give the teams so much of the benefit of the doubt that they had a different route because they pulled a dragon, because nobody ever would want to pull the dragon on purpose. When it turns out that's actually just what they did, and they're just trolling us like crazy right now. That's very wild.
It is very wild. I mean, it's not something you expect, because I don't think it's efficient at all to kind of play another mini boss. So I'm just assuming it happened by accident on the side of Mythic Meme Dream Team. They're now also on to Mistcaller with a bunch of trash. And of course, through adding that mini boss, their trash count is a lot higher than the one of Team Weekend. The Team Weekend has nearly chewed through all of Mistcaller, which is a 23 tyrannical boss.
Yep, I mean, they've been in combat with this for almost 3 minutes now. You can see on the damage meter on the left side there, that little timer there shows you how long they've been in combat. Yeah, so they're pretty considerably ahead of Mythic Meme Dream Team now, probably by a solid 2 minutes. Yeah, no, I'm just so confused by the dragon. And by the way, in all of that confusion, not only did they pull the dragon, but they also managed to not do the maze properly. Mythic Meme Dream Team. They actually got ported back to the start of the maze at some point too, so things have not been going well in the maze for them. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way to phrase this differently, to be honest. again, living up to the name, right? There is a lot of weirdness going on, but Team Weekend is looking to finish off Mistcaller now and will move on. They still need a solid amount of trash, which Mythic Meme Dream Team has already done a bunch of, but Lemalock is into that seed pot tender.
Well, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge dodge one of the seeds that the boss throws out, but I guess you didn't dodge the wrench or the seed. Got hit by it straight in the face and ended up pod tendering, so there you go. But there it is, Warlocks. Even though they're Warlocks, they sometimes randomly die to dumb things. That's just how it goes.
I mean, fair. So, Team Weekend moving on here will zap that first mob. Not gonna pull this Acid Gullet here. We'll move on and probably pull the right side and the left side. Yeah, now we're also in fight with them. Swillis looking to die, didn't want to fight those mobs. Now your Warlock is down, which is unfortunate because you wanted that Warlock to do a decent amount of damage. But we are in the full screen here as the first big pull continues.
Yeah, I mean, the Warlock damage is really nice here. I think the thing that we're definitely missing out on is the Infernal Stuns. He is back now, though, so those Infernal Stuns will be coming out once the Inspired Mob is dead. Remember, the Inspired Mob stops the stuns, so that is kind of important to think about. And, oh no, Aisha goes down there. Very unfortunate. Can the DK stay alive? Yes, he can. Pops himself back up. Of course, they have the Warlock still available. Now it's the Hunter that's dead, and the Warlock has to do all of the single target damage. Burst coming out from the Woe Drifter. Do you have an interrupt for it? No, they do not. Goes off. That's a lot more group damage. DK needs to heal himself up again. Here, the Stimulate Regeneration is getting gas. Gets interrupted just now. Able to get Battle Res onto the Priest as well, so they should be able to stabilize. They also have that Inspired Acid Gullet off on the side as well. Got it stunned away so they can make sure they can get a little stuns out on these mobs. It does come back in.
It's in the pack now.
They have to finish this off. They have to finish these low mobs off now. Wow, that was...
One more cast from the Stackhorn and they're in trouble, but they should be able to finish it before that. And while this was happening, Mythic Meme Dream Team nearly able to finish off the boss, 10 more percent to chew through, and we have gotten confirmation that the Hunter, apparently on purpose, pulled that dragon through the wall. So, just so you know, now you know.
Now, okay, let's talk about potential reasons as to why... You know what, let's not. Never mind, it's a bad thing. Don't pull the dragon. I was going to say, you get relics, but no. It's just not worth it. Let's focus more on this big pull that Team Weekend is about to pull off. You're going for 2 packs of mobs. Remember, there are inspired mobs in here, unless they CC them in the back, which we can't quite see over the hill for right now. But actually, you can just see the inspired mob in the pack. It's in there. But it doesn't matter too much when you have the damage of a Hunter and a Warlock in your group. They can just chew through everything, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, you as a Warlock player with Nose Arrow, as they drag on the final Acid Gullet into Tredova, 97% trash count should be enough once they finish that Acid Gullet. I assume there's a comma and something more after that, so it should be adding up to those 100%. So once it goes down here for the zoom, actually it doesn't. 98% on the timer, so they need another percentage, but
I'll probably head off to that trash pack on the right and kill a few larvae at the end of the boss if I had to guess, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal.
Yeah, probably. So we are sitting on cooldowns, though, if the overlay is right.
Mm-hmm. I think they might have just been waiting for the Bloodlust. Bloodlust just now popped, so it should be the Infernal coming
No, it's over. It was popped once they pulled it. So, yeah. I don't know.
What?
I think it might be an Omni CD issue.
Yeah, that's
as there was some issue with the overlay. But yeah. So
okay.
Tredova getting blasted. 2% missing, or 1 comma, and looking pretty good for Team Weekend here.
Well, you know what's
4
crazy
deaths.
is with everything that's gone on, this could end up being very close, as Mythic Meme Dream Team is now also on to Tredova. Man, remember, there's 20 seconds of death timers.
They have some trash as well.
Team Weekend. They do have trash with them on the boss. So that extra, 8% trash they need or so could be close by with the trash that they have on the boss. Actually, it's just 1 Acid Gullet left, so... Oh, man. The damage as well from the Mind Link. Ugh.
I've seen a team go from small box to side screen.
brought him back. They're back from the
What is
dead.
going on? They are coming back here from the small box. 63% on that boss. But keep in mind, there's 20 seconds. That Team Weekend is ahead of them that they still have. They need to do 5% more trash, but it's looking very close, like you said. There should be a Tyrant available as well, now getting used by Lemon, so some more damage coming out.
I don't know. I don't think that Infernal is enough to make up 30% of the boss's HP on 23 Tyrannical, and they have to do
Plus
more trash
20
afterwards.
seconds.
The 20 seconds.
Plus 20
the ball is
seconds.
in the ball is in Team Weekend score for sure. It's in Team Weekend score for sure. I mean, if they can chew through this last 15% efficiently, and then very quickly get to that last trash pack that you can see on the left side of their screen. Actually, I think it's being pulled in right now by the Hunter, no? It was just kind of running over there? No. Okay, they didn't pull it. They're just playing it safe. Still, 7% left on the boss. They're 30% ahead on the boss. I mean, that's so much HP to chew through. That's almost like 45 seconds of boss damage that they have to chew through. This is in Team Weekend's court. Remember, this is an elimination match. The loser of this match goes home. So it's really important to play clean at the last second here. Boss goes down for Team Weekend. They only have to find 2% trash count, and they've already acquired their target. Just get in here and blast AoE. No cooldowns available. Just have to finish off these larvas with none of their cooldowns. Ooh, man. Play it
Watch
safe
your
here.
feet, though. There is a Reaver in there, and there's some additional damage coming out from this pack here. So they should try.
there it is.
Nyx taking a lot of damage there as we speak, but 100% acquired. Timer stops on the overlay on 2025, whereas Mythic Meme Dream Team still has 10 more seconds to finish off that boss and find 5%. I don't think they can do it, but it's super close. Maybe if they didn't have pulled the dragon in the maze? I'm sorry, I can't let this go.
Well, it is going to be Team Weekend taking this series and moving on in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to, I believe, this was your dark
Dude,
horse pick.
those
was it not,
shades.
Mythic Meme Dream Team. Unfortunate.
It happens.
Oh, well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. They're moving on.
Why?
It's a 2-1 victory. They're going to
Why
face
did you-
Ethical. They're going to face Ethical in their next lower bracket match. And it was a tight one in the end, but there were some maze shenanigans happening there. That was a unexpected path through the maze for our teams here.
Dude, it broke my mind because I thought that the dragon... They actually made me convinced that the dragon was part of the maze, and then I thought that they got the wall down by... Okay, I have a clip. I have a clip, and we can explain in a few. But, like,
Can you
overall...
explain though?
No, well... there could be some
I'm
explaining
so
on some
sorry,
of the things that
but
happened,
it's just-
but...
It's so confusing.
I need someone to
It
explain
Yeah.
the last
must have
25
been an
minutes of my life.
accident. They were
Yeah.
looking for trash and they found a dragon.
That's the thing.
Yeah, so-
There's no other
would
explanation.
you really want
Okay,
this?
so first off,
No.
this is sick, by the way. And I would actually... I'm not super surprised if more teams are going to start doing this. This is actually really scary because it's triple Misfail Stalker. But if it's livable, this is a pull that I think that some teams are going to adapt and end up playing. I don't know if I would have done this on the Inspiring, but like this pull by itself is, I think, really good. This is the pull that I thought was awful. If you're not... Okay, so if you're going through the maze and you pull the Matriarch, it's really, really inefficient time-wise, and that's why teams really don't want the Matriarch, and that's why some teams are just like, oh, this thing is just like minus multiple minutes over some of the other mini-boss, like the Hydra or whatever. But they did something cool where they were able to meld, or they vanished or feigned death or whatever, and got the wall broken down, and so they were doing it with a lot of trash. But I think just in general, that dragon, really inefficient pull-wise, and I think that overall, that's kind of what, at least in my mind, killed Mythic Meme Dream Team's run, is just that dragon is so giga inefficient, time to count-wise, that you would like really prefer to avoid that. And that's why in a lot of weekends, whenever we do see that dragon be the like main mini boss that you have to fight during the maze, teams do like 3 packs of trash on top of it or something like that, and they'll just like chain basically the remainder of the trash through the maze, like walls, just to make sure that you get that. But the dragon was not part of the pack. The dragon was an auxiliary pull that they did with a hunter pet, and it was... I think that there could have been a better pack to pull there, is what I will say.
You know, sometimes the pet just goes through the wall, and who knows what it's going to come back with. You know, it could bring anything.
It may not have been intentional. It's unclear.
I'd love to
There
find
is
out.
a
I hope we get to find out.
screenshot. There is a screenshot that says from Vakas it was intentional and unlucky. They have never gone on the right side in like all of their practice
Okay.
runs, so they didn't know exactly what they were getting themselves into.
That's fair.
Well-
I think that that's fair because, like, for those who don't know, the maze is the same for the teams, but like during practice, there's like I think 12 or 13 different maze options that you can get whenever you're running through. So that's why it's like kind of difficult to practice all of the options. And while you kind of know where you're
Yeah.
going to be, it's like not super clear like what you can or can't pull through the wall every single time. So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lonely is
exactly.
in chat as well, saying first time this path, Sag. GG's though.
Fortunate.
You pulled up a fight.
Rip. Well, we are moving on to our final 2 matches of the day. Very soon, 2 more elimination matches. Next up, it's going to be OMEGALUL versus Alpha Brawl. And then after that, Ethical takes on Team Weekend for the final spot on Sunday. There's our bracket. You can see it there in front of you, our other 2 lower bracket matches. Just 2 more matches away from finding out who makes it to Championship Sunday here in Group C. And so, we will take a break, and when we come back, we'll get those last 2 games going. OMEGALUL versus Alpha Brawl coming up right after this.
Woohoo!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doe, your host here, along with Ironic Dratnos and a very giggly Tettles. Here we go. We're getting ready for our final lower bracket matches. It is going to be OMEGALUL taking on Alpha Brawl. Their team names rhyme, but aside from that, they are opposites. They are opponents. They are opposed to each other. That's what opponents means. And so we'll see who survives, because it is another elimination match, right? The winner goes on to the lower semis. The loser is out and has to try to get back through the last chance tournament, which is going to be very difficult. So
I think that this group has proven to be okay. So we talked about weekend 1 as like the group of death. I think that this weekend has proven to be almost the real group of death. OMEGALUL, SLOTH, Donuts and Despair, and Ethical all have looked incredibly strong, almost independent of their seeding. They've looked like they could. 2 of the 4 of those teams are most likely to make it to that global finals. And it's like today, if in this Alpha Brawl versus OMEGALUL match, if for some reason Alpha Brawl was going to be able to upset them, it would be just a massive upset. OMEGALUL looked okay in their first series of the day versus SLOTH, but at the same time, they did get knocked down to the bottom side of the bracket. So I don't know.
we're not going to get a single Black Rook hold, are we?
No.
No.
They banned this earlier. OMEGALUL did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alpha Brawl again opting for the Halls of Atonement ban instead of that Tazavesh Gambit. The third series they've played in a row with both of these maps available in the ban pool as well, or at least in the map pool. But yeah, not surprised that they do not want to return to Halls of Atonement, their 52 death dungeon, and instead pick the Tazavesh Gambit as a potential game 3 where they were on a nice 0 death run up until the very last second of the dungeon. We're starting off, though, with Fortified Sanguine Grievous 23 DOS. Oof.
This one's been a little bit iffy earlier in the day, too. We might have gotten to it in our first lower bracket match, but we did see it in Donuts and Despair versus Ethical a little bit earlier. Donuts were able to finish it in 22 minutes, but it's a scary one for sure.
Yeah, that wasn't fair as well, because the map is basically shaped like a donut, so they have home court advantage there. This series, things will be a lot safer. Yeah, a lot more evenly matched.
I think some of the key takeaways is like sanguine management and like almost perfect sanguine management can really help alleviate some of those patrols of those enraged spirits, because we saw Ethical in their map like miss a cycle of one of the enraged spirits, and so that ended up costing them something in the range of like 45 seconds. And like, that's pretty tough.
We saw it managed fairly well in like the Ardenweald wing and things like that, so we'll see if that continues. You know, Dratno says there's no home field advantage for either team, though, here. But we do have OMEGALUL. Fans of the WoW buff. The WoW Drifter, a very popular relic in the other side, so maybe still a little bit of an edge there. We'll see.
I agree.
Food for thought.
I agree. Well, advantage to OMEGALUL. You know what? I'm going to call it 2-0 for them here because of that alone.
That's what tipped it over for you. Okay, like I see.
The WoW
was the
Drifter.
deciding factor. Yep.
Yeah.
I do think that OMEGALUL does have like a pretty stark advantage in here. Just looking at like some of their runs, they are also the 5th seed overall from time trials coming into the weekend, whereas Alpha Brawl is that 14th seed. It would be a massive upset, just to put it into context for the viewers, if Alpha Brawl was able to win this series.
I mean, Alpha Brawl did look pretty good earlier in their series versus NORDICS. Obviously, that the Plague Fall was a little bit on the messy side, but again, like the Gambit was really clean. So we'll see.
It's worth noting, last weekend, the match in this spot in the bracket went to the lower seeded team in an upset based off of playing safe and steady versus a faster team that had things go wrong for them. So we are going to get into game here with OMEGALUL versus Alpha Brawl. Both teams on the same comp here, and they're both going to get started probably selecting that WoW relic if I had to guess, and we'll see where they decide to zoom off to.
Yeah, if I had to hazard a guess, we're probably going to see a similar strategy to what we've seen kind of pioneered by Echo in week 1 and then copied, not exactly copied, because you can't do it as good as Echo, but tried to copy in the previous weeks. Of course, the big difference this time around is they have to worry about sanguine management, which we've seen done to varying levels of success this weekend already, but I imagine that OMEGALUL is a team that, with their experience in the MDI, should do a very good job with sanguine management. Already on this very first pull, the team is doing pretty good. Only 200k sanguine healing. Not bad at all.
Yeah, potentially even less over on the side of Alpha Brawl, although they haven't had as much die yet. OMEGALUL doing so much damage to that pack. Looks like they're actually interested in maybe getting this pull going. Interesting. So sometimes we see teams skip past this pull using that WoW buff to get all the way into the Hakar wing. OMEGALUL are going to kill it. They're actually priming another Woe Drifter here, so maybe they're going to take this one into the middle of the Hakar Wing. That doesn't mean this trash won't be available to do with the end of the last boss or anything like that, though. Alpha Brawl, on the other hand, also running towards here. Let's see if they decide to pull or skip this trash pack. This looks a lot more like a skip. Yeah, so this is more along the Echo blueprint.
So what do you think the reason for doing this trash pack now versus later with the boss is? Because if I'm not mistaken, you can't Sanguine Wazala, right? Like he doesn't have
the space under his hitbox does not have ground.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. So it definitely can't be something like that. I wonder if it's just like a cooldown lineup thing. Because you see, in the time that they spent dealing with that trash pack, Ricky has gotten his Infernal back off cooldown. So maybe they were just doing this for a cooldown reset so they can have cooldowns going into this massive pull in the hallway here and help them with their Sanguine management by DPSing things down more evenly.
Right, on 23 Fortified Sanguine, maybe this is a case of something where WoMEGALUL feel like they can only make a big pull work here with those cooldowns available. Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl instead have decided to cut the pull down and pull fewer mobs at the same time. Or actually, it's the same size pull for Alpha Brawl, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure what WoMEGALUL are gaining out of this. They are, it looks like, just doing more DPS as a group because they've done an extra pull now and they're only like a third of a pull behind in health bars.
Yeah, it's actually not bad at all. And I remember they had that extra 6 to 8% trash count from the speaker pack as well, so not bad at all. I mean, just opting to play it safe with Sanguine. We saw how horribly this pull can go wrong if your Sanguine isn't 100% perfectly earlier today. Something like over 2 million healing on these 8 mobs alone. So
beautiful.
I don't mind playing safe at all, and almost no Sanguine healing on that pull for either of the teams there. Relatively well played, but it remains to be seen whether or not that's actually faster. I think pulling the 8 and going for it could be faster, but I guess they just want to play, consistent and safe, considering they are on the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's tough as well because with the Night Fae urns in this dungeon, those are really powerful, but they do stun everything in Sanguine if you're not careful and if you don't allocate your damage well. So it is an important thing to potentially take those pulls a little bit slower and make sure that you have that under control rather than like trying to get the absolute maximum potential value out of it and then maybe killing one mob early and Sanguine healing 15 other mobs.
Didn't quite see what happened to Nico on the side of Alpha Brawl, but both the cheat death and the death were committed to him, so they had to commit the battle res to get him back up in the party. I mean, the battle res this early, they're not going to have another one for another 6.5 minutes or so. That's a rough way to start the dungeon off, because the bosses are pretty scary, even unfortified in here, and you don't want to be dealing with these bosses with the DPS down. Also, not sure if Alpha Brawl went back and dealt with that High Priest pack, so I don't know if they're going to have the Drifter coming in. I believe WoMEGALUL did pull that off. We'll see in about a minute if we see a High Priest running on the boss.
I saw a life grip coming out from Igloo onto Dr. J there, so I suspect that was the blind stealth tech, right? You go back, you blind the mob, you get right under it, and then it's like aggroed to you, but it doesn't tell its friends until it breaks out of the stealth, or until it breaks out of the blind, and then you get the mob and the relics at that time a minute later, so that's probably what's going to happen on the side of WoMEGALUL, given it is a Woe Drifter that they'd be bringing, and that's what their team is all about. Alpha Brawl also on the same boss here, both teams using that Bloodlust, and like you mentioned, these are some unbelievably lethal bosses, especially with Grievous active. Fortified Grievous is scarier in many cases. Shorter boss encounters, but scarier still than Tyrannical in a lot of bosses, especially ones like this that just put random damage on people.
Yeah, I mean, notably, a big damage save on this boss could be dealing with the blood barriers quickly. The blood barriers have a very weird way that they function.
Yeah.
It's like a two-part cast. The second the blood barrier goes off, it's a very small health bar, and then once the projectile that it sucks from all the mobs and enemies around it comes into the boss, it adds to the shield. If you time spell effect hits to break that very first tiny blood barrier, you can actually break the blood barrier before the projectiles come in and kind of skip a blood barrier phase. And we saw a couple of those skips from WoMEGALUL here. Now, of course, they are going to have to deal with this High Priest as well as the Woe Drifter buff separately after they kill the boss. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to catch up pretty easily to Alpha Brawl because they're not even dealing with that trash pack at all, and they're not going to have any Woe Drifter buff to move across the dungeon. And we're going to see the power of the Woe Drifter buff here in just a second here once it goes down. I think WoMEGALUL are going to be catching up to Alpha Brawl pretty quickly.
Yeah, Alpha Brawl are now going to be fighting this trash pack that WoMEGALUL already have killed. So the two teams are going to be on exactly the same count as each other once this pack is done. But WoMEGALUL have just started a Woe buff that they are going to use to take them all the way into that Mana Storm's wing, potentially. We'll actually see how far they decide to go with this one. We've seen them sort of cut their first woe buff short, so there are a lot of potential woes in this dungeon, right? You can get a woe from just outside of the Mana Storm Wing. You can get one from in the middle of it. And of course, you can get one after you kill the Mana Storms to come back out as well. So a bunch of possibilities for that movement speed and that stealth. And sometimes you don't even need the stealth. Sometimes it's literally just the movement speed, because all of the wings that this dungeon you can't mount in, right? Except for the Ardenworld one. And so it speeds you up so much more relative to those dungeons where the alternative is just mount speed.
Yep, and you can see with the Woe Drifter buff itself, easily able to pass up where Alpha Brawl are and move on to the next trash pack. Alpha Brawl opting to deal with this Enraged Spirit. Notably, they're not dealing with it anywhere near the urn, so they're not going to be able to use that. Now, the question is, at this point, on a single target encounter, is it even worth using the urn if you have the option to? Because I think your Warlock would rather cast for those 6 seconds rather than click a button. But they might not have that option, because look at how much damage 23 Fortified Enraged Spirit does to their group. They might just have to stun this, because I don't know if their healer can heal through another one of those.
Yeah, you want to stun that Rage cast. Ideally, you stun it right after the first damage tick. So right there, beautifully done. Right, one damage tick of the Rage cast goes off, or that may have been right before.
It might have been early.
If it's right before the damage tick, we'll be able to tell, because coming out of the stun, it will immediately recast it. But no, they did it beautifully, right? Yeah, they got that one tick of the Rage and then hit it with the stun, and that beautifully manages that mechanic and minimizes the damage of, as you said, 23 Fortified Grievous Enraged Spirit. Unbelievably deadly mob.
Oh yeah. Well, check this out from OMEGALUL. They've dealt with this Risen Warlord pack that Alpha Brawl have already gotten to, opting to not snap the Ascension Oils, just killing them on their own here. Maybe they haven't found a consistent way to snap those, or they just don't want to risk having any extra deaths. Again, playing it safe because they're in the lower bracket and they don't want to have any potential thing go wrong to send them home. You know, I kind of like that from them. In the past, teams that Dr. J have been on have had really, really high highs and really low lows, and looks like they're kind of trying to mellow those out and play it safe in the lower bracket here.
Yeah, I will say the Sentient Oils in particular, we've seen teams successfully snap this onto boss, but we've also seen a lot of things go wrong for a lot of teams against this pull in particular. So handling it slowly and safely is something that I definitely endorse just in general in the lower bracket, but especially when you are playing on a Sanguine week as well. Those mobs can just be so fiddly to deal with on this boss, and you get a couple Sanguine ticks and it just wasn't worth it anyways if you do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw that pulled off pretty much perfectly from Donuts and Despair, opting to save their DK Mass Grip, pull them just away from the boss right as they died. But,
beautiful.
You know, could go poorly too. You know, never know. No reason to risk it when you're this far ahead as they are. Almost an entire trash pack ahead. Well, if Alpha Brawl goes for the skip here, they maybe could make up a little ground, but still, just raw boss damage alone, definitely a big advantage for OMEGALUL, not to mention the death count. So, already in a commanding position in the dungeon.
It's definitely elite, although I will say this is less of a...
Alpha Brawl!
Oh no. Okay, so they do have a Mass Res. If they can get through, they can deploy this Mass Res, but they need to make sure that they don't aggro that Sentient Oil pack on the side of Alpha Brawl. It looks like they're going to be in position to land the Mass Res and be okay, and maybe actually do that snap and try and regain some time. I mean, yeah, definitely OMEGALUL will have the lead here, but it's not insurmountable by any stretch.
No.
Honestly, this is closer than I was expecting between these two teams, especially when you factor in that OMEGALUL have had much more time to prep for this series than Alpha Brawl, who an hour ago were fighting for their lives in a different lower bracket match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is definitely way closer than you'd expect, considering the pedigree on the team of OMEGALUL, right? You'd expect them to just come in here and with a little slam bang, make it look easy, but it's definitely not that. Being on the same boss this far into a dungeon for the difference in seed here is definitely impressive from the side of Alpha Brawl, so let's see if they're able to pull it off. Notably, didn't pull the Ascension Oils, didn't go for the snap here either, so they didn't kill them either, so just going for the raw boss by itself here, so they'll have to pull some extra trash from the Ardenworld Wing to make up for that, or they'll kill the other Enraged Spirit, but all of which are going to take extra time, so putting themselves even further behind.
Yeah, definitely, the Sentient Oil pull, it's not great, but once you get like 90% count in this dungeon, it's actually pretty hard to find a good 10% to round out your list. You do have to pick your poison, right? With some kind of mob, some kind of, hatchlings in the Ardenworld Wing, or Enraged Spirits, like you mentioned, or those Sentient Oils. Teams have generally landed on the Sentient Oils as just being a sort of natural pack to pull, even though it's pretty nasty. Requires a lot of interrupts, doesn't give a huge amount of count. It's just it's situated in a spot in the dungeon that makes a lot of sense to pull something there. But yeah, it's definitely not like guaranteed to be the best way to do it. And I think teams that have come up with other options have often felt pretty good about them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun part about the MDI is watching the changes happen in real time. Like, for instance, that Theater of Pain run from Sloth earlier today, that was like, we haven't seen anything like that. That was great to watch. That's like, we even had players saying, those kinds of runs are why I got into the MDI, and really, that was a fantastic run. Pulling mini bosses on top of bosses. It was so good to see. Would love to see more of that. Don't think there's much room left for that in this other side, though, is I believe the pulls are pretty much mathed out at this point to be the best. We have Arfarf being pulled from OMEGALUL right after the boss. Gotta watch out for those AoE stuns.
Yeah, this is a bit of a danger zone here for OMEGALUL. A lot of potential ways to have random deaths or potentially like stunning random people in your party and then that leading to random deaths. But they're doing a pretty good job here. They are also fighting that Woe Drifter, and they'll be using this to skip potentially all the way through to the Ardenwold Wing. Let's see where they decide to go with it.
Either Ardenwold Wing or kill the speaker pack again. I could see either way,
yeah.
depending on what they plan on doing. Although it'd be a little weird for them to deal with both speaker packs on their own, right? I would imagine they'd want to deal with one on the boss, maybe
right,
potentially.
So there is no trash except for that last Death Speaker pull that they could fight with the last boss anymore. But they did kill this Woe Relic fairly early into this pack. You know, it's that debuff now only has 30 seconds left on them. These headless clients so the headless clients knock back when you attack them sometimes, right? So you need to make sure you're not knocking them back into Sanguine, which unfortunately there you can see was happening a few times, but now they've managed that. But they only have 20 seconds left of Woe at this point. They get that stealth, but at this point, yeah, they basically just have to go into the Death Speaker pull. Or maybe even
they need to get by the Enraged Spirit. Can they even get by the Enraged Spirit?
Well, so they do have Shroud of Concealment available. They may opt to use that instead. They're just going to fight this Enraged Spirit, though. They're saying, you know what? Let's fight it. Which, if this had been really important to avoid, I suspect there's a chance they would have killed the Woe later. They probably weren't expecting there to be as much Sanguine healing delaying them as there was, but still, they killed the Woe with many mobs still at like 30, 40+% health in that previous pull, so yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
Huh. Okay. Well, I think one of the only things that really is kind of variable in this Ardenwold Wing is the routing that teams have chosen in that section of the dungeon. I think the one that I like the most specifically is when teams go straight to the boss first with whatever trash that they can get. They port back, and then they get themselves another Woe Drifter buff so that they can run back to Mwizala faster, right? Because at that point,
I love that too.
Your biggest time loss is actually just your run speed. Because you're running back straight to Mwizala all the way from the old Ardenwood Wing, that's a long time to get through. And you can see, going for the speaker pack just to get themselves a Woe Drifter buff here.
All right, yeah, and they are lining up for the second to last Night Fate Urn of the dungeon. A little bit of damage actually coming out. I think that's just the Relic AoE pulsing for quite a lot of damage. Relic AoE, especially on Grievous weeks, can be really toxic too, because you get this, it puts you into Grievous range as the whole group fairly early into a pull, including on some pulls where normally you get a little bit of a breather at the start of the pull, right? But not whenever there are relics there and it is Grievous week, and the key is high enough for that relic pulse to be felt, which at 23 it certainly is.
Check out Alpha Brawl, though. Able to make full use of that Drifter buff, going all the way to the Ardenwold Wing. Not too bad whatsoever, even throwing down a little cheeky gateway to help their team skip past the last of those cascading AoEs in the hallway there. Not bad at all. They still do have the speaker pack to deal with, though.
Right, which is, I mean, obviously you'd rather have it be dead than alive, but it is something you can fight with boss, potentially. That one in particular is probably one of the least fought with boss. Usually if you're fighting with boss, it's like when you land on the second platform and you get your haste buff, then you fight some stuff with the boss there, rather than like on pull of the boss encounter itself. But it's not impossible. We have seen some teams do it on pull with the boss as well. So that may be what Alpha Brawl decides to do, or maybe they'll just do it before pulling the boss and play it a little bit safer that way. I would lean towards that being the more likely plan.
Well, what Alpha Brawl is doing is not conducive towards them winning this dungeon. They went for a very, very small pull compared to what we saw from some of our top-seeded teams earlier today, but OMEGALUL also playing it safe too, not going for the massive lake pull, the donut lake pull, as we have now coined it, I suppose. And yeah, just playing it safe here, making sure they don't get any extra Sanguine healing. Alpha Brawl already onto the second pull. Health bar is a little low. That Grievous is ticking up on some people, but hopefully they're going to be able to get themselves through it here. They are starting to gather a little bit more trash here. They have all of these Spriggans in. Are they going to commit the Night Fate Urn here? Remember, it's kind of a Curse Kiss sort of deal, because if you stun them, that's nice for your tank to sit in there and do damage, but if one of them dies and you get a Sanguine and they're all stunned, Hopefully you have a Mass Grip, otherwise everything's healing.
Yeah, it would only be the Warlock that can open the urn as well, and there's enough targets here that doing anything except for Rain of Fire is physically painful for Warlocks, so I suspect they won't be doing that. Yeah, maybe next pull we'll be seeing something like that. But yeah, you can see the kiting now starting to come out from Alpha Brawl as they try and minimize the Sanguine healing. Ooh. Meanwhile, OMEGALUL have used their urn. They are pulling some trash into this area, blasting a bunch of AoE. They made sure to use the urn right at the start of the pull so that Sanguine disaster case that you mentioned was less of a threat to them. And now the mobs are unstunned, and the first couple Sanguine puddles are going to start dropping.
Sanguine healing kept to a minimum inside of Alpha Brawl, only at 1.2 mil. Let's see what happens for OMEGALUL. You can see the ticks starting to come out here. Only 400k Sanguine healing so far. Not bad at all. Question is, can Mike keep the Dancing Rune Weapon available while kiting around? Just now dropped, unfortunately. He won't be able to do that much more damage, but he's not focused on that at all right now. He's focused on just making sure he doesn't get any Sanguine healing off whatsoever. There's the Dancing Rune Weapon. Back up again. Should be totally safe. Only has 12 stacks of that Beak debuff as well, so he should be totally fine here while he stacks up and lets his Warlock and Hunter get a little bit of AoE off before starting to kite again.
Yeah, that's the lifestyle against Sanguine. Actually, as you mentioned, that Rune Weapon uptime, Death Knights really want to be in melee for all of their globals, so when you do have to do a little bit of Sanguine kiting, it can actually make you much more fragile on that tank spec than you're used to on weeks where you don't have to kite. It's sort of the same with Necrotic as well. You get to this point where instead of having like close to 100% Rune Weapon uptime, you're seeing it start falling off halfway through its cooldown, and that can make the DK feel so much squishier than it normally does this season. So good job there to keep it up as high as possible and make sure that it's being used like on those important pulls and always available for them.
You know, both teams doing a pretty impressive job of making sure their Sanguine healing is kept to a minimum, although OMEGALUL slightly faster with their pull sizes as well as their efficiency. Their Sanguine numbers have been slightly lower too. Both teams now onto the same section of the dungeon. It's just the trash percentage is so different. 15% ahead for OMEGALUL, not to mention 20 seconds of death timers. While they might not be blowing us out of the water, they are absolutely playing this key as clean as possible.
Yeah, they are. Ooh, OMEGALUL landed the. So this was I can tell you what happened there. The Warlock set up a gateway and took the gateway to advance forward in the dungeon. Unfortunately, the gateway exit was directly under an slam and just immediately gatewayed into it. So unfortunate turn of events there. I don't know if that cost pod or not, but it definitely did a lot of damage. But it is hard to take a pod off of a Warlock, so maybe it didn't even end up costing that. Yeah, it doesn't look like. I don't see the pod tender debuff.
Nope, just lived it naturally, because why not, you know? Well, privilege, I guess.
Oh, we do hate them. All right, OMEGALUL finishing off. This is going to be 100% trash count for them. They have no count left in the dungeon. They just have 2 bosses to take care of once they can finish off these last few little critters. There it is. That is 100% count, and the dealer, your cousin and close associate here, dealer Zyxa, being pulled by OMEGALUL.
Exa, as I call him.
Ah, yeah, of course. To their friends, yeah. All right, Alpha Brawl does have a...
The Zai is formal.
I see. One more death is gonna add to the list here for Alpha Brawl. They've been playing this run fairly cleanly, but now you can see they're up to that 6 deaths on the death timer. They haven't had really what I would describe as a full wipe, but they have had a lot of these pulls go slightly wrong, which... I mean, yeah, you can sort of see the story in the mob count, right? They're just behind by something like 2 or 3 trash packs at this point in the dungeon. But you know what? 20 minutes into a DOS against a team like OMEGALUL, I think Alpha Brawl are doing phenomenally here. I think that this is a really good performance coming out of a team that has such a daunting prospect against OMEGALUL. And I mean, this is certainly the kind of run where one wipe from OMEGALUL is all that Alpha Brawl needs to get back into this. But the bad news is there's only one more boss for them to potentially wipe on, as they nearly have the dealer down.
Unfortunately, X's strength was never combat, so I'm not really sure why they put them in this dungeon, but that's just how it goes. I'm not on the council, so I don't make those decisions. Yeah, the cracks are really only starting to show for Alpha Brawl when we get into this Arden Wield section. You can see that last section of trash, they had something like 4.5 million Sanguine healing, just showing a little bit of why they aren't quite up to par with the top-seeded teams right here. But so far, they've definitely put on a great showing. Staying roughly on the same boss as OMEGALUL is very impressive in its own right. And check it out for OMEGALUL. 100% trash count, 0 deaths on the board, heading towards Mazzala. I mean, they're cruising for a first map victory here.
Yeah, I mean, the Sanguine Healing has been as good as you can realistically expect, I think, from OMEGALUL. As you mentioned, 0 deaths. I mean, this has got to be exactly how they drew it up here. I will say, wow, the timer in this dungeon is so it goes so long on this affix combo. What was the time we got out of Donuts and Despair in here? Did we
Let's see.
do you remember what that ended up being? Yeah. I'm curious to see just how much slower WOMEGALUL are compared to that strategy, because as you mentioned, WOMEGALUL had some pulls that were twice as big as even the WOMEGALUL ones in the Ardenweld area.
I don't think we have it in
Okay.
Nagura's put it down for us just yet, but it was definitely a very fast run. It was in this time frame as well. It was definitely a faster run, I believe. But
Yeah,
this is
you know,
still
there's
impressive in its own right.
you don't have to beat Donuts and Despair, right? You have to beat one of the other 3 teams that is, assuming Donuts and Despair wins tomorrow in their upper bracket, which obviously there's a chance they won't, right? But you just need to be able to beat Ethical and Sloth, potentially, to get the ticket out of here, so...
Yeah.
Definitely still, though, I mean, obviously at the end of the day, if you want to win the MDI, you got to be able to beat everybody, including that looming Echo matchup for everybody at some point in the Global Finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a 22-24 that Donuts and Despair put together
Okay.
with 1 death, so very, very impressive run. WOMEGALUL looks like they're on pace for probably high 23s, low 24s, if I had to hazard a guess here, so, I mean, definitely room to make up, but like you mentioned, they're not fighting Donuts and Despair right now. They're heading against Alpha Brawl, and that is exactly what they need to do here. And remember, they have room to grow from this, right? They pulled Sentient Oils on their own. They didn't quite have the best routing here, too. There's a lot of room to grow for OMEGALUL if they do end up having to play this dungeon against Donuts and Despair later in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think that potentially the Sentient Oil thing is maybe something that they have prepped. I bet that the Ardenweld Wing is just how they are going to do that unless they decide they want to spend some time trying to speed up this dungeon, but they may have something like a minute of Sentient Oil speed up that they thought just wasn't worth the risk against Alpha Brawl, but they may take against a higher seeded team. We'll have to see, though, as they are going to enter the intermission here on Moizala. Need to get all of these visages down. On 23, even on Fortified, this can be a little bit tricky. A little bit careful. You have to be careful to make sure that DPS players are correctly using enough cooldowns to do this, and ideally not overcommitting too many cooldowns. You can see the tank healer combo are getting it finished here, and it looks like they had several seconds to spare. Yeah, something like 10 seconds to spare. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Everyone getting yoinked in here. Boss is going to take, hopefully, 80% of his health bar and damage. There's the second one. There's the third one. And is there a fourth?
Let's see.
There it is.
Or
Okay.
4 stacks of the buff. Moizala down to 15%, and now it's just a boss burn, and that's all WOMEGALUL need to do to win the game here. Now, 15% does take quite a while on this boss, even on Fortified. It is a large health pool that this thing has, and it can still wipe you. There are still some mechanics you got to be careful of. Most commonly, when I see a group wipe to this boss, it's the tank out of melee range of the boss, and the boss just slams the platform and kills everybody. So that is the main thing to look out for here.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen to them. Would be a little weird. Now, notably, that doesn't happen while he's casting Master of Death, right?
Right.
But
That would be
if you're
cruel.
if you're ever lingering a little bit too far away after Master of Death, and everyone takes a big burst of damage, that's what that is. Boss down to 12%. Of course, the boss dies at 10.5%, so only a couple more percentages of health to shred through for OMEGALUL here, and they'll be taking map 1 over Alpha Brawl, pretty much guaranteed here.
Yeah, well played by WOMEGALUL. Again, not a bad run from Alpha Brawl either. Signs of life out of that team for sure, and an impressive showing, but not going to stand up to a 0-death run from OMEGALUL. And I think that the plan for Alpha Brawl is to run against something other than 0-death runs, right? That's going to be the strategy.
Yeah.
But WOMEGALUL putting it together this time, looking clean. 1-0 so far in the series. They do have to win another one.
Yeah, very clean, very crisp for WOMEGALUL. 0 deaths on that, the other side. And yeah, I mean, it's true. Alpha Brawl, they seem like they have the speed. Like, it's in there. It's just a matter of getting it done a little bit tighter, right? With a few less deaths here and there, and, like, they could be a serious contender, you know?
Yeah, I think it also proves how difficult this the other side has been, because
Oh, for sure.
For WOMEGALUL, their time on that was like 24:30. Whenever we were watching Donuts and Despair and Ethical earlier, they were like 22:30. But like whenever I was watching the WOMEGALUL DOS run, there were like 2 or 3 pulls. I think there was like 3 pulls in particular that I was like looking at them. I'm pretty sure that this is like an updated route to make sure that they are going to have a 0-death run. So WOMEGALUL was really making sure that they're going to have that 0-death run. It could come back to bite them a little bit, because they have to play the DOS in the lower semis and the and the grand finals for the weekend. If that is their DOS route, but like a pull like this, whenever we were watching Donuts in Despair versus Ethical earlier, both of the teams in Donuts and Ethical were doing all of the birds. It like just did, but the OMEGALUL did it in like 2 pulls. And then on the other side, Alpha Brawl had a few deaths earlier on in the dungeon. This was like a massive point of sanguine healing. They also had their survival hunter go down on this pull. I feel like they lost a pretty considerable amount of time on that, just due to that double pool of sanguine healing up those mobs. And then from there, OMEGALUL, like you said, had that 0 death run. They were able to kind of clutch it out, and they were just playing a little bit slower than I think their maximum potential route is. But I do think that they have a lot of the pieces together to be able to amend that in. Whether it be, I think that the things that I most noted were like the birds and the Ardenwild wing, the Hakar wing not doing that whole entire room in 1 pull or whatever, and then having to do that like last pull at the door. That seemed pretty slow, and then like the slimes, not snapping those into the boss. Those are the 3 things that I think, if we're watching a OMEGALUL like best case scenario route, they're going to add those things in.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they knew that they could probably win it just through clean play, and that's what they did, and that's what it kind of worked out with. But one thing I noticed when we were looking at the stats, and to be fair, Alpha Brawl did not finish the dungeon in the end, so that might contribute to it a little bit too, but there were double the amount of interrupts, pretty much double the amount of interrupts between OMEGALUL and Alpha Brawl. Like, how much does that factor into it? Are there just things dying quicker so you don't need the interrupts? Are there just legit a lot of missed kicks that were happening? Like, did you notice any of that during the match, Zyronic Drados?
I don't think so, no. It's hard to tell.
No, perhaps an analyst type figure could have some insight on that.
I'm pretty sure it came from the Hakar wing. In just like the difference in how the teams were doing the pulls. It just means that one of the teams, like Alpha Brawl, is gonna have to interrupt like a lot more realistically, or it's just like those pulls are set up in a way where the interrupts are going to have to be different. Because
that's a good point.
In addition to this, I was surprised at how often OMEGALUL was using the urns, because whenever we've seen teams on Sanguine in this dungeon, they normally like to not use the urns because they want the mob control. But OMEGALUL really made sure that those urns were getting clicked at like a perfect time to mitigate Sanguine healing.
Yeah, it may also be a case of just throwing out more random kicks, knowing when a kick was free and not assigned to something, and then just using it on something like a lightning bolt or whatever that doesn't need to be kicked, but you may as well, right?
Well, that's one of the things that can maybe save a death, right? Somebody takes some extra damage they weren't anticipating, then you get hit by something like that wouldn't normally be a threat, but yeah, so you might as well, right?
Yeah, especially on previous week. I mean, that may be a big explanatory factor in the extra death count on the side of Alpha Brawl.
You know, it is a massive threat. Tyrannical, necrotic, spiteful Spires of Ascension. We got those live key affixes in the Spires this week, which are brutal, by the way, to play. It is very difficult in this dungeon to mitigate the necrotic on your tank, and then while at the same time the melee DPS, they have to be very aware of spitefuls, otherwise they can get killed off rather quickly.
Wait, do we have necrotic spiteful both tyrannical and fortified?
Wait a second.
Wait.
Yeah, I think we do this season.
That's just why.
It's a crazy time to be alive.
Wait, it's fortified.
It's fortified this week, yeah.
It's fortified this week. Wait a second, hold on. I think both
combos do exist.
I'm
though,
looking.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Yeah. So we haven't yet seen the Spires actually played, right? It's been
not
either
this weekend, no.
Banned or one of the like map 5, map 4 that we don't get to. So this is going to be an interesting. A very interesting one to see in the series, for sure.
Yeah, we've had 3 series already this weekend where it was the 3rd map and we just never got to it. So this is kind of the first time that we've just gotten to Spires, right? Because I don't think it's been banned by anybody. But it is going to be a trial, especially for some comps that are running double melee DPS. That's going to be something where the Spiteful can come out and just like one-shot you if you're not careful.
Yeah, the 23 Keystone level in there as well. Brutal for sure.
Is it going to be Windwalker, Monk, or Rogue? I think is like the better question for this dungeon.
For sure.
I like Windwalker so much. I mean, the Ring of Peace is so powerful against these affixes, and it's just good in the dungeon too. Like the Windwalker provides so much utility against the Triple Angels at the end, right?
Yeah.
A touch of death, equalizing and making that execute work out well. It's got a really good damage profile for a lot of the hardest pulls in here. The cooldown timing looks nice between the first and the second boss. And I don't think you really need the rogue shrouds or utility or anything. There's not really that much stuff. You got a kidney.
So the alternative POV on why you would bring the rogue is like the single target damage. Like the Windwalker's single target is pretty anemic, and it is a 23 tyrannical. I guess the value of the Windwalker would definitely be in that 23 key level because the trash can be tough.
And Orpherean as well has a burn phase that actually Windwalker kind of excels at, right? Like it's a kind where their extremely bursty damage profile translates really well into actually good overall damage on that boss. The first boss is 2 targets as well, so I think that it's a case of like Windwalker's not going to fall too far behind on the Tyrannical compared to the Rogue. The numbing poison and the crippling poison that the Rogues bring, one or both of those could potentially be good in against this dungeon and the affixes, but especially, and also getting some extra spiteful shades for some combo points off the Shuriken Storms. Yeah.
What were we gonna say, Zyro?
You know what class is actually really, really good on Tyrannical keys that the person who flexes Windwalker and Rogue for Dr. J's team plays? Fire Mage.
What?
Oh,
okay.
Fire Mage is very, very good on Tyrannical.
This is a great mage dungeon as well. Yeah,
we've seen it.
Mage dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't play it because it's kind of a weird pick. You'd have to practice it a lot, but it actually would be a solid pick for just this specific scenario, I feel.
Yeah, and the right person on the team is the mage main. You're not taking your hunter or your warlock away. Let's see what they decide to use. It is going to be okay. So we do have a difference, though, a couple differences here between the two teams. OMEGALUL are on that Blood Death Knight rogue, kind of the most standard comp that we expect this MDI most teams to run. But Alpha Brawl have made that Windwalker adaptation that I actually was advocating for. They're also using a Vengeance Demon Hunter in this dungeon, which this is a dungeon where I do not mind that at all. I think this is quite a good Vengeance dungeon.
Yeah, I think after the nerfs to Blood Decay damage this past week, I think the options for other tanks have opened up slightly. I still think Blood Decay is the premier tank, don't get me wrong, but for specific scenarios where you want that big AoE silence from the Demon Hunter, or a little bit of mob control also, just being able to fear sigil things or grip sigil things, it's pretty nice. I still think Blood Decay is useful in like 90% of scenarios, but Vengeance is pretty solid as well.
Yeah, also if you just want your Destro Lock to do 5% more damage, that's a compelling upside of the Vengeance Demon Hunter. And you can see Alpha Brawl actually are going to be the first group to finish their pull with, in fact, just a lot of damage coming out from the whole team. It's not just the Destro Lock doing more, it's also the fact that the Windwalker is bringing an amount of AoE pump that the Rogue is just not going to do. So OMEGALUL are going to hope to accelerate on the smaller pulls, and on the bosses, Alpha Brawl, the big pulls, hopefully are the place where they can actually leverage a little bit more damage.
Well, not only that, but they also have the Monk for the physical damage debuff as well, so not only are the bombs doing more damage for the Hunter, all of his other spells are doing more damage too. Your Hunter's just really happy right now. All of his damage is 5% more. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly what we needed. Wow, yeah, OMEGALUL are going into the boss here, whereas Alpha Brawl are just fighting this by itself. OMEGALUL, you can see they have an and a Vibe both active right now, so a pretty lethal pull until they can get some of these mobs killed, and they have to watch out for the Spiteful Shades as soon as these mobs start dying, so they're actually going to spawn the first few Spitefuls, and then potentially start running away. You can see Jay is actually just over there DPSing the bird far away from the rest of that pack, making sure to not get murdered by the Spiteful Shade that's hunting him down.
Actually, a lot to dodge here. You have Shades walking at you, you've got Vi Interceptor beams, you have these projectiles from the Dragon Hawk as well. Man, there's just a lot going on, but they get most of it down. I believe they only have that one final trash mob available. Nope, it's just Spiteful Shade. Got trolled. A little bit of a fear coming out of Ricky there just to make sure it gets away from him, and now we're back onto the bosses. Not bad execution at all from OMEGALUL. Have the bosses down to about half HP. Alpha Brawl doing pretty good on their own. All of their trash is dead as well. Boss is only at 70% though. Still have the Bloodlust rolling.
Yeah, that Bloodlust is going to help them accelerate a little bit on the boss damage here. Still is OMEGALUL that are ahead, but I'm surprised it's only by this much, actually, given that they effectively did this in one fewer pull. This is impressive from Alpha Brawl in terms of speed and damage that they are deploying on the boss and on the previous trash pull to just get it done really quickly. That Bloodlust has now expired for them, though, so they are going to be crashing a little bit back down to earth here. It does look like 25% or so of the boss HP is going to be the difference when this fight ends.
So the question is now, what strats are the teams going to be going for? We obviously haven't seen either of them do Aspires this weekend, so the question is, do you adapt to the route? Which of the routes do you think is better in terms of execution for this set of affixes this week? Do you think teams are going to go for the double side pull all at once? Or are they going to more opt for the safer route of just doing the cats on their own and then moving on and dealing with extra trash later on?
I suspect OMEGALUL are going to go for the pull of the entire left side trash here over to the right side, like that big one pull to do all the trash on this platform. But I mean, it is going to be volatile. It's going to be dangerous. I think that they will want to do it, though, for time. Alpha Brawl, on the other hand, I suspect will not be interested in trying to set something like that up. Okay, so who do we have over on this side? We have all 5 members on this side. So OMEGALUL are either they were way faster than I expected was possible to aggro the other things. It does look like they're just doing the birds and the Dark Praetor here. So they're leaving those mobs. I wonder if they're going to go get them after this. Probably not, right? If they were going to do those, they would have gone there first and then come over to this side. So that means they probably are getting some more count later in the dungeon. Maybe something like one of those Hellion pulls on the 3rd boss platform.
Now, it's important to note what pulling this means. We can infer a lot about the route from the way that they're doing trash here. By not going to the left side of the boss, we know that they're going to have to pick up a bunch of extra trash count later on in the dungeon, which means that they're going to have to use a Kyrian Spear on probably a big pull later on in the dungeon, which means that pull that Tettles highlighted last week, the pull not on this platform, but on the next platform with the Ether Divers as well as a Goliath and a bunch of other trash, you have to not use a Kyrian Spear there, which is very, very scary. Fortunately, it's tyrannical, so the mobs aren't fortified. They won't have extra health. But still, necrotic on that pull, your tank can go down very, very quickly. So we'll have to see how they're going to execute that. Or maybe they just commit to using the Kyrian Spear there. We never know.
Yeah, you can use the spear there, but it probably means that then you're looking at 2 extra pulls later rather than 1, or 1 very dangerous, like Hellion pull before the 3rd boss, those sorts of things that are very common for MDI teams to wipe to when they do attempt them.
Yeah, well, the other option, which is even scarier, is that they could potentially just not Kyrian Spear the Angels, but I feel like that's just not... Ooh. That's not an option.
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially do like 2 and then 1 Angel and not use a Spear on the Angel platform at all. That would be an option. That sort of thing, though, on a Tyrannical key, I feel like that's a pretty defeatist route for an MDI team to not triple Angel, especially on Tyrannical, but maybe it's they think that they can save the time earlier in the dungeon, and they would consider doing that. I'm not sure.
Oh, this is so unfortunate. Igloo wanted to go grab that carrier, but there were a bunch of Spiteful Shades just blocking his way. Finally,
ends up using the Psychic Scream to be able to get in there, yeah. Oh, and then he tries to take the gateway, but it despawns because Ricky has clicked the Angel, and so Igloo is just having the worst day here. He's going to eventually arrive, and the rest of the group's like, where are you? You want to start the pull? No, that's made up. Nobody ever waits for a healer to start a pull.
All right, all the personals are back up now. All right, let's see. Here we go. This is the pull we were talking about. They might not use the Kyrian Spear here because they've opted to do that smaller trash pull later on. They're in this corner here trying to line aside everything in. The Kyrian Spear still isn't down. Wow. Ooh, are they just
Mass Grip? Yeah, you can see the rune weapon there. Oh, that's going to be the Kyrian File. Removing all the necrotic stacks here, and the necrotic is stacking up, but not all that quickly. Only 14 stacks here. That's not insurmountable. All of the Spiteful Shades are now spawning, but a beautiful binding shot comes down from Tobo, keeping them mostly in place, and that is not a lot of mobs anymore. That is just a lot of Spiteful Shades. Wow, that was really, really pristine from OMEGALUL.
Yeah, that was almost perfect execution there. That pull, I mean, we definitely were excited for it, but I think we understated just how difficult that is. You go and try that on a live server right now on these affixes, like on a lower key, with Fortified, you're not going to be able to pull it off like 9 times out of 10. That is a very, very scary pull, very practiced. People have exact, precise interrupts in AOACC just to make that work, and they pulled it off to perfection. Love to see that.
Now you can skip that squad leader and the Dark Praetor by jumping off with either mounted speed is enough or the woe movement speed also enough to then get you teleported to the next platform. You do need to make sure you have some movement speed and you jump before you go off, though. Otherwise, you will just get returned to that previous platform in a very embarrassing display for the rest of your group.
Yeah, it's like the dungeon's telling you, I don't know what you expected, but
yeah.
Get back over there, you're not done yet.
All right, we are on to Ventanax now for OMEGALUL, while Alpha Brawl also making their way, doing that very, very large pull. I didn't actually quite catch if they ended up committing their spear to it, but they are on the Spiteful Shades, and they've also made this pull work out, and Alpha Brawl really are not far behind OMEGALUL here. They are on basically the same trash count. They are also on 0 deaths. Alpha Brawl is looking unbelievably good from where I'm sitting here.
For a team of their seeding, this is not the way we would expect them to play. They're playing fantastically in this key so far, and they're putting themselves in that position. We keep talking about this time and time again. if the team in the lead makes one mistake, Alpha Brawl will be there to capitalize. Just slightly behind on the speed and execution, but they're right there with them. OMEGALUL still doing great here. Remember, these are tyrannical bosses, so they're very scary. You get hit by one of these errant projectiles, it could easily be a one-shot or a pod tender for the Warlock here.
Yeah, or, you know, it might not even take the pod tender if you're a Warlock. You got a big enough soul leech built up, and
That's true.
But for those of us that actually have to play the game and dodge the mechanics, those things do need to be dodged, yeah. Ventinax now 38% and dropping. No, you're not forgiven.
Man. Cooldowns have run out, but gonna be keeping on. Weird pull from Alpha Brawl. We don't normally see this pulled. As a matter of fact, most of the time we see teams pull this, we would almost classify this as a mistake. This squad leader is such an annoying mob to deal with. Of course, it makes the mobs around it take 50% less damage from AoE, so you're kind of forced to single target it down. But it's honestly not going that bad for them. They're kind of chewing through it all pretty evenly.
Yeah, this pack is one that I recommend for most people on the live servers as well. Just kill it, just get it out of the way, and don't try to do anything too fancy. Just skip past it, because the stuff that OMEGALUL are going to be pulling at the end of the dungeon because they skipped this is also really hard. It's those Hellions, that kind of stuff, the Wardens towards the end of the dungeon, and those mobs are very, very deadly. But they are a little bit faster. You can see Alpha Brawl, it's taken quite a while to chew through this pack, and actually, the squad leader is going to be the last one to die. Going to take Nico with him as well, so a lot of damage coming out here. It's actually going to need to be a B-Res, because there is still a Dark Praetor alive as well. That B-Res does come out. A Spiteful Shade attacking the Warlock in the meantime, though, is going to call for, looked like Wall and Pact there. They are going to get through that pack. They're up in count now as they get started on the boss. OMEGALUL need to find 6% extra at the end of the dungeon here.
This is actually a really scary scenario for them. Lots of cooldowns are committed to that pull. Nico had a 49 stack of Necrotic at the end of that pull and was just barely trying to keep it alive, proc the cheat death. Just barely wasn't able to stay alive at the very end. But the fact that their Warlock had to get the battle res off by committing both the Wall and the Dark Pact means he's very, very vulnerable in this boss. If he gets any of those bleeds, he's going to require a lot of attention from his healer, because, you know, as much as people like to meme about Warlock tankiness, when you don't have either of those cooldowns up, it can be very scary. And check out how much this bleed is going to chunk him. Okay. Well, that's not the bleed. That was him getting hit by a projectile, but the point
stands. That bleed is lethal, yeah.
If you don't have personals up, you can still die as a Warlock. Still gets a pod tender. That's just another 10 seconds of doing nothing for the Warlock. Big time loss for them. And that was during his Infernal, too. That was like worst case scenario, so very low damage would be coming out of the Warlock for Alpha Brawl here.
All right, well, OMEGALUL are starting up this massive pull that they signed themselves up for when they skipped that squad leader pack earlier, and they skipped the left side after the first boss. This is going to be their spear, yeah. So Hellion, Goliath, Wardens, a bunch of nonsense in this pull that are all very deadly. Look out on the ground. Soon you're going to see, after the spear expires, there's going to be some like projectiles that are basically one-shotty if everything isn't killed or kicked effectively here. Wow, though, OMEGALUL have so much damage. 140k coming out of Ricky on that Warlock. They actually just have this pull basically all dead within that Kyrian Spear. Very well played.
That was actually like a perfect execution, too, because something that I see a lot of teams do, which is just the wrong thing to do in general, is to instantly throw down that spear the second everything is stacked up. Use your AoE stuns first. Your Warlock is not doing maximum damage when that Kyrian Spear goes down at the start of the pull. Let them ramp up a little bit, get some Reign of Chaos Infernals, get some Blasphemies out, then put the spear bound. OMEGALUL did that just now, and it made that pull so much more simpler for them. And then, of course, once they come out of the Kyrian Spear, you continue getting the Infernal stuns out, continue getting the AoE stuns out. Just perfect execution there. I mean, you can't do it any better than that.
Yeah, very well done by OMEGALUL. They're going to choose a Vi Relic on the boss here for a little bit more damage. This lines up really nicely as well, because it'll be active during the burn phase on the boss. And they're going to start cheating the boss over to the side here. That's because they're at 82% count. They're looking for another 6% before they can actually go up to the Angels. So what they are going to do is probably during the first recharge, they're going to drag the boss all the way over on the left into that pull and fight that pull while the boss is deactivated during the recharge. So you can see they're setting themselves up, they're getting that Vi Relic, and the boss is now getting pretty low on energy. Once that boss reaches 0 energy, that's when the intermission starts. Each cast costs 5 of the 100 energy, except for that Ordnance, which costs 25. So you can sort of have a pretty good idea, even if you don't have boss timers or anything going, when that's going to be.
One more cast, and then this final stomp will send them into the intermission. Lamike getting them into the group. This last stomp from Urfreon will deplete the rest of his remaining energy, and they're going to get off to the races. Infernal Pop for Ricky starts ramping those Infernals. Cooldowns coming out from both the Rogue and the Hunter. No Shadow Blades yet from Jesus, but it's going to be coming out pretty soon, I'd have to imagine. They're trying to get that Dismantler down. If they're able to get that buff during the damage up, that's going to be huge for the Survival Honor, reducing the bomb cooldowns, letting them do maximum DPS. But check this out. All the trash and the Dismantler are already dead. It's just pure boss damage right now. They're crushing us.
This is huge damage to Orpherean here. This is, 30% after that burn on 23 Tyrannical is quite good. They're probably not even going to see a second recharge here. They're probably going to be able to kill this boss down to 0 without getting there, or right around when it starts the second recharge. I'm not sure, but this damage is just so insane from them here. The single target conversion as well is really impressive, right? Like the fact that whole pack died really quick. Yeah, okay, you got a lot of AoE in this group, but the boss's health is the really impressive part to me.
Oh yeah, they could definitely kill us for the next damage up phase. Even if they didn't try to skip any stomps, they could very easily just finish this off. Yeah, already at 10%. That energy bar is nowhere near depleted. So the question remains. This is the final section of the dungeon. And I think it's always mean when we get to Spires of Ascension and you go through all of this trial and tribulation and then you get to the last section of the dungeon. It's like, well, that was all cool what you just did, but now can you pull off Triple Angels? If not, you're going to lose. That's just how it goes. But
yeah, I think
OMEGALUL
they're probably far enough ahead that they actually can afford some stuff going wrong on the Triple Angels. But yeah, like you said, it does cost many minutes when something happens on that pull. Meanwhile, Alpha Brawl, they're going to be using a little bit more of a standard live key path here. They're going to use the Woe from the first Hellion on this platform. They're going to use it to bring themselves into... Ooh, it's going to be Justicars and Wardens all coming together here for them on the right side rather than the left, which OMEGALUL did. This is also a very scary pull that Alpha Brawl are up to.
Do they have a Carrion Spear for this, though? There's still one mob behind the camera here that is not in on the group yet. They haven't interrupted it in. You can see the wing kind of clipping on the left side there of the monitor. They're not committing the Carrion Spear to this. Have to watch out for the Vi Interceptor beam, but looks like they're doing a great job of cleaving everything down. Just
yeah, well
watch
done.
out for this Hellion in a bit here, and yeah, very well executed for them. That was a scary pull.
Over now to OMEGALUL. Demonic Gateway cast and used by Ricky to get over to the edge of the room here, dropping a circle, giving himself options, and now we're going to see what they decide to do here. All right, it's going to be the Triple Angel pull. Whenever you see them pulling Klotos, that always means triple. You would never pull Klotos first or second without it being all three. Big damage now coming out again. OMEGALUL holding on to their Kyrian Spear here for a little while and deploying it after about 5 or 10 seconds. This makes a lot of sense. You don't need to use it on pull. Again, here, the bosses don't really get too dangerous right on pull. They do a couple of mechanics almost instantly, but then you can spear after that and just get a nice bit of time to plant while all those immolates are already ticking and stuff.
And yeah, look what that does for the Warlock. He gets to pre-place a bunch of random fires, which are then already active in generating soul shards when the stun comes down, when the damage amp comes down, and then that just amplifies damage even quicker. But this pull is nowhere near over yet. All of these angels are still sub 20% and doing a lot of damage. Check out those stacks. Everyone's at 16 stacks. That's a ton of increased damage and dot damage taken here. Have to kill them all at the exact same time here, and there's no touch of death here to equalize if anything dies early. Have to finish them off. Astronos, last one, and it goes down. Great execution.
Yeah, again, without touch of death, that is very difficult to do, but very impressive. And now it's just the last boss that stands between OMEGALUL and Sunday here. They're going to start the pull.
Right.
Wow. Look at the timer on this as well. This is going to be sub 20 minutes for OMEGALUL. Actually, how long does Devos take on 23 Tyrannical? Maybe not sub 20 minutes. This is a long boss fight.
It could be a 3-minute affair. It could be a 3-minute affair easily. With no lust, oh yeah, we could be here till after 20 very easily. They are going to probably... Yeah, no, they're probably still going to save Vi for Phase 2 because it's still a better use of their time, but that is going to be them just tanking Vi shoots and having to dodge beams as well, which can be a little scary whenever the boss charges around. There can be a little bit of a weird bait thing going on.
One nice piece of tech here that OMEGALUL and most MDI teams this season have access to minimize the damage on this fight is the Warlock pulling out an Imp Pet instead of that Hell Hunter and using it to singe off the magic debuff, which normally you can only dispel one of them, right? Oh, well, you got Mass Dispel, but you also can just use the Warlock Pet on every single set rather than the Mass Dispel, which normally only hits every other.
Exactly. Love the Warlock Imp use cases. They're all so useful, and they help your healer out a ton. It's like a little repayment for the power infusion. Gotta love it. Check out the execution here. Vi Interceptor literally on 1 HP here to the second the spear goes off and they're on the boss. Oh, it was a little early, but you know what? We'll take it. They'll have that full haste buff the second the boss comes down. That would have been really awkward if they missed the spear. But
that would have been, yeah. I will let you know that has happened to me in the last 24 hours. I've missed a spear on this boss. Oh yes.
The boss is just so, it just jukes around so much. It's hard.
I thought there was a mind game going on. It looked like it was staying in the same spot for a while. Then it moved right last second. I don't know.
I'll bet you were woozy from all the necrotic that you've been taking all week, right? So
that's true.
Sense.
Necrotic is an affix that it affects your player character and your brain character for sure.
Yep.
Luckily, OMEGALUL seemed to have shrugged off the worst effects of the necrotic here. You can see just the one stack. It's actually almost never a threat, even for basically any tank specs on bosses anymore. Now that it's down to that 5-second duration, almost every tank spec in the game drops necrotic naturally on single target encounters now. But especially Blood Death Knights, who, as long as their rune weapon is up, are parrying 65-70% of attacks. And did you know, only every other successful boss auto actually applies a necrotic stack as well. For most mobs, it's everyone, but for lieutenants and for boss mobs, it's every other as well. So much less lethal boss affix than it is on trash.
And yet, somehow, when I hit my Twitter feed, I still see tanks complaining about it on Twitter every time.
Well, that's because of the trash. That's what I was just saying. The trash. It's still hard on the trash.
poor tanks, they get one hard mechanic they have to deal with.
Dude, every mechanic's a hard tank mechanic because the buck stops with us, you know?
That is true. Did you see Le Pen started a Google Doc?
A strike. Yeah.
A tank strike, a Google Doc.
Yeah, to report tanks that have been caught in dungeons on Necrotic Week. Yeah.
Oh, man. What a guy.
All right, well, OMEGALUL are going to be deploying the final spear of the encounter. Beautiful life grip there from Igloo, bringing the farthest person back to the spear just for a couple extra milliseconds of time here. They land the last spear. Devos now at 18%. Just have to do this fight for a little longer. It is going to end up being a 4.5-minute boss fight in the MDI, which is rather high. Is this? I wonder if this is our longest tyrannical boss in MDI. Maybe Solia. Although Solia honestly doesn't even seem like she's that long compared to Devos.
I would love to see what a 24 Celia comes down to, but we're gonna have to cut off that conversation as Devos drops below 5% here. This is going to be OMEGALUL securing their trip to our championship Sunday tomorrow, and they'll be fighting for one of our top 2 spots. Go to Global Finals. Congratulations to OMEGALUL. Hard-fought 2-0 victory over Alpha Brawl.
And there you have it. OMEGALUL gets the 2-0, and another really clean 2-0 too. 0 deaths in last dungeon and this dungeon. They did the same thing in their first win of the weekend over Team Weekend. Obviously had some deaths in their loss versus Sloth, but they come back strong here and get the 2-0 over Alpha Brawl. They are going to Championship Sunday, and they're looking really, really good.
I feel like this is kind of what I expected out of OMEGALUL, just like super high consistency, so really top tier routing and pulls that came out of them. Whereas for Alpha Brawl, it's going to be the end of their time here. They do have the Last Stand tournament that they can enter if they really want to. In addition to that, I thought that they played pretty well, all things considered in that session. They only had the 1 death, and it's one of those things that, like, for these brand new MDI teams, it's super hard, and like, they're going to be able to spend some more time and come back maybe in some future seasons or for even the Last Stand tournament. But all eyes are on OMEGALUL here. They were able to kind of get all of these pulls set up in a way that made them look like they were having a top-tier route. They got around the corner here, got these Goliaths grouped up. They were even able to do this pull right here, which is something that is quite dangerous from a lot of teams that we talked about last weekend. They were able to get all of these Ether Divers and just the Goliath and all of this trash grouped up. They didn't have to commit like a lust or anything. They didn't have to spear this. They were just committing offensive CDs and were able to get this pack killed off, and then they woe drifted on out of here. This is a great pull. On the other side, the only death of the dungeon for Alpha Brawl came on this pack. It was a tank death to Necrotic. You do see Nico there at 47 stacks of the Necrotic, just barely getting that refresh into 48. And like once you're over 35 to 40 stacks of Necrotic, it is very dangerous for tanks. And so just like the lack of a Kyrian file, I guess, because he can't even be Dwarf Racial since he's Vengeance. Lack of a Kyrian file put him in a position where he was able to die. And then OMEGALUL, with the spear that they saved, were able to do this crazy pull. This is actually a bonkers pull, and something that could have wiped OMEGALUL if they weren't like perfect with it, but they just had enough damage. Even with that rogue that we were talking about at the beginning, they were able to get all this trash killed off. Great Shadow Fury coming in, and overall for OMEGALUL, they were able to take it down with 0 deaths throughout this whole entire run.
I mean, this Triple Angel pull was stressful, as they always are too. But that's the thing. I loved watching OMEGALUL play through this, because it seemed like everything just hit. Everything just stuck for the coordination today, right? Where the crowd control came in at the exact right time. Everything just seemed to go like clockwork for this team today.
Yeah, I mean, they played great. I mean, this is exactly what I think most of us expected when we saw, oh, that team has Dr. J in it. He's a 5-year MDI veteran. Oh, all the players with him are also MDI veterans? There's no new blood? Wow. This team should be great. This is exactly what we expect to see from them. So, they could play like that through the lower bracket. They could very easily be one of our teams going to the global finals from this bracket.
I mean, that's why this is a
Certainly
group
could
of death, right? Is because they have, like, this whole entire bracket has multi-year veterans on the top 4 teams here, where it's like Sloth it kind of was the upset over OMEGALUL. Not very many people would have thought that Sloth was going to 2-0 them, and now OMEGALUL showing that they are a team that is super sick, and now we have to see how Ethical is going to be doing versus Team Weekend down in the next match.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible to get the rematch with OMEGALUL and Sloth later in the weekend, maybe tomorrow, but we'll see how things shake down with our last series of the day. It's going to be Ethical versus Team Weekend. The winner of that goes on to face OMEGALUL tomorrow on Championship Sunday, so that'll be a good one. We're going to take a short break now, though, and when we return, the final match of the day, it's going to be Ethical versus Team Weekend to close out this particular day of the weekend, so don't go anywhere. MDI returns in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here, along with Tettles, Dratnos, and Makes, and we are about to go into our final series of the day. It's going to be Ethical versus Team Weekend. The winner survives until tomorrow to the Championship Sunday kind of thing. The loser is out with only a chance to qualify through the Last Chance tournament next weekend, which is going to be pretty tough. A lot of good teams are going to be in that, for sure. We'll get to see which one of these good teams is going to be in there. Going into this one, Makes, who do you got for this one, this series?
I mean, I think I just have to say Ethical, right? That's kind of the obvious choice this time around. I like rooting for the underdog. I think Team Weekend showed that they have a lot to fight for, and they took it away in a reverse sweep against Mythic Meme Dream Team, but I think it's going to end here.
Well, they are undefeated on the weekend as well. They lost on Friday, but that is technically a weekday, so
true.
The home field advantage.
It is true.
So, does Friday night count as the weekend?
No, of course not.
The problem is, like, Ethical's from Australia or something, so it might already be next week for them, right? So maybe that negates the home field advantage, right?
I'm down for the 4-day work week. Then we can include Friday for sure. All right, let's see the bands.
School day.
Crush my hopes.
School day.
Crush my hopes and dreams.
Here are the maps in the series. Now, the teams do each get a ban. So I'm not sure what they've elected to go with. Oh, Necrotic is one.
All right.
Blackrock Hold the second one.
Wait, why are you showing us this? Why are you showing us this? Come on, don't get our hopes up. Why are they doing this to us? You know it's gonna be bad. Come on. This is just torture, right? It is.
Don't ban it. Don't ban it. Don't ban it. Don't ban it.
It's gonna be bad. Of course it is. Oh.
All right, I gotta.
Why you gotta do it like this?
I gotta call the Australians. This is illegal.
My hopes were not up, for the record.
With our feelings.
This is so messed up
right now.
Look at this backdrop they'd prepped for us.
The boulders.
This is.
Dratno's intimately familiar with the boulder.
This is a mechanic that I tested many times just to see if it would kill you on any given key level. Yeah.
Precast the mass res.
Of course. If there was just woe relics in this dungeon, I'd be fine. But that technology hadn't come to Legion yet.
That's true. That's
true.
I
don't know how people even do this segment with like regular movement speed. It is a nightmare. And there's multiple floors of it too.
There was techs where you would use like a roar or even the
you need movement speed
totem, but
or be a ghost wolf. Hashtag enhancement shaman.
We do get to start off on the equally as exciting illegal ban. Yeah, unethical ban, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. An unethical ban for sure.
But yeah, we're going to start off on the one that actually would be illegal to ban, which is Theater Pain, the first dungeon in our series.
So Ethical ran this dungeon. I think it was a 1730 whenever they ran it earlier today. Their Theater of Pain, or maybe it was yesterday that they ended up running it. Their Theater of Pain was actually pretty good. They were the ones with the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and they were doing some interesting stuff in the Cool Throck Wing. Of course, we did see some of the teams, notably Sloth, they were able to bust out all of the nice parts of Echo's Theater of Pain without the Vengeance Demon Hunter, so maybe it's less compelling, but Ethical did look really good in the theater.
Yeah, it was 1854.
18 minutes. Yeah,
it's quite good.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, I beat you to it. I didn't know you were about to say the time.
No, it's all right. It's all right, Noah. You can say the time.
There you go. 1854 with 2 deaths. So not too bad. Not too bad. Quite a bit faster than we see on live, obviously, but
that's like the year that Doa was born, yeah?
1854? Oh no.
1854.
Oof.
I'm not the vampire here.
You're just old, a boomer, some would say.
Is that the zoomer?
What can I say?
Please put a B in the chat.
I'm aged to perfection. We'll say it that way. I'll say it that way.
Are we going to talk about that Theater of Pain? Or?
If you want to, I guess.
We could keep making fun of Doa.
It's good to take a break from making fun of Tettles for a little bit. You know, we gotta mix it up once in a while. You know.
Fair.
Yeah. So the Theater of Pain. I think Ethical have to be the overwhelming favorites in the series in general, and I think the Theater of Pain in particular. But as we said, there is always an opening for a team with a clean run, even with a lower seeding. And Theater of Pain, even though we only have it set on dungeon level 21, this is a dungeon that has a lot of nasty pulls that can catch a team by surprise, especially when they're trying to pull as big as the current MDI meta has sort of evolved into in the Gore Chop Wing and those sorts of places.
It's also raging, isn't it? Tyrannical Raging Volcanic. So this is one of those things that, like, any of the gas bags or stuff like that,
Yeah.
a lot of the Gore Chop Wing, like you stated, really tough.
Yeah, the souls, if you don't have AoE stuns for them when they are all raging. With raging, it's usually not like the one single target mob that you need to be super worried about. That's only if you forget to soothe, right? But if you remember to soothe it, it's usually instead like the 9 little mobs that are all sub 30% health, where it's like, okay, you either AoE stun these or people are going to start dying.
Makes, do you expect Ethical to maybe adapt some of the strategies from what we saw from Sloth earlier today, notably like that weird Zav Wing champion pull?
I mean, I would like for them to do like big pulls into bosses in general. I think, again, it's probably not reasonable for them to or for us to expect this of them. But if they just, watched and were like, oh, we could like adapt our route just a little bit like that, then I think it's already very nice. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a big pull into Gore Chop at least, and maybe seeing a big pull into Xav. I think that would be great.
I'm sure we will. I don't think you're going to be disappointed there, because we've seen a lot of that, especially the big pulls into Gore Chop this weekend. It's met with varying degrees of success, but the teams that have been able to do it have been very impressive in doing so, and definitely save a lot of time that way. So why not?
But like they ran a Vengeance Demon Hunter, so maybe that champion it could cause problems not having that MC for it, because
It could be, yeah.
it's
Yeah,
obnoxious.
if you don't have
because
a
Maybe
MC
they're
for the
not
captain.
gonna run that
Yeah, the
captain. I call it the
Demon
champion.
Ancient
Hunter.
Captain, yep.
Yeah.
Maybe they're
well,
not.
what if you played Vengeance Demon Hunter and hear me out? Frost DK. Frost DK can MC that thing.
So
And people thought I was crazy for talking about Enhancement Shaman.
Hear me out. And they also
Okay, so
are your
Chomp-
Necrolord. They can get your Necrolord banners. We're ticking off multiple boxes here with this.
okay,
Chomp
so
did
what about
play
what
Blood
about the
DK and DOS. It's not like they can't play it.
Right,
Oh,
but
no-
like Frost DK is
The
cool.
option is there. Yes, but I'm just saying Blood DK is an option. It's not like Chomp is heart locked into Vengeance.
Chompy plays everything. Like that guy literally has healed the MDI. That guy
Yeah.
has DPS the
DPS
MDI
time
on
trials, right? Yeah.
Now,
yes,
tanking,
he's DPS
yeah.
time trials. He's DPS just ranged, his melee. He's played so many different specializations. He's played like a Death Knight, a Moonkin, a Windwalker monk. He plays kind of everything, and then now he's tanking. So I do have a suspicion that if he wanted to play a Blood DK in here, he could. It's more of like a how much time has
Exactly.
Ethical put into practice.
Right, I mean,
with the Blood DK.
The thing is, I don't think if you're ethical, you look at your Theater of Pain and you think, this is a worthy investment of our time to adapt and to take things from Sloth's strategy, given that, like, that's going to take a long time to pick up the things from Sloth. It's going to require a comp adjustment, probably, or further innovation. So, yeah, it does look like Ethical are going to stick with Chompy on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Team Weekend also are running a mirror comp here of what Ethical are up to on the exact same plan. The Windwalkers from both teams are a great source of the Necrolord effect, and also just a bunch of extra damage.
I actually think that Windwalkers are like really good in both of the Necrolord dungeons, so both in Plaguefall and Theater of Pain. Just the access to the Windwalker monk, like AoE, and just kind of getting that free Necrolord Covenant ability for those banners and just like the Fleshcraft and Plaguefall. I think that the Windwalker monk makes a lot of sense in these dungeons in particular. They also did get a little bit of a buff on this 4%.
Yeah, 4% more damage. You can see on the damage meter, Ethical's monk winning by more than 4% on this pull, kind of owning right now. What is going on here?
I think that from talking to the MDI teams, it seems like they kind of thought that Windwalker was generally going to be the third best AoE damage option consistently, especially for like some of the larger pull dungeons. But on a pull like that was that pack size for Ethical, where it was just like a 6 or 7 pull boss, especially if you get good chance at GG procs, 40 is just owning the boss. As Ethical does down that first boss around a minute 15 in, the Weekend looking like their Team Weekend are maybe somewhere around 20 seconds behind, already just on that first boss split.
Wow, yeah, Team Weekend doing a good job here of getting this boss killed as well. Both teams on that 7% count, but it is a 15-second advantage for Ethical as they make their way down towards the next area. And let's see if they decide to keep their strategy or try and change something here. Again, I can't imagine that Ethical would find it a great use of time to change their theater route. especially because we haven't seen them swap their comp at all here. And yeah, it looks like they are going to head towards the Cult of Rock wing, get that first Necrolord banner, and fight half of these Shackled Souls, plus a pack of relics as well.
Yeah. The important relic here is actually that woe buff. And so what we've seen from a lot of teams is like they'll grab that woe buff and then they'll just like kind of bounce out of this area, utilizing it. Generally, it's been to kind of leave this area and go into the board shop wing.
Yeah, get all the way down there, right? Past
exactly.
the first trash and right all the way past the gas bags on the sides.
Here
So
they
that
go.
does look like what they're up to. All of this trash they'll get later once they're done with Gore Chop, and they'll use it to potentially pick up another woe and maneuver to the next part of the dungeon that they want to go to. But first, they're going to head downstairs. Gas bag not breaking them out of stealth or anything like that. They can just run right on through it. Let's see what they want to pull here.
A nice para and a trap on the, some of those mobs as well, because they're going to be pulling a lot of this trash into the boss. And so that para and that trap, those mobs are going to come in later whenever those CCs do expire. So it's not going to keep them out of combat, but it will allow them to have a substantially easier time dealing with this pull. And this pull is one that has wiped teams in the past. That gas bag, especially whenever it goes into that rage, can be super dangerous. You also need to make sure that you're getting hits on all these sludge spears. And so making sure these mobs are stacked is very, very important here for Ethical.
Good Soothe comes out onto that gas bag. They do only have the one Soothe. It's the Hunter that needs to be landing those because, of course, teams are not playing a Rogue here, so they don't have that Shiv as well. So good job by Ethical, and they have almost all this trash dead. And like you said, the only two trash mobs that they're in combat with right now are the trapped and paralyzed ones that will be coming in later. But those won't be too much of a problem. This pull has been well managed by Ethical. Again, tyrannical boss fight, not one to be underestimated, but they're doing well. On the other side of the board, Team Weekend also have made this work, and they are not even that far behind on this boss. They're doing the exact same plan, and they're executing it almost as quickly as Ethical, so very impressive out of the Weekend. They do have the, they got the woe buff here instead of Vi or That you can see is making them run a little bit faster. But we also have Last Resort has been used, so look out later for potentially a little bit more likelihood of tank death on the side of Team Weekend versus on the side of Ethical.
All right, so Team Weekend is... I feel like they were actually able to make up a decent bit of time here going into this Gore Chop wing. I wonder where it was from. Maybe it was just due to the fact that the trash was able to get stacked a little bit easier onto the boss. There's a lot of different variables in that pull, and that pull is super dangerous. Ethical is ahead a little bit in regards to count. Looking at around 3% enemy forces ahead of where Team Weekend is. That's probably due to the Shackled Souls, if I had to guess. Maybe Ethical pulled a few more Shackled Souls. It just kind of depends. But there is a 3% enemy forces difference that is separating these two teams right here.
Yeah, maybe that's just the two crowd-controlled mobs that Ethical has killed and that are coming in for Team Weekend. Or if those have already come in, which I guess by now they probably already would have.
I think they already did.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can see Team Weekend's gone up to 26. So they are 2% behind. Yeah, it must just be one or two more Shackled Souls on the side of Ethical. They are going to now grab these hooks and head up to a big trash pull. This trash pull, of course, normally is at the start of the Gore Chop wing, but for Ethical, it's going to be the epilogue to this area.
All right, and so now they do have Zwen up. It looks like they don't have Coordinated Assault or Infernal for this pack. There probably were going to be some Warlock Blasphemy procs if I had to guess, but this pull is not super dangerous, assuming that you do have those Windwalker CDs. I think the biggest thing is that you need to make sure you get kicks. Ooh, I really like that Ring of Peace and a Binding Shot and a Silent Sigil that Ethical just did. That basically trivializes this kind of pull because those Sludge Spewers are going to be able to not like jump out. And so you're able to just utilize that Windwalker cooldown and DPS and look at him at 120k. That was a really sick pull.
Ring of Peace and Binding Shot is such a sick combo because Binding Shot by itself against those is kind of troll because the mobs will be in the Binding Shot, then they will leap out and root themselves, but they'll already be out of the pack, right? They'll root themselves wherever they land. But if you Binding Shot and then, Grip and Ring of Peace, you will trigger the root component of the Binding Shot, which means the mobs are then unable to do their leaps. So it's actually a similar effect you'll see, like if you're trying to use Binding Shot on the Anduin intermission in the raid, you want to do the same tech where you want to trigger the Binding Shot intentionally rather than trying to have it used on the leaps themselves.
It looked like 40 was a little bit late getting into this pull. I didn't see, I saw where he came in super late, and look at where he is on the damage meter. I wonder what he was doing. He must have been getting that banner.
It must be the banner in the Gore Chop wing. He probably stayed behind to activate. And Ethical are going to head left here. They're going to grab the slightly bigger pack here. 3 souls, instead of one of the extra casters. This is 2 more points of count, or like 0.5% more count to go this side. But some groups like this as well, because you only have 1 mob that gets that shield at the start that you need to dispel. And so if you don't have, I mean, they do have a massive spell, so it's pretty easy to to get it on the other side. So maybe they actually just need that extra tiny fraction of a percent of count.
Okay, this is the crazy pull for Ethical. This was the pull that we saw Sloth do with the DK earlier, but this was the pull like very similar to what we've seen from Season 1, where like Silent Sigil I thought was mandatory. Look at how Chompy is grouping up these mobs. So he Silent Sigils the right side, then he goes and kicks the mage over to the left side, then he Sigils of chains these mobs all on top of one another. And from here on out, you're going to utilize things like Leg Sweep, like Shadow Fury, to make sure these Soulbinders, to make sure like the volleys are getting dealt with. And this pack is incredibly dangerous, so now you see that Ring of Peace coming out. Ethical having 0 deaths here. Whenever they were running Theater of Pain earlier, I think Holo ended up dying to one of the bolts or something like that at the very end.
Yeah.
But Ethical making it look super free on that attempt.
Well, because the group doesn't have a curse to spell either, and you can see 40 has that curse. That Portal Guardian will apply a Shadow Vulnerability, which has upfront damage, and then leaves behind a Shadow damage taken increase on the target as well. So one person that's affected by that is going to be in extreme danger of death in this. But you can see good use of defensives are keeping everybody alive on the side of Ethical, and I think pretty much whoever gets targeted. Probably the Hunter is the one that's least excited about being targeted by it and would potentially need to then commit a turtle to the Soulstorm rather than just being able to be healed through it. I guess Dwarf Racial is available, so I could just use that too.
Yeah, Dwarf Racial could definitely be a pretty good use there. All right, so now Ethical has down that Bone Reaver. So I'm interested to see if Ethical is going to skip this platform or not. From what it sounded like whenever I was talking to some of the other MDI teams, this platform is actually not that efficient to skip and maybe not the most consistent thing to skip, but we did
that's
see
the
some
Sloth
teams,
strategy, right?
The Sloth strategy was utilizing that Woe Drifter buff to like skip around these mobs, so you don't have to necessarily play them, but it's only like a 25-second pull, and so realistically pulling it is not the worst possible thing, and the penalty of messing it up is just you're going to have multiple people die, so playing it is pretty safe. This Shape ends up getting knocked by the tornado. He actually potted. Holy... okay.
That is lucky. That is unbelievably lucky that it was enough damage to pod him, because if it hadn't podded him, he was getting knocked off, and you can't pod that. Maybe Paulo would have landed the life grip, though. Maybe there was a hero life grip available that could have potentially saved him from that fate. But yeah, pretty fortunate turn of events, actually, for Ethical there.
That is best case scenario by far. All right, so now you see Shape. He dismissed his Spell Hunter and summoned an Imp. That's actually really nice for Cult of Rock. So if you're playing with Warlocks this season, you definitely want them to have their Imp out on this boss because they're able to utilize that Dispel and get those debuffs off your player. So you're going to rotate like Imp Dispel into Mass Dispel, and it mitigates the amount of damage that you're going to be taking on Cult of Rock by a lot. But we've been talking about Ethical a lot. Team Weekend is still in a pretty good position here. They have a lot of trash as well on their side, Dratnos.
Yeah, Team Weekend are something less than a minute, I would say, behind where Ethical are at right now, and both teams are on that 81% count, so really it's going to come down to, can Team Weekend miraculously accelerate for a minute's worth of time at the end of this dungeon, which is the less likely way for them to win. The more likely way is something goes even a little wrong for Ethical. If Ethical have like 2 deaths on something, if they have 1 pull goes slightly scuffed and they need to reset something, right? Like anything like that is enough for Team Weekend to close the gap here.
I don't know if you noticed this, but I think it was Aicha on Team Weekend. Whenever they won their last series, he busted out these massive sunglasses.
Yeah.
So I would like to see them win just for the sunglasses, but at the same time, Ethical is looking like they're in a really good position. 0 deaths here. And Team Weekend, not a bad spot either. 1 death. They both have 2 battle reses between these 2 teams, so virtually no difference outside of the 5 seconds of death differential, which I don't think is going to be a big contributing factor one way or the other.
Yeah, it's, again, very, very close between these 2 teams. 40% health on Cult of Rock is the difference, and actually closing a little bit here for Team Weekend, who are pumping some damage into this thing.
It looks like Ethical's holding a lot of their CDs, though. So they have Zwen. Okay, so they did just use a charge of Storm Earth and Fire, but it's going to be back up in 20 seconds. Coordinated Assault, Infernal, and Zwen are all available for Ethical. So maybe there's going to be a massive pull coming after this in that Zav wing. We do know that they like that double champion pull, which is really, really dangerous for a lot of teams. But Ethical was doing that whenever they were in this dungeon earlier in the weekend. Maybe there's going to be like an amended pull. Ooh, but the Coordinated Assault actually gets committed by Jack there to try to push Cult of Rock just a little bit faster.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although, yeah, so that they won't have it available for the next pull. It was it's not the huge deal, right? Like Infernals, that kind of stuff is what you're really looking for in big AoE pulls.
Tiger.
And Zhuen, which is available and has been held for quite a while here. So I do think that we are likely to see that double mini
Something
boss pull from Ethical. Let's see what they're up to though. They are going to walk now towards the Zav wing, and that is the only wing that has stuff for them anymore. Meanwhile, Team Weekend nearly done with Kultharok as well, so hot on their heels right now.
All right. So I'm interested to see what Team Weekend ends up pulling in the Kultharok wing. So it looks like Ethical here. You do see 40. He's going to run off to the side. He's going to activate that mini boss. They did end up getting a Harugra, I think, is what that circle ended up meaning on him. Yeah. So he had that cleaver style ability from Harugra, and so now they're doing this double champion pull. It's really dangerous with the Arbalists, but whenever you're running 4 dwarves and then like a Vengeance Demon Hunter tank, you're able to remove a lot of these bleed effects. In addition to that, they do have 3 of their players that are running that. They do have the access to that Kyrian file that can also remove the bleed, but Shape doesn't have access to that. Oh goodness, Shape is dropping super low because in a pod tender that was very dangerous for him, but he's looking like he's going to be able to get topped back up. And so now let's look on the right side. Looks like Ethical's doing a pretty good job of dealing with these champions. Let's see what Team Weekend ends up pulling here.
They're also going into the first mini-boss with their 3 trash mobs. I don't see anybody going to grab anything more, though, so it looks like they are going to be leaving the next mini-boss by itself. Meanwhile, Ethical nearly done with this pull. That mob's starting to rage, instantly soothes. The next mob, though, that starts to rage, they won't have a soothe for a few seconds, and that interrupting roar is going to be raging. Hits for quite a bit of damage on the group there.
Not bad. They were able to kind of deal with it. They definitely want to commit the... Oh my gosh, what was that? They definitely want to commit the soothe.
They are zooming through this dungeon.
Somebody's driving a truck through my apartment, apparently. As Ethical gets the whoop up and continues to
All right,
zoom through
100% trash count for Ethical, though. No more mobs for the rest of the dungeon for them. They are just going to be boss, done. Team Weekend are now under so much pressure. They have to get on this boss so soon, but they're not at 100% trash count yet. They're just at 92. They need to find a mini-boss as well. So maybe they'll take the second mini-boss into the boss, or maybe they'll just fight it by itself before the boss. Let's see what they decide to do.
It looks like you may be right. It looks like their hunter is MDing their tank. So maybe they... I didn't know that Wreck into Zav was a pull that was a thing. But we saw like the sloth
Death for Ethical
earlier. Oh snap! Jack ends up going down on that hunter for Ethical. Whereas on this right side, you do see Team Weekend here. They're pulling Wreck into Zav. I wonder if they're going to commit their lust here on this pull. This is a very dangerous pull that they are doing. It's going to be a lot of tank damage. There's also a Vi Interceptor and an Dismantler, which the Dismantler very dangerous whenever you have the oppressive banners up. So
and the Vi as well. Those lines are going to be so deadly and so hard to move out of. You can see Team Weekend here. Whoa, my goodness gracious! Nearly caught by the edge of that circle. Not quite going to kill any of them though.
Ethical commit their lust whenever people came back up for the PvP event, so that kind of makes sense in regards to like CD optimization. We saw this, Nagura and I, whenever we were casting the Ethical game yesterday. They did this on the CD timing because it helps them skip the second PvP phase. But whenever Jack ends up dying, if he lost any of his CDs, it doesn't look like he lost Coordinated Assault or anything, but if he lost like potential...
Even just the death without losing CDs, like that potentially makes a close push not happen anymore.
Exactly. Team Weekend on the right side of the screen still has Wreck up. I don't know, man. This is a really scary pull without committing like major cooldowns like Lust, having a bunch of Infernals and stuff like that. Now Wreck is in Rage. They are going to be able to get a soothe on that.
In theory, one would hope there was a soothe, yes, but it doesn't quite seem to be happening that way. That is a damage loss to have to target over, of course, and press the soothe button, so maybe not happening for that reason. And they nearly have it dead. That Swift Strikes cast is going to cause a little bit of raid damage, but now they have it dead, so the trash is now 100% for Team Weekend as well. Both teams are on 1 death as well, so the exact same death timer between the 2 teams. Zav now about to die for Ethical. The second PvP phase is starting for Team Weekend.
Okay. Hollow ended up GSing himself because he was worried about that combo going off and killing him. But like we were talking about, Ethical missing that cycle on Zav. They ended up getting the second PvP phase. Both of the teams getting the second PvP phase. So I would say that Team Weekend ended up getting a decent bit better out of that exchange by saving their lust, where both of the teams at 100% enemy forces count. There's no champion that you have to kill or anything like that.
Oh, Angel! Oh, wait, hang on. Hang about. Maybe this Angel's intentional, right? Because you can click release right now and immediately start the RP. That saves more than 5 seconds, I think.
Is the pod intentional though?
The pod is probably less intentional, but there's good reason for the Angel at least. Yeah, you can see that's going to start the RP a little bit sooner here for Team Weekend. More than 5 seconds of time save there. So giga brain strategy there from Team Weekend that I'm sure was 100% intentional.
So it seems like ethical strat kind of so their Cult of Rockwing looked really solid, but it seems like their strategy starts to slow down a little bit during the Zav area, where Team Weekend has started to catch back up.
Yeah.
Ethical has pulled more Dretha, but again, we have to continue to state there's a lust difference, and Team Weekend does have Bloodlust available for them. 5 seconds down on that death differential, but 70. Okay, the boss is at 70% for Ethical as it gets pulled by Team Weekend. This is gonna be a quick race to the finish.
Yeah, Team Weekend have to make up so much damage with this Bloodlust, but maybe they can do it. I mean, usually you wouldn't think of Bloodlust as being 30% of a boss's health, but maybe, just maybe, they can make it work here. They do line up with that Cypher as well, even more damage, especially from the Survival Hunter. Survival Hunters love that Cypher more than anything in the world. So much damage now coming out from Team Weekend on this boss. 65% for them, 40% for Ethical. They have so much damage still that they need to make up here. I don't think it's going to be enough because that Bloodlust is more than halfway done now on them. It'll be expiring fairly soon, and then they will be behind. They're behind by 20% of the boss's health and 5 seconds of death to open.
No. Okay, so they do have a shape available to battle res one player. So Jack ends up being the target of selection for this battle res. But now they're 5 seconds down on the death differential.
I think that Ethical just lost this.
I think
Team
they just
Weekend
lost
are closing in right now as well, because now the 5 seconds are in Team Weekend's favor. They have 10% more damage on the boss that they need to catch up here.
No way.
They have more players alive as well. And Ethical with the shapeshift into the frontal there. That's going to definitely cost them now, because now they're 10 seconds behind in death timer, 23% and falling on the boss health, but they only have 1 damage dealer alive. Jack is making a heroic effort to try and finish this out, but Team Weekend are closing in now, 26% on the boss, 5% health now, just separating these two as Team Weekend keep trying to claw this one back.
Dude! Ethical with the collapse at the very end. 3 deaths on Mordretha. What is going on?
And Team Weekend now just 2%. They can close this gap. They don't even need to close it all the way, but they have 10% now. They are ahead, and they have the death timer working in their favor. And Team Weekend with this solid run, they have put themselves in a position where these deaths from Ethical were enough to win the game, and that is so impressive. Team Weekend taking a surprise upset lead, 1-0 in the series.
Over until it's over, and you can see the laughing on the side of Team Weekend, like, holy cow, they won it at the last possible second. A little bit of help, obviously, from Ethical there, but man, you do not see teams like drop it at the last second like Ethical did there. That is a heartbreaker for Ethical, but hey, the Weekend will take it. They're happy to start this series with a 1-0 lead. Well,
I was definitely not muted.
Oh, it's not only me. Yes, thank you so much.
I think it's
wow,
feel
very
better.
insightful, Makes. What an incredibly intelligent point that you were making.
The second
I
point
was
in particular was
saying-
my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it about the cats, or was it about the comeback victory?
Yeah, so about that, I was saying that I had this whole speech prepared on the routing and like the minor differences between these two teams, but Ethical just threw a wrench into the machinery at the very end. It's like, I was so ready to cheer them out for taking this, and then that very unfortunate Ox just charging into the melees. I mean, I'm not above this. I've died to this many, many times, but it's so heartbreaking.
The funny, like, it's not funny, but the reality of the situation is, too, they looked like they were about to have like an 1845 run again inside of Theater of Pain, but it's just like once they had those multiple deaths, their damage just stopped.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it just goes to show what a knife's edge it's always on for these teams, you know?
Very true. Also, thank you for that motorcycle sound as we zoomed
that was Doa
through
this time.
this dungeon. No, Doa was just providing sound effects, you see. We completely
the sound of the Wobuff.
roamed through these kind of corridors here and pulled everything onto Gorjop. Both of these teams did the pull. Now, something really unfortunate happened here. I'm not sure if you saw. Shape was actually walking into the frontal, and then the team put a marker on him. Just like to point it out. Then the big difference I felt in routing was that Ethical was playing two of these mini bosses together, then used Woe to just skip everything else to Xav. Whereas on the other side, Team Weekend actually played one of the mini bosses with the little smallies, and then the other mini boss they took in to the Xav fight and played them together. So there's Rek and Xav on Team Weekend, and they just DPS them down at the same time, maybe gaining a little bit of extra damage due to having another target next to when oppressive banners are not up. I thought this was really interesting, and I'm not too sure which of these two routes I actually like better, but here's the kicker. So the Oxen comes from the left bottom corner and just goes into the group.
he turned.
It's the new pattern. It's the new pattern. They added this
Yeah.
pattern on this patch. It's troll.
Tokyo Drift right into the
Drive-by.
the melee.
Oh.
Yep.
They
Yikes.
thought they were safe, but they weren't. Very unfortunate.
So they added this weird pattern that like the bulls come off of like the platform and go through the middle of the room, and they move at the last second.
Mm-hmm.
And that pattern is really, really dangerous whenever you're positioned like that. Oh my gosh. I thought that only I died to those.
Oh no. I had
was
one
only
last
me.
week where it turned into me, and I was like, did that thing just turn right into me? And like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
they
too.
do that. They
I
do
only
that.
ever get hit when they turn. It's never when they're just going straight across the field. Yeah, exactly. Me too.
nobody gets hit by that. Yeah.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
What kind of
not
noob would get hit by
me.
that?
Yeah.
Duh.
Well, Team Weekend with a 1-0 lead. Ethical, they had a great route. I mean, things were tight. Everything was going good until that last, inescapable moment when the Ox just like slams you in the face and your team loses the map. That's a heartbreaker. But now it's a true test of mental fortitude, right? Where it's like now we get to see the team prove their mettle. Like this is where the great teams rise up and conquer that heartbreaking loss to come back in the series. We'll see if they can do it on Tazavesh Streets. We're going all the way to our fourth dungeon of the series because the Necrotic Wake and Blackrock Cold were banned. And
Ooh,
then,
shame. Everybody
I know.
hated that.
it's sad.
I think that
Sorry.
Streets is like
True.
a really difficult dungeon on this week's affixes. So it's like
I agree.
Sanguine 22 Tyrannical. Like, oh gosh, it's so obnoxious, I think, for these teams.
Yeah, so the question is going to be, can Ethical keep it together here? How much faster is their plan than Team Weekends? Because we assume that Ethical does have the faster plan, right? But by how much?
Sure.
How many wipes of wiggle room does it create for them? Or is this Team Weekend's wild card? Do they have Streets of Wonder as their ace up their sleeve that they, maybe they thought they needed it to equalize the series, but now if they can get this win here, they can actually just shut out Ethical in what would be by far the most surprising outcome so far this weekend.
It'd be fun. It'd be fun to see some upsets come through, and I mean that's kind of the magic of MDI moment, right? And I mean it's like I was saying too. These dungeons, like teams make them look easy, but they are always just like pixels away from certain death on a lot of these pulls. So
I don't think that I do not think it's iterated enough how just difficult these dungeons are to be doing in them at the precision and speed
Right.
that these teams have been doing it. We keep flashing these graphics talking about like the fastest time that these keys have been done on live at this level on these on this like affix, whether it be Fort or Tyran, and it's like normally something in the range of like 10 minutes slower.
Yeah, so just as a comparison, as you were
Yeah.
speaking about it, the fastest runtime on live is 26 minutes 50 seconds. And we have seen this weekend's coming from Sloth 1841 and then from Donuts and Despair 1932. So both of these teams, like by a significant amount, underbidding that timer. It's just insane.
Well, I mean, Weekend, the quote-unquote underdog in this series, just finished in 1931. Like, it's, yeah, all of the teams in this group, in MDI in general, are just so good that sometimes it's easy to forget, right? Where you do see some, skill disparity between Team A and Team B once in a while, but you got to keep in mind, like, Team B is still incredibly good. It's fun to see.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, and I mean, Ethical was definitely the favorite coming into the series. I think they're still the favorite coming into the Streets of Wonder, but I don't know if they're like. It's one of those things that like one major mistake or like one mistake that ends up costing them somewhere in the range of a minute, like that. What happened on Mordretha can absolutely turn the tide for Team Weekend if Team Weekend continues to put themselves with good consistency in a position to where they're able to capitalize on a mistake.
Yep, exactly. So if you're a Team Weekend, you just got to keep trying to run things as cleanly as possible and, see what happens, right? You can't control the other team. You can only control yours, and you can only control one person on your team, which is you. So as long as you yourself are doing the absolute best you can do, that's the most you can do, right? Wow, Tettle's cat got huge.
Please, can you not insult him?
No, I mean, it's okay. Like, sometimes my pet just, like, jumps up on my desk, too. It's like, oh, hi. Oh, my gosh, where'd you come from? It's my gecko, Mango. Hi. You want to join everybody, too? All right, I'm doing a broadcast. Go in. Bye.
I also have a cat.
There you go.
Just out of frame. Just out of frame, pulls up into camera.
Just always has one there, yeah. You never know. You need to find some sort of animal
cats.
Yep. Well, there you go. Waiting for the dungeon to get started here. You wouldn't be surprised if Ethical needed a moment to collect themselves after that one. That is a tough loss, but still a series they can come back in for sure.
You know what's really weird about this dungeon? Something that I didn't realize about this dungeon until like the MDI team started telling me about it. Apparently, the snapping of the mobs and like the patrol timings, they're like super precise and like missing. Apparently, in that Oasis snap as well. A lot of the times you can actually just mess up and only like one or two of the mobs will end up snapping to you.
Okay. Yeah, you need to like land CCs as well on some of them so that by the time they come out of the CC, you're far enough away for them to snap properly. Rather, because if you're like mid-distance when they're breaking CC, weird stuff happens apparently. So very precise snaps that need to be set up. And often we see teams in this dungeon in particular getting to the last boss at like 95% count. It's like, oh, okay, we actually need some count after because one of our snaps, didn't work, right? And so we actually didn't get all the count that we were hoping. And that sort of thing is something where, if that happens for one team and it doesn't happen for the other, with how well these two teams have been playing, that could easily make the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Well, we are gearing up for the beginning of Tazavest Streets, the second dungeon in the series. See if Team Weekend can close it out. See if Ethical can force us to go to that third dungeon, which... why not? It's the final match of the day. Why not have it go down to the wire? I feel like that's probably what we're going to see, but you never know.
I think it's... man, is this series still Ethical favored even after Team Weekend takes the 1-0?
I think probably
I think so.
slightly.
I think so, yeah. Maybe not as much as we thought,
Ethical
but yeah.
would have done it if it hadn't been for that Oxen drive-by, so...
Yeah, but Weekend were so close as well that...
They were.
I
They were
think
in
that it's a
position
case
to
of like...
take advantage.
Ethical's probably what, like 70-80% to win this map, but they have to win 2 maps now, not just one. So when you factor that out, it's probably getting pretty close to 50-50 in the series.
Okay, hear me out. What if Ethical thought it's going to be a clean 2-0 sweep?
They just haven't prepped game 5 at all. Yeah.
Wait,
that would be one way to lose. Yeah.
It's missed.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in there. Meanwhile, though, we are underway with the first pull of the dungeon. Both teams, of course, not many options for how to do the first pull of Streets, right? You literally just walk into it. The door opens when you kill the Gate Warden, though, so it's good to prioritize damage into that one so that you can then just drag the others through afterwards and not lose as much time, right?
How do you feel about Chompy's name on that DK?
Is there a Weird Chomp? That's a pretty good name, yeah.
Dude, Giga memers, Ethical are. All right, so looking at this pull for Ethical, this pull is very, very dangerous. So they're doing like this double Overseer pull, and this is why the loss is committed here. So the Overseer pull and the Portalmancer are also pulled all together, and like you need to make sure that you're dodging out of the way of all of these beams and being super careful. And so they do end up utilizing that lust. They end up cryoing down that Portalmancer because you want the boss to spawn as quickly as possible, but you also have to watch out for Sanguine.
Look at this on the side of Team Weekend as well. Oh, we have a death for Team Weekend. Ooh. That's not what they were hoping for. That's not what I was calling for. I was wanting to talk about something else, but that death is definitely going to cost them. It's not going to be a battle res, but it is going to slow down the rest of this pull and potentially increase the lethality here. But look at the Holy Priest that we've got on the side of Team Weekend. That's not the racial we usually see below priest frames. That's a Haymaker.
Oh.
This is a Kultiran human priest rocking a nice transmog as well on the Kultiran human. You'll maybe get to see a little bit in frame here from time to time. Very cool for Team Weekend.
The ethical guys would call that.
For.
The ethical guys would call the Kultiran human Americans, and you can probably interpret why.
Yeah, the Haymaker here, I wonder if that sets up anything cool on one of these pulls to...
Please Haymaker the officer out of Sanguine. I'm going to have a moment.
That's probably the reason, right? It's probably a Sanguine tech, right?
They're going to need some different technology because they have 3.5 million healing from Sanguine right now. They're going to have to... Please stop.
A lot of people are dying on the side of Team Weekend that required a lot of healing there, but... Yeah,
sure.
I think that it may just be a Sanguine adaptation. Yeah, I wonder if there's anything dungeon-specific that they're going to do with it as well. I'm going to be on the lookout for a good use of Haymaker here.
What is his mob?
I don't know. Maybe we can zoom in there. It's not much. He's just wearing mog.
He's wearing jorts.
Yeah.
It's just jorts, nothing else. He's going. I think he's actually mowing Team Weekend's lawn.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out there, but a big Holy Word going to keep him alive. Meanwhile, on the side of Ethical, this boss pull is going to continue into the next trash section. This is a very common strategy we see on Zofex, right? When the boss reaches 30% health, something around there, you can drag into this area and get yourself a Woe Relic as well for your trouble, and then use it to skip towards the next section that you want to do afterwards. So, a nice little movement here from Ethical. Probably the same thing as part of the plan for Team Weekend, but they are much earlier in their boss pull here. They've been a lot slower in getting this started. They have gotten a little bit more of their count already, though. From
you want to know a hack for Zofex? So you can actually stand underneath the boss and just not have to deal with his shield at all. You would then have to move out for the interrogation, but if you're just like in the boss's hitbox, this is like really notable as a caster. You don't have to move around a lot. You can just stand underneath him and continue to cast on him permanently. And that actually allows you to be able to increase your uptime by a substantial amount. All you have to do is watch out for the interrogation, though, so use at your own risk.
And Storming with this particular affix combo that we've given these teams
and
in this
Sanguine.
Dungeon, so and Sanguine if you're doing it with trash, yeah. Ethical, meanwhile, they are using their Woe Skip, heading over towards the Bazaar area here. Let's see what they're deciding to pull. It's going to be this big old trash pull. This is so dangerous.
So for people who haven't done this dungeon like a ton, more often than not, they end up going into like the mini boss route with like the cats and like the core hounds and stuff like that because that trash is super safe. The trash on this side of the dungeon, okay, if you're doing one pack at a time, it's not that bad. If you're doing all of this trash, it's giga cursed, especially on Sanguine. And so this pull that Ethical and these MDI teams are doing is not to be understated. They need to make sure
Sanguine healing.
Getting out of
Shining Force comes out. Was that one went in a weird direction though? We do have Sanguine healing starting to ramp up here. Not too much though. Only 700k. Not too bad. There is a Wise Guy that is free casting off to the side there. They do need to take that one out, and another one free casting over on the opposite side. Oh, in a little bit of Sanguine, but a great interrupt is going to prevent that from being too much of a problem.
All right.
And we are just barely cresting 1 million on Sanguine healing here. Not bad.
I think we would claim that this is like an acceptable amount of Sanguine healing overall on a pull of like that caliber because there are so many casters like you were talking about that will just like stay planted. All right, so now in the picture-in-picture, we have 40 running off to the menagerie area, starting the RP. We're on the right side of your screen. You do see only 3 members of Ethical here. You may ask, where's the 4th? Hollow is actually going and doing the trade goods RP as well. So there's a lot of moving parts going on right here during this point of the dungeon.
Yeah, 40 now rejoining the team, but Hollow is out doing these trades. This does mean that everybody doesn't have a healer here for a while, but it looks like Hollow may have just finished with the RP in the Bazaar area, and again does rejoin the rest of the team in the mailroom here. Very well done by Ethical, setting all that up. You can see a banish on the Male Elemental as well off to the side. Those Male Elementals, a couple good reasons to banish them. One, they're rooted. Sanguine can be kind of annoying on them if you're trying to kill stuff under them. But two, and more importantly, when they die, they spawn a haste circle. So when you get that haste circle, you can potentially use that on boss. If you decide to save and CC all 3, you can have all 3 of them on boss for value against the boss rather than just at the end of trash pulls.
And you're going to see, they're not going to slam them all at once. They're just going to go like 1, 2, 3 and utilize those haste buffs at times where they can freely cast on the boss. So at a point like this, it wouldn't make a ton of sense to like kill the Male Elemental. They need to make sure that like the that whirlwind from the boss, the fan mail, ends up going off, and then they're going to stack up underneath that haste buff here in just a moment. As that Phi Interceptor is spawned for Team Ethical, they're going to have to now deal. They need to be careful about the Sanguine. The Male Elementals do spawn Sanguine, which can be obnoxious, but overall it looks like Ethical is doing something pretty consistent with what we saw from teams earlier in the day today.
All right, Team Weekend also are on a stealth mission here. That Kultiran woe buff just zooming around here. That is an
illegal
image
images.
That is going
Illegal.
to haunt me. Yeah. Does eventually rejoin the group here, though, after getting some of that RP started.
Okay, so I don't know if you've ever looked at the Twitter account images that are cursed, or images that may be cursed.
Certainly one of them.
One of them, yes. I
think,
found
in
one.
fact, it probably doesn't qualify because I don't think there's much ambiguity about whether or not that was a cursed image.
Okay, another one of those male elementals does end up getting killed off, so they're able to get that haste buff again. You do see a lot of defensive CDs being popped here on the Postmaster, just making sure that the whole entire group is able to stay pretty healthy. Now the final male elemental is getting gripped all the way in. They have to watch out for Sanguine healing. Healing the Postmaster would be illegal, as some would say, but now you do see here Ethical is dealing with a lot of these briefcases, throwing them into that male chute, getting them shot out of here as the Postmaster is starting to dip increasingly lower. They have moved the male elemental off of the Postmaster boss, and things are looking pretty good on the side of Ethical.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out. Meanwhile, Team Weekend are working on a woe buff. This is in the area where Ethical did like a big pull. Team Weekend are going a little bit less crazy here, which can't say I blame them. The pull that Ethical put together was unbelievably scary, but they now have that woe buff. Let's see what they decide to do with it here. They haven't finished the Bazaar RP, they've only started it, so looks like one player is going to be finishing that off for them. And yeah, that's going to be their Demon Hunter, not their healer.
So they just did that area in two separate pulls where Ethical did it in one. And I mean, I think that just kind of proves how difficult that pull is that Ethical did. It's just so, it's very impossible to deal with if you don't have perfect kiting on the Sanguine. If you don't have perfect CC on all those casters, getting the mobs grouped up is also kind of a pain. Now Ethical making their way towards the Menagerie area. They're not going into the Oasis side of this dungeon. This is kind of standard pathing, but we have seen a lot of different adaptations to pathing in this dungeon across this weekend. I think is the one that's been the most unique in regards to pathing.
Yeah, so they are going to set up here, and I wonder if they've given themselves a woe buff that will come in the future or not. Yeah, I didn't quite catch whether or not they were up to that. Oh, it looks like probably they were trying to do it since Jack has died, which probably means that they were attempting to set up the late woe buff. Yeah, you can see there's a trapped mob over there. So again, the strategy there is you like trap, get in combat, and then when the trap expires, the mob and the relics come to get you. So, but didn't quite work out for them. It looks like maybe they're just going to do the boss without that. Or maybe they actually were able to still get the combat through something like a misdirection effect or a heal.
Okay, so maybe you can enlighten me, but what does Jack's name mean?
Let's see. I think Jack, and then this was probably a dwarf Night Fae character before, and it's been switched to Kyrian. So I think that's probably what the D and the N stand for, yeah.
Jack, dwarf Night Fae. Okay, that
yeah, but it is Kyrian now, but Hunters used to play Night Fae, so I think the character probably used to be a Night Fae one, yeah. I'm glad I've been able to help enlighten you as the answer on that one.
I needed some lore. All right. So now Ethical it has engaged the third boss of the census. They have it's like a menagerie boss that 3 mobs end up spawning. Alcrux, not really much going on here. Not overly dangerous. You just need to make sure that you're dodging out of the way of those circles. This is the boss that's actually pretty important. You're going to see Ethical here moving that boss over off to the side. You do also see Chompy has this like circle around him, and this circle is important because occasionally this robot will spawn swirlies, like additional like light blue circles, and soaking them gives you a pretty substantial damage buff. And so now you do see Chompy ends up passing that circle to Jack, and now Jack is able to consume these light blue circles and get that massive damage buff. It stacks all the way up to 20, but the biggest thing about this boss is where they're tanking him. And so if you make sure that he gets killed off whenever he hits 0% HP, if he gets killed off in the corner, then none of those circles, like the swirlers, are going to like move around the room. I'm sure that if you've done this dungeon at home, you know the pain of having to dodge away from all of those circles that if they hit you, they make you do reduced damage if you don't have the buff. But if you kill him in the corner, it's really easy to make sure you get like 20 stacks instantly because those circles from the venting protocol are just stuck.
Yeah, Acolyte nearly dead here for Ethical. Let's see where they decide to kill it. Looks like it's not going to be perfectly in the corner. It's just towards the edge of the room. So they are still going to have a lot of orbs going off sort of randomly throughout the room. But not too bad to dodge here. Just a little bit of inefficiency as they are now working on Venza Gold Fuse. Meanwhile, Team Weekend nearly done with the Postmaster encounter. So almost a full boss behind Ethical here. This is certainly less close than the Theater of Pain was for most of the dungeon here. Team Weekend playing some noticeably slower strategies.
Yeah, I think that Team Weekend definitely are keeping themselves in a position where if Ethical had a medium to large mistake, that Team Weekend would be able to catch up. But the Postmaster, still relatively healthy, 20% HP. They may even get another set of bombs on this boss, which would slow them down a lot more. Again, it's 22 Tyrannical. These bosses take a long time to just deal with, but making sure that you have as few, hopefully 0, deaths on fights like this, that's going to really help you in the long run.
Yeah, definitely the goal, of course, as Ethical now do have the Tyrannical Menagerie taken care of, setting up a gateway to help bring everybody out. So they don't have that. They didn't have the woe coming in at the end, yeah, because it was messed up, and I think you're relying on the camouflage cooldown as well to make that happen. As they now are going to get this started, just pulling this trash pack with some extra trash here, and probably single targeting down the woe, if I had to guess, to get to Mize's Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, this is why teams don't like to do this, because then you're gonna have to do it with like the Peacekeeper Smartcaster pack, and these pulls are abnormally dangerous for how for how much count they end up giving, because the Peacekeepers, if anybody's out of melee range for any reason, the Peacekeepers are going to charge them and do a stupid amount of damage. And that's why you do see, like, okay, so Storming and Sanguine are both very dangerous on a pull like this, because you're going to have to start kiting at some point, and then maybe the ranged DPS player's like, oh, maybe I can get this one cast off, and you can't, and you end up dying to Peacekeeper, or the tank just kites out of the way, and then gets charged by double Peacekeeper, and that could also give problems.
Yeah, very scary set of mobs. Even just Demon Hunters, like, dashing around can potentially get themselves into far enough range to be targeted by those Peacekeepers, but beautifully managed there. One mob died a little bit early, but it was out of the pack for Sanguine. The other two died at the same time. Also beautifully handled the Sanguine effect, and they are now going to be running towards Mize's Oasis. They just have that boss to do, and potentially snapping something to it. It does look like Jack has gotten in combat with something, as he is taking a bit of a dot here. So maybe tagged something to bring with them to Mize's Oasis.
Weird Chomp also got some damage done on the meter as well as he's running all the way.
Yeah, okay, so maybe this is the Echo tag and snap, potentially even the mini-boss. Echo have sometimes snapped the mini-boss down into this, and that is exactly what it looks like.
Is that the mini-boss or is that the Enforcer?
Maybe just an Enforcer. Looks mini-boss-esque to me. We'll see. The mini-boss, yeah, it's the mini-boss. You can see two players are being chained together and dragged to each other, yeah. So this is it's a lot of count is the reason to do this, and it's something efficient to do during this music phase, right? It's something to actually do DPS to while you are doing all of this musical note stuff, and your globals are free.
And it's nice that whenever the drums person actually gets targeted by this, because you can't get dragged whenever you're playing the drums. So you like it on your healers. But your melee DPS and your tank hate this, by the way. So look at all of these circles that end up getting spawned around this room. And it's just everything's being littered by it, and Chompy ends up getting power kicked off the
but you get knocked back by the you get kicked back on, of course, by the audience.
The instrument?
So kind of works out. Yeah.
Okay, it's by the audience. That's actually super sick. This pull, very dangerous. At the same time, there's like a couple of different routes. I think that we even saw something like this from Donuts and Despair this weekend, where they did also snap that mini boss to this guy. I think that overall, really efficient pull if you're able to get it dealt with quickly. It is pretty dangerous, though, all things considered. And you don't really need the count from it, but look at this. Ethical 94% enemy forces.
And they actually, there's a Peacekeeper coming as well. This was probably CC'd. Yeah, exactly. Look at this. There's the CC'd Peacekeeper now has come and died as well. So they're now at 96% count.
Okay.
They are ready to snap up an Enforcer to the last boss and be done with count afterwards. So that is probably the rest of their count here, and it's just going to be this last two bosses for them. And you can see they have built up something close to now 5 minutes of lead over Team Weekend. This is a huge advantage.
They probably had to amend their route at some point, having to do that relic pack, by the way. But I seriously thought that triple Peacekeeper was like a pull that they wanted to do.
It was a good adaptation, yeah, because certainly something didn't go perfectly right because they had the death, right? So, and there was a trapped mob over there. I think they were trying to get the Woe Relic into the pull at the end there, but yeah, I mean, this is a great adaptation. The count is going to line up very well for them. So whatever happened, they have come up with a great way to minimize the negative impact on their plan. And it probably cost them half a pull or a pull at most. And maybe it even just affected their timing, but didn't even change the number of pulls.
All right, so now Zogron has spawned. This boss actually dies relatively quickly. Whenever you do have that damage buff, it's just something that this boss kind of gets melted. It seems like the HP isn't necessarily... It's a lot lower because there's so many phases that you have to go through, and whenever you add in the fact that you have that damage buff from that angry face that you see on all of the ethical party members' frames, it's just one of those things that this boss gets absolutely smoked.
Yeah, you can see almost the whole group got their buff extended there, except for Chompy. The way you extend your buff is during the last 2 seconds of the suppression cast, musical notes will appear, and you can slide out of the middle, or if you're on the drums, just obviously hit them like you normally do, and collect those notes and refresh your buff. So a very powerful way to get a lot of extra damage on this fight, and you can see, even on single target here, a lot of damage coming out from the whole group. Yeah, we did see one of the banners of the Opportune coming down during that fight as well from Ethical for a little bit of extra style points.
Yeah,
very cool.
Those banners of the Opportune, you yourself can also get one if you participate in the time trials for the Last Stand tournament. You do 2 15s. You can also get the banner of the Opportune.
Yeah, all right, so Ethical now heading up to the end here. Let's see what Shape decides to do on that Warlock. I saw him cast Demonic Circle there, so I think he is getting ready to snap some extra mobs here coming up to the last boss. Yeah, he's exactly done that. He's going to circle back up and then get gripped up as well. So, and spawning right into the corner there onto that Moon World marker, he's going to bring that Enforcer. The Enforcer is the big one here because it casts Force Multiplier. The Force Multiplier makes all the nearby mobs deal and take 20% extra damage, which is huge.
He used... Okay, so he got Guardian Spirited, he used Unending Resolve, and they dropped a Darkness. And he used Pact. He pressed every single button there to make sure that he didn't get meleeed and killed off by that trash. Because
you know how that happens? It's because when you practice it, you only press 3 of those 4 things, and then you still die sometimes. So you end up having to commit all 4.
So 40's like, I will Darkness you. I don't need it anymore. All right, good stuff coming out of the Ethical guys. All right, so now they're porting through, making sure to not get hit by the wave. Looking kind of sus there. Okay, but they all do make it through. Shape actually ended up getting hit, and he did commit all of his defensives earlier, so pretty dangerous that he did get...
Oh, and he's probably going to pod. Yep, there he is. Pod Tender detected over on the far side of the battlefield. Yeah, so I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? Pod Tender does naturally heal you for 30% of your health, so you'll see he's going to come back at 32 now and take the port, get back over into range of the healer, and be just fine. So as long as nothing else goes wrong, the Pod Tender is going to save another Warlock life here, as much as we hate it when it does that.
All right, so Knack on the side of Team Weekend down. While they do not have any battle reses available, I think at this point, Ethical, there's no way they could wipe here, as Tratnos always says. But in reality, Soasmi down to 33% HP. This is feeling like it's going to be going to a map 3. Ethical maybe is going to almost certainly be able to tie it up 1-1, as the Soasmi does have that 30% HP. You need to make sure that you kick that double technique. For those at home, you want to kick this at like 9.5 seconds, or like the last half second on the double technique, just to optimize the amount of uptime that you're able to get while the boss is not doing mechanics. It's really efficient to be able to just kind of burn the boss while you're doing that.
Yeah, exactly what you were hoping to see there, and very well done. Nice little benefit as well for your Demon Hunter to get a little bit extra fury on the kick, too. Ethical, though, are going to get this dungeon done. It's not the fastest we've ever seen Streets of Wonder done, but it is still a nice, quick, clean run. It's going to let them regain some momentum in this series. It's going to let them equalize at 1-1.
That's right. Ethical does it. They take the Streets of Wonder. They did it very fast. I mean, again, like you said, not the fastest one we've seen, but still pretty fast comparatively. Team Weekend struggling a little bit with deaths here and there, but that's exactly what you want to see if you're Ethical and you want to force a third dungeon. They have done exactly that, and this series is still anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking back that 1v1 from Ethical opens up all of the possibilities for a game 3. And I mean, like we were saying before, there is an option that teams haven't practiced this last dungeon as they weren't expecting it to get that far, especially if you're Ethical. So I think that is a talking point we need to get into, but before that, I do want to show off some stuff that we did see throughout the dungeon. There's the overall one more time. Notably, Jack being in front of Shapelock, I think is not something we see often. Just like hunters out DPSing the Warlock. Often it's the other time around. But
yeah, on Team Weekend it's happening even more as well. Maybe just this dungeon. Nice hunter dungeon for damage.
Nice hunter dungeon.
Could be.
Maybe.
Well, seems to be that way from this result anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things too that like there are like some pretty dense mob pulls, but there's nothing that's like a. Okay, so this pull is really Warlock favorite, I think, generally.
Yeah.
But like,
just look at what they're doing. There's everything stunned in the Sanguine, and they actually knocked it out with Shining Force. And it's something we're seeing so many priests throughout the MDI, but we rarely see Shining Force used. So I did want to highlight that. And then here we see the, now I would say, very well-known briefcase tech, where just essentially it's always the healer that's going to stand outside and catch all of the briefcases and throw them into the vent. But please do not expect this from your healers in your weekly 15s.
kind of sus.
Because
yeah.
I can tell that this is one of the things where people are going to be like, why are you not playing this? So here, Jack actually trapped the Peacekeeper to pull out the Woe Relic later, but died. I'm not sure. I don't think you could see on the stream.
Well, it
And
looks
then-
like he died under one of those electric fences, so maybe accidentally
hit by the
ran
fence.
into it. Yeah.
I saw him
not
get the fence
that
debuff.
ever happened to me. But here's something cool. So on Friday, we did see the mini boss and an enforcer get pulled into this arena, but Donuts and Despair did not start the event, whereas Ethical only got the mini boss and started the event. So I think that was really, really nice of them to kind of deal with the mini boss while also doing the trash, and we could see them slam the banner down, just proving once again that they're in it to win it. And here, just look at Shape. Shape sneakily walks through that line there, and now pay attention to the HP of that Warlock, because I was like, no way he just did that. And then, yes, the game was also like, no way he just did that, and he dropped into the pot tender. So, yeah, don't do that.
And he actually got locked on the same side of the room as his healer, but the healer, just out of pure disgust for the hubris of the Warlock, was like, you know what?
It's understandable.
You deserve 10 seconds of timeout in a pod tender right now. Think about what you've done, and you can come and rejoin the poll later.
Well,
The healer's
funnily
doing
enough,
damage.
Yeah.
He only committed all of his defensives as well because he was being ethical for the team, as the name does.
That's why they're called it.
I suppose. I think the Warlock deserves to spend a little bit of time in, time out, a little bit of time in the Shadowlands, as it were, for something like
I mean,
that. Yep,
what are you running the pot tender for if you don't proc it on an end boss? Duh.
it's true.
True.
It's there to
argue with
use.
that.
Yep. If
Gotta
you
get it
never
on
use it,
cooldown.
if you never use it, it's just a waste, right?
Yep.
Things that make me irrationally upset. Warlocks and pod tender.
This is a balanced druid that's just never been allowed to play pod tender
There's-
all expansion. That's
Fair.
the lore here.
There's a lot of classes out there that are going to be dying a lot without Pod Tender in the next expansion. They're going to be like, oh, I don't have Pod Tender anymore.
I love on the Jailer that if something happens that's wrong, I'm dead. And if something happens that's wrong, I look over at the Warlocks who should also have died too, and they're just in a pod. I'm just sitting there like, oh, yeah, really
Just
cool.
like
really cool.
vibing.
Hey, you know who else oftentimes uses Pod Tender quite a bit?
Tell me.
Enhancement Shaman. That's right.
Really?
Okay, don't.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. All right,
That's
so
true.
Mr. Scythe is next.
I don't think so.
23
Really
tyrannical,
do.
inspiring, quaking, inspiring.
Yeah.
Really, really difficult in Mr. Scythe overall. I think that the maze and like pathing through that maze is going to be something that's going to separate these two teams from one another in a pretty meaningful way.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see any aggressive through-the-wall pulls in the maze. Obviously, we usually do see some standard ones, but particularly that one that we saw earlier today at the very first room in the maze, pulling not just from the right, but also from the left and getting 10 mobs into that first pull, is something I'm very interested in seeing if it is reproducible and powerful, or if it was just only one team has actually figured out how to do that without wiping to it.
Okay, can we just all together, for a second, hope that there's no dragons where dragons shouldn't be?
Yeah, unless you are required to kill a dragon, try not to kill one in this dungeon.
We are team
Very good,
no,
Dratnos.
no dragon. We are team no dragon on this broadcast.
Unless, well, the thing is,
Well, I mean,
it does
what
give you something to cleave down. As long as you keep
Unless-
vanishing and opening the next door, You know, it's just something
Well,
efficient to cleave.
We do want to get into the Dragonflight alpha or beta or whatever it is as soon as possible. So maybe we should be very pro-dragon on this broadcast. Dragons rule! Hooray!
I do like the dragons. I think dragons are great. I love dragons, but I do not like seeing dragons where there shouldn't be any dragons.
So what
Especially if we're
That's
talking
fair.
about
That's
the
fair.
mace.
Exactly. And what if we dragon fly away from those dragons in the maze? Let's not pull them again.
Tell me when it's over.
Can we start the dungeon?
Please, Custer,
Is he done? Is he done? Oh, okay.
Apparently-
We're still
apparently
waiting.
Thor's-
We're still waiting to
They're
get
not
into this one. And this is a map with a lot of stakes attached to it, obviously. And I'm not talking about the oxen from earlier in Theater of Pain. I'm talking about the fact that these teams are 1-1. The winner goes on to tomorrow. The loser is out and has to try to qualify through the LST. So we'll see who makes it through.
I think that Ethical in that Streets was actually a pretty big revival for them. It looked really solid. I would again give the advantage of them going into this Mythic Scythe.
Sure.
Would you guys agree? I think that
Yeah.
that's
I would
the
agree.
advantage
I would
in my
agree.
mind.
Yeah, I mean, Team Weekend have looked good on some damage checks as well. Like this Tyrannical Mist, a lot of it also comes down to the bosses, and they have not looked bad on those at all. So I think that this is going to be one where they probably will be closer than they were in the Streets. But yeah, I think it will probably again come down to if something goes wrong on the side of Ethical or not.
Yeah, we have seen teams that have like 2 or 3 phased Ingram Malloc, and if that happens for I think either of these teams, that would be like a multiple minute penalty over one or the other. Because we have also seen at the same point teams 1 phase Ingram Malloc, and so like if one of the teams 1 phases it, while one of the teams 2 phases it, you're going to be losing somewhere in the range of like a minute and a half, just by that.
That is true. Yeah. It's very difficult to one phase this one. I think we've only seen a
We've
couple
seen
teams
it
do
once.
it. Yeah,
I
was
think
it only
this
just the
weekend
once?
We've seen it
Yeah.
once. And every other miss, I mean, we haven't seen that many miss, but every other miss, people weren't able to pull it off. So
So I mean,
Scary.
the biggest tactic for like actually one phasing the boss is hitting Ingram Malloc before it goes into that like damage reduction phase. So more often than not, you want to hit like Droman. But like counterintuitively, you want to hit Ingram Malloc whenever like before the damage increase comes up to get it down to like 90% HP, maybe even 85% HP, and then you start DPSing Droman while that pulsing AoE effect is going out, and that's like actually a really dangerous part of the dungeon. But that almost ensures the one phase. But it's really scary to do it like that.
I don't think I'd want to try it in my pugs, but I'd love to see it in this map right here. Ethical versus Team Weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be what it all comes down to. One of these teams making it through to Sunday. One of these teams will not. It's all to play for here. I don't think that they were necessarily expecting it to go to a Game 3. Again, Ethical were huge favorites coming into this series, but dropping that first game was just such a surprise for them. So, again, Mythic Scythe may not be something that either team was really expecting and maybe even really preparing for, but Team Weekend, you know, they probably knew if they were winning this series, it was likely to go to a Game 3, so maybe that means they actually have the sauce here. We are going to get started. We have 2 teams coming in here. Ethical are actually using that Windwalker Monk in here, whereas Weekend have gone with the Rogue instead.
Okay, so generally I think the Rogue is like... okay, so for the teams that have one phase the boss, I think they were using like a Havoc Demon Hunter. I don't even think that they were using like a Rogue, but I think that Rogue or Havoc are like the 2 options that like if you're going to look to one phasing Malloc, it's probably going to be one of those. Is Windwalker really good at... There's no way that Windwalker is going to be more boss damage than
it
either
will
Rogue
be
or
really
Demon Hunter.
good at the Ingram Malloc burn because, again, they are so burst cooldown oriented.
Yeah.
So the overall single target sustain of a Windwalker, yeah, you're sitting a couple thousand DPS below a Subtlety Rogue, but the burst window on the Ingram Malloc will be higher. The last boss, you've got pretty often you've got 4 larvae for Mark of the Crane, and so you're not
That's
doing
true.
too bad on that either. Second boss is definitely something where sub would be the preferred one, but I don't know. I mean, even though it's tyrannical, most of the time in any dungeon is spent fighting trash, not bosses.
All right, so now Ethical, it looked like they were able to get their double villager pull. Really banned defense in Pugs. Don't do that. However, Ethical was able to get that dealt with relatively quickly. Team Weekend on the other side, it looks like their villagers are just catching people in overgrowths over and over again. They are getting those double villagers dealt with Finally, but that's the difference between the Windwalker Monk and the Rogue. So while the Rogue is a lot better for single target damage, it is noticeably worse on pulls like that, where you do have a large amount of AoE that you want to cleave down.
And Team Weekend, that is going to cost them that Purgatory as well. Ethical still having that powerful cheat death effect. Actually, I'm not even sure if they're playing it, but if they are, they still have it available. I'll check to see if they are using it. They indeed are not. They are actually, wow, Choppy is running Bone Storm in here. That is a aggressive talent. I love to see that, though. Bone Storm, big damage from the Blood Decay of Ethical. One thing that I do like to see from Team Weekend, however, is the choice of faction. Team Weekend have joined the Horde for this map. They're all playing Blood Elves, which does mean that they can Arcane Torrent stuff like Nourish the Forest or the Shield at the end of the dungeon, especially if inspired. Those can sometimes get through, right?
I actually really like this because, like you were saying, inspired. Sometimes teams are going to have to like separate out pulls in a kind of a weird way, but with the Arcane Torrent available, yeah, you're able to just kind of like AFK pull the maze, and some of the routes are definitely less bad for you. So it kind of depends on like which maze path you end up getting, but some of them can be really obnoxious, especially if you're going to pull like double or triple tender in a pull like that has multiple inspired mobs, because that Nourish, whenever it goes off, it will end up healing those mobs up to full, and so that Arcane Torrent is just a little bit of backup and reassurance. Whereas Ethical, they're all running dwarves, which if you're going to pull a bunch of stalkers, which are those foxes, then the dwarf racial is certainly superior.
Yeah, exactly. Those are very, very important against the against those bites. So yeah, again, 5 dwarfs versus 5 blood elves here. These races are so strong in this dungeon, and all the classes they're playing are able to be played by both.
I think let's look at where both of these teams get Ingram Malok to HP wise, because whenever you're looking to burn the boss in one phase on a 23 Tyrannical, that Ingram Malok HP is actually relatively important. So it looks like Team Weekend are kind of prioritizing some of the damage on Ingram Malok, and they're pushing it down. It looks like it's at 91% right now. It's unclear as to whether or not it has
a little bit more to Droman here. They do need to make that push.
It's fine.
Meanwhile, Ethical are going to send the Lust here. They have half of their buff in this Lust as well, as they are now into the burn phase against Ingram Malok here in just a second. Actually, they are not going to have the at all for the burn phase itself, but they are going to have it for some of their Lust, as they now get the Quake here. That's kind of an annoying Quake. They are going to be okay. Hollow doing a lot of damage here, even as that healer with the Boon of the Ascended. And they have Ingram Malok now sub 40. A couple more seconds of this channel left. Sub 30. It's going to be 27% when it starts the next Soul Shackle cast. Meanwhile, over on the side of Team Weekend, they still haven't even gotten to the burn phase here. They are having a long phase 1. And you can see that Embrace Darkness dot is out. So the boss is actually taking 80% reduced damage right now for Team Weekend.
But they have Ingram Malok somewhere in the range of like 5% lower coming into this burn. And so this is how Team Weekend would be able to one-phase the boss. They're utilizing that rogue. They have that Lust on the good timer. They had Ingram Malok at 89% going into this burn. But on the left side of your screen, you see Ethical at pushing Droman pretty low. Maybe going to get that second vulnerability phase by the time... Ooh, Ingram Malok's at 25% for Team Weekend. I don't know if they're going to be able to make that.
Yeah, they've gotten it a little bit lower than Ethical did, but Ethical have gone with re-killing Droman rather than trying to nuke down Ingram Malok, so a wise play there for them, I think. Meanwhile, Team Weekend appear to not be interested at all in that. They are just targeting Ingram Malok. If Ingram Malok gets to its next Embrace Darkness cast and isn't super duper low already, that is going to be a tragedy for Team Weekend, but they can try and get it low. Again, 80% damage reduction. You can kill through that.
Oh, no.
There's going to be a Force Compliance here. And I think there's going to be a Fear, potentially. Yep, there's that Repulsive Visage cast. And then after this, it's going to be Embracing Darkness. And there it is, 5% health on Ingram Malok when Embrace Darkness comes off. 4%. So effectively, they have to do 20% of the boss's health if they want to just single target the boss. Or maybe they'll make the call to swap to the tree. But this Embrace Darkness also puts a pretty nasty dot on the whole group here. You can see everybody sort of ticking down for Team Weekend.
That's like minus 45 seconds by itself.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. That is a massive time loss for them. We're on the left side of the screen. Ethical committing to that two-phase strategy. They're running the Windwalker Monk. That's going to help them out on some of their trash pulls, especially these trash pulls that are in this maze. Over where like the rogue is going to help them out, and so now they're going to be making their way through the maze. They're doing that a little bit more conservative pull. They're doing a lot fewer of these mobs here, and it looks like they ended up getting it dealt with pretty quick, and now they're making their way through the maze. Look at that para into that Ring of Peace, and that's kind of the difference between the Arcane Torrent comp from Horde and like the Alliance Full Dwarf comp is like, for Ethical, they need to CC these mobs, especially the inspired mobs, whereas Team Weekend, all right, we'll just torrent the Nourish off, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain because like you still have to kill that mob to go into the next room in the maze, right? I think Weekend are getting really low on the boss. It's sub 1% now. It's just a tank and a rogue that are alive. They've done it. Oh my goodness, Team Weekend. Wow, that was close against the end of the boss fight there. So they actually, do they have a Night Fae player? Yes, but it is their Warlock. Okay, so they will be able to get that pod activated, that seed,
their mass
so
res.
they can update. Yeah, they have the mass res, so they actually had to battle res the priest, and then the priest is now mass resing the rest of the group there. As a slash dance coming out here from Team Weekend, I think they're aware that they have lost a tremendous amount of time on just that boss 1 split. All right, Ethical are going to be now pulling into this inspiring mob here. Ethical are taking this maze rather slowly, though potentially Team Weekend could claw some time back here if the Arcane Torrent gives them the flexibility, gives them the safety to pull a little bit bigger here.
All right, so now it looks like Team Weekend is making their way through the maze. They're marking which direction they're coming. They are pulling from, and it looks like Ethical is starting to make their way even further through the maze. There are multiple rooms ahead right now.
Yeah, they are certainly ahead. You can see on terms of the trash count right now, yeah, 49 to 27% count. But Team Weekend, you know, they are potentially able to pull a little bit more safely. They're like able to pull the inspired mobs into these pulls a little bit more safely, if they can live the Mistveil Stalkers that come with some of these pulls. That's going to be the big thing for them, because inspired Mistveil Stalker, you know, you can't Blood Elf that, and you don't have Dwarf Racial for whoever's getting bit. It's 23 key level. There's no Fortified or Raging or anything that's empowering those bites, but it is still a nasty, nasty dot on whoever's targeted.
Okay, and so now Ethical here, grabbing these Shapers, grabbing the Stinger pack. I'm interested to see if they're going to pull another pack through the wall here. Again, it's one of those things that it's so difficult to prepare. Okay, so the mazes are the exact same for these teams, but they are different each time you come into the maze, so you never necessarily know what you're going to get. And with the affix like Inspiring, it's so difficult to prepare for all the possible combinations, just because like the Inspiring just changes the texture of every single pull that you're doing. So Ethical just ended up playing that pack by itself. They didn't want anything to do with any of those mobs through the wall, and they have a Gorge Gullet here. All right, I think that this is one of the easier mini bosses, and they can certainly grab any pack through the wall here, even one that contains like an inspired mob.
Yeah, as long as there's no dragons through in any of the other rooms, everything else is on the table here for Ethical.
Don't do that. No dragons.
Let's see what they decide to grab. It does look like, is anybody going to go and pull anything through any of the walls? Yes. There is a inspiring pack coming in here. Oh. They are immediately going to hit it with that ring and paralysis, but the paralysis breaks, whether intentionally or not, so they are not going to have the ability to stop any casts in here. That is going to mean that the Stinger's going to be getting its cast off, but they have Dispel for that. The Tender will be getting its cast off unless they set up a Shining Force here. So
the Tender's the inspired
Tender's the inspired one. Okay, so they're good. Yeah, no problem then.
Yeah.
There's a Shaper, I guess, but yeah, not a big deal.
Not a big deal. They'll figure it out. It's not great. At the same time, that pack, they noticed what mob was inspired after the Ring of Peace, and Chompy's like, I'm blood boiling this. This is fine. We'll tank this on top of the mobs.
And now they're just going to finish off the Toad here and be done with this, and they are now at 75% count. Still a little bit more health on this Toad as well, but the Toad's going to give them a lot of count too, so they're going to be nearly done with their count already. They've gotten a lot of trash already.
What are some of the higher numbers that we've seen from teams coming out here? Like 84, I think, was some of the weekend
like
one
out of
teams.
The maze entirely. Yeah. If you did the stuff at the start of the dungeon, you know, that villager action at the start of the dungeon, then yeah, you could be in this position where you only need one pull, potentially even into the last boss.
Are they still? They have to go. It's back right. Pretty sure.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah. They're heading over to the right here. And let's see, they can pull one more trash pack through the wall to the right of them right now, and there it is.
Looks like they're interested.
Yep, they are going to be grabbing this pull. This is a nice one as well. There is an inspired mob, but it is CC'd. Actually, a little bit annoying on this boss as well, because the boss does have an interrupts that you want to land.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that's why we've seen a lot of teams play that pack without the boss, because that Patty... Okay, so they do have two battle rests, and Hollow instantly canceling the Angel Form and getting that battle rest.
Trying to avoid the paparazzi there, yeah.
Honestly, that's a fine battle rest to commit. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Ooh, nice leg sweep coming out on the side of Ethical. They need to watch out for that Vulpin. Nice binding shot to make sure that they're able to continue to AoE all of that trash that's on top of the boss, while at the same time not having to worry about that Fox.
Yeah, they're targeting a Vi Interceptor here as well that will give them a little bit more damage as they enter the first guessing game phase. Something to DPS as well while they're figuring out which of the illusionary clones is the real one.
Okay.
It is the full flower, no circle that they're going to target.
87% enemy forces is the number that Ethical
Well, there's
has.
still an inspiring mob CC'd as well, so they'll be able to get up to, I think, 89 off of that, right?
What we've seen from teams is they leave that inspiring mob, and then whenever Mistcaller dies, it actually just despawns all of the mobs out of the maze, whether you're in combat with them or not. We've seen teams.
Okay.
We've seen a catastrophe from that one time this expansion. That's the only reason I even know this. But it also despawns like stuff that's just CC'd as well. You don't necessarily have to be like actively fighting it or anything. So that mob is just gonna repair it in a little bit, not bother with it.
All right, yeah, so then 87%, that's like 2.5 pulls down into the last boss. They can do fairly easily, so I suspect that's exactly what they're going to do, right?
So they don't have a rogue, and they don't have a woe drifter.
Okay,
so
they could get themselves a woe from the from
pack
the
is
first
bad.
pack. The pack is bad, but it is a woe buff. They could invis pot. They can do something like Incap and Ring of Peace, the far left mob, and they get it out of range so that nobody has to pull it by walking by it as well.
So they could get the issue that we're running into right here with why we're speculating on this is they could get 13% enemy forces into their final boss pool. That's pretty
right.
standard.
We want to do that. We don't want to do something inefficient that's not that, and then do something else, right? We want to do this all in one pull if we can.
And the fact that they don't have a rogue means that they may have to do 2 pulls.
Well, I don't think they have to though. I think with Incap Ring of Peace, they can skip the first ones, especially with the gateway along the side, and then they can just take like 3 packs in. They can just run through, take 3 packs in, maybe CC the bees if those are pulled, and just keep them CC'd or something. And it'll be a lot of trash, but it should be doable on the last boss. Or they can even invis pot that second pack and then grab the 2 just before boss into boss.
This may sound weird, but they could actually also just run up the right side instead of going up the left.
Yeah, that is allowed.
It's less count. It just really depends on where they can get 13. What exactly is 13% exactly? But it's somewhere in the range of like 2 to 3 pulls. It's unclear as to which 2 to 3 pulls it is, though.
They really need to make sure as well that they don't mess anything up too much here, because even though Team Weekend had that first boss go so wrong for them, Team Weekend are actually closing the gap here. They're now working on Mistcaller as well. Ethical have finished this trash section, though, and they are getting ready for the end of the run here. Let's see what they decide to do.
This is the most interesting part, is to see like what are they going to do and how are they going to do it. I think the Incap Ring of Peace is the most likely situation for them to get past this first pack. This first pack, pretty inefficient. There's like a staghorn in it and like some relics, which I mean the relics could be on the menu, but I doubt it.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do here. There's a mob marked, and they are going to pull this first thing. So yeah, maybe the plan is just get woe, zoom to boss, right? Get woe, zoom to boss, and pull like 1 pack before the boss in, right? That kind of thing could be a vibe here for Ethical.
This is a pull that I think some of the other teams across this weekend could punish.
I think that's probably right. Although, you know, it's probably something that only comes up because of the specific maze that they got, giving them pretty weird count coming into here.
I mean, this count it's so high that they don't really want to do like 2 pulls on this left side. They really want to do like
they're just going to do this
pull.
Very small pull and then the woe speed buff. I mean, the thing is, woe speed is really nice. Woe speed and woe stealth is really nice. That saves a lot of invisible time. Ooh, we have a death. We have 2 deaths for Weekend. They do have no battle reses as well, so they're going to have to finish this Mistcaller with just 3 players alive. This is so bad for them. That's going to cost them probably 2 minutes. Those 2 deaths right there.
Okay. So yeah, now Ethical with their woe buff, they're able to drift on into Tredova. They're probably just going to grab those 2 packs. So you do see Chompy aggroing right here. Yeah, you do see him, and they end up parrying one of the mobs off to the side.
Inspiring one,
Now they're running into Tredova. They need to make sure that they are going to get some CCs out on these mobs. They don't want them like consuming that seed that I guess is in the middle of the room. But it seems like teams this season have found a way to make sure that those mobs won't walk at that seed. I don't know if you know anything about that tech. Mobs just don't walk.
Have never heard anything about the mobs consuming the seed in the middle of the room. So
there have been MDI teams where the mobs have consumed the seed during the middle of the room.
Okay, I didn't know that was possible, but somehow they are preventing that from happening.
It's
yeah, maybe
it's the meta achieve, but I don't know.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it looks like maybe one of the parts of the solution was just doing so much damage here that those mobs have died far before they could do anything at all. They are now at 100% count Ethical R, and all that is standing between them and a Sunday appearance is half of this boss encounter. Their Bloodlust is still rolling as well. They are doing so much damage here. They got themselves another Woe Relic as well. I love Woe Relic on this boss as well. This boss is so much easier when you have Woe, as long as you don't have anybody creating any rogue projectiles intentionally with the Woe Relic.
I would never do such a thing. Oh,
of course
it looks
not.
It looks like Ethical's CC'd Inspiring Mob. It has started to come on in here. They did walk away from the pack. It looks like it got freezing trapped off to the side. That's what I
They'll just keep that thing
is.
CC'd, right? As soon as they kill this boss, they don't need to kill it anymore. They're at 100% count. The timer will stop. The mob will stop attacking them. So just 40% more on Tradova is left for Ethical as Team Weekend still trying to finish off the Mistcaller boss as well. So Ethical so far ahead here. They just have to avoid wiping. Honestly, at this point, they could probably even wipe and still get this one. But, there's the first step in that wipe. It's a death and a battle res, and they now don't have a battle res to spare. So they have to be very careful in the last 35% of this boss here. That green gunk on the ground does so much damage. You cannot stand in it for more than a tick or two without dying.
All right. And so, yeah, I do think that 31% HP, this is still pretty decent for them. Okay, I want to come back to something. Why do you like Woe Relic on this boss? Like,
dude, you move faster. You zoom around, you break the mind link faster. You never lose. You lose far fewer globals to this to these projectiles. You know, I think it's more damage if you look at it that way, and it's also more survivability.
Okay, interesting.
I
don't know.
I'm a Woe Relic fan in any case where you can remotely justify it. I love targeting Woe Relic.
But is like the Vi. Is the Vi mob not just better damage on this boss?
Yeah, but the Vi like teleports around. It makes people have to move instead of saving you globals. It forces extra movement globals onto you.
That's true.
But very good teams disagree with me on that. So I'm just glad to see Ethical going with the Woe Relic here. It looks very cool, and they now have Tradova sub 5%. I think this is it. I think Ethical have done it. They've won this series 2-1. They're going to make their way through. As the troll life grip comes out on Shape there to try and bring him into one of those green puddles. It's not going to work, though. Can't quite assassinate that Warlock.
They're not griefers.
2-1 through to Sunday.
2-1 victory for Ethical. We've seen the attempts by the healer to murder one of the DPS at the end of some of these fights, but that one, luckily, not successful. DPS doesn't deserve it. They're just trying to do damage. That's it. But Ethical makes it through to Championship Sunday. They've got that shot at the Global Finals, but it's still a long road ahead. But hey, at least you're one more step of the way.
Yeah, and I mean, I do want to point out Team Weekend put up quite a fight to try and stay in this lower bracket, but in the end, Ethical took it from them. I think there was some parts that tremendously kind of played into that. But before we go into the clips, did you guys know that there used to be a guide on how to kill as many people in your raid with Leap of Faith throughout all of Legion? Like, there was this big PDF, like every boss with ratings on how difficult it is to execute, how difficult or how many people will die to it, and how likely it is that your raid will hate you after it. And there was different grids for all of those bosses, for like all of the Night Hall bosses and so on. It was really great. So let's get into this key before I spend too much time in nostalgia. He was the first pull from Team Weekend. And from here on out, they just played from behind, right? It threw them back so much. And I do want to point out that they did a really good job at catching up when it came to pulling Ingram Malok. Then they spent so much time on that boss that, again, they were very behind. And, it was an Ethical's court to play the ball. They did fumble it a little bit. Holo here stepping into one of those arrows, but in the end, they managed to come through. That beautiful pull here with all of the trash into the boss, using that Woe Relic, as you were saying, Dratnos. I think it's really great to have on this boss as well. Sometimes just that extra zooming gives you so much more to work with. And yeah, the trash died nearly instantly, even though that Warlock was, was gripped through something and it didn't work out. But yeah,
Okay.
it was a great PDF.
So if we're ranking ways to make your group wipe in Mist of Tyranid Scythe, I think the grip through the Fox on Mistcaller would probably be like an S tier grip
Oh,
and an
yeah.
S tier way to make people very angry and hate you, because especially
Yeah, it was
those
like
melee,
ranked
if they
in
get
stars.
yeah.
It was
I'm
like
pretty
1
sure
out of 5 stars.
Here's my favorite. On the last boss, you grip somebody during the swirly spawn, and they're like, "What? This didn't even kill me. You missed." And then the next set of swirly spawns, there's a swirly that's going really far,
Dude.
and that kills somebody. That snipes somebody. It's
There-
the multi-level
It's-
setup.
You
It's
don't
a
expect that
double
one.
back.
Yeah.
there may have been some streamer, I'm not going to say who, and they may have said the lines, "I'm going to make a race car here," and then they proceeded to disengage Door of Shadows across the room and make the farthest race car possible, and it may or may not have clipped somebody else and got them yelled at. I don't know who it would possibly be.
We love race cars.
Who
Vroom
knows?
vroom.
Vroom vroom.
Back in my
Vroom.
day, I used to be tanking Karazhan, and I would just turn Nightbane at the very end of the fight to cleave as
Where's
much of
the
the raid as
graphic?
possible.
yeah,
That
back
was-
in my
that
day.
was my version. Yep.
Where's the
That's right.
graphic?
We've seen it enough times.
Caught us
Everybody
by
remembers it.
surprise. Yeah.
BC Classic, dude. BC Classic is over. Wrath Classic's coming soon.
Oh,
Here
there
it
it
is.
is. Yep. Back in my
Story
back in
time.
back in the Burning Crusade, you know. Yep. Wasn't playing
Yep.
Enhancement Shaman though. I was playing Protection Warrior back when those were good. And yeah, it was fun. Nightbane just cleaving the raid. Good times. They had it coming though. They didn't wait for 3 Sunders at the start of the fight, so what can you do? Well,
Well, what I can do is watch MDI tomorrow and watch Donuts in Despair
That's
versus
right.
Sloth in
Thank
the
you,
upper bracket.
Dragnos.
Can't wait to see who wins that series. The loser, though, will get sent down to play the winner of WoMegalul
Dude.
versus Ethical. That actually, my favorite of the list. I'm actually really excited for all of them, but the WoMegalul versus Ethical lower bracket blast off tomorrow is going to be real exciting. The whole lower bracket
Yeah.
going to be so
I-
high
I-
stakes.
I know we had the predictions earlier today. Has your guys' expectations of like what the 2 teams that are going to make it out of the bracket have they changed at all?
Yes.
Nope. Nope, not
Okay.
at all.
I
not for me.
mean, necessarily because I was the only person that actually picked a dark horse. My dark horse is out, but my winner is
Aw.
looking pretty hot.
Yeah, I honestly I think that the Sloth pick was really good. I regret my ethical pick. Tettles' one was less misinformed and much more just stupid, but mine was
Production is so
just
subtle
a
with
slight
this.
miscalculation.
I'm standing by mine. I don't know, man. I'm not backing down. I do think the ethical guys can.
Well,
They
that's
did
not a
look good in the
surprise.
series, yeah, but Sloth have looked so good.
Dude,
I mean, that
okay.
Sloth theater that was inspired, not the
but
affix,
the
like
Slo-
just really good.
But the Sloth's gameplay, and it's been like this. Okay, so for those who don't know, they've been in the MDI for 3 seasons, and 2 of the 3 MDI seasons we kind of saw the same thing, and we kept telling the same story. Their routes are really good. They're incredibly fast. They're not consistent enough. And I swear, I still feel like it's kind of the same thing. We saw them in that
It
necrotic
might
wake,
be.
literally just bomb out. Like they had a 25 death necrotic wake, and it's not that I think they're bad. Whenever they're playing,
There
like
was a
they
reason
have
for
really
it.
high potential, but they also have the highest chance to just throw away a dungeon for 25 deaths, and it's just like I don't know. I don't know. They looked really good though.
I'm gonna call small sample size on that one. Well, we'll see what happens.
the
To
3
be fair,
seasons?
I mean, we talked about it.
All right, fair enough.
There's a reason for why Sloth's polls or like Sloth's dungeons can go really great or actually really devastating, and it's because the way that their routes are set up.
Yeah.
It's high risk, high reward. So if
That
they have
means-
these huge polls that everything depends on, and things go wrong, where cooldowns are not getting sent, where something is like they use Bloodlust and they can't pull it off or something, then the whole route is down the gutter. So
That means
there's
that
a reason
tomorrow's
for
gonna
why
be
it works like that.
It's going to be so exciting tomorrow, right? Because
will.
we know that Sloth at their best, they can take down Donuts in Despair. Like they can take down.
Oh, yeah.
They've taken down Echo in maps when they're playing at their best. Like this is a team that can be so good, but it's also a team that can lose against anybody as well if those high risk, high reward pulls land on the risk side rather than the reward side.
Also, something we haven't talked about. WoMegalul. Okay, so in their 2 series that they won 2-0, they had 0 deaths in both of those series.
Yeah.
And the 2 series that they had versus Sloth, they had multiple deaths in both of the maps. And it's one of those things that WoMegalul, I think, has been the most consistent team with like avoiding deaths. But they need to make sure that they continue that trend, and they have no deaths versus Ethical. They have no deaths in the lower finals, and they could absolutely make it into the grand finals as well. It is they're the team that like bracket-wise, it was expected for them and Donuts in Despair to make it out this weekend. OMEGALUL is supposed to be in the upper finals versus Donuts in Despair right now.
Well, I think any way you slice it, this is probably going to be our closest group of the MDI yet. It's really difficult to say who's going to go through, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to show up tomorrow for more MDI Shadowlands Season 3, the thrilling conclusion of Group C. There you go. So we've already sent Echo and Baldy, Monka and Perplexed through to the Global Finals. A team from China has made it through already as well. 2 more teams from Group C will be decided tomorrow, and then after that, next weekend I believe it is, we have our last stand tournament to find out who the final team of 8 to go to the Global Finals is going to be. And it's going to be great. I can't wait for the finals. We are going to have so many good runs. So many, I think, records set perhaps as far as time goes. So many crazy polls. It's going to be great. Tettles doing his evil mastermind impression. Super
I'm not an
villain
evil
thing.
mastermind. Dude,
You know, you
he's
sit there with a
half
cat.
that.
Who else
Yeah.
sits there with a cat, you know?
The cat is so
I am a
cute.
mastermind. That's a good point, Gratnus. Thank you for the compliment.
Oh, look
You're
at
welcome, big
her.
dog.
I'm glad you left that one open. Yeah,
I'm a kind mastermind. Of
Exactly.
course.
That's what I was going for.
there you
You're
go.
a mind at least.
Don't mind if I do.
Well, on that note, normally I give you all time to give your final thoughts, but I think today we're just going to close it out. We're going to see you all tomorrow anyway. So thanks for watching, everybody. Mythic Dungeon International signing off for today. Super Saturday has come to a close. Join us tomorrow for the thrilling conclusion of Group C to see what teams make it through to the Global Finals. I'm going to keep this going to see whose arms get tired first. Never mind, I'm getting played off the stage. See you next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye, 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 goodbye.